individual parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being refreshed!
Too much, man!
Come on!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the ridgeway.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. What now?
A fucking bitch.
I'm staying in the race!
Put your drum up.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Don't worry about it, little Margot. Gentlemen.
How rude.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Ready the Second Amendment?
Close it up just like my wife's vagina.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
Winter is coming.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Climate and everything are the same word.
It's a great day for being sad.
Aren't I a good guy?
Alright, here we are, once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, trying to make sense of it all. But don't go staring off into that deep dark abyss too long there, space fans. We got a lot to talk about. So buckle up the seatbelts for safety. Otherwise, you might get sucked off into that void. That's not how you say that. Yeah.
Phrasing?
Yeah, let's all forget all the words I just said. That seems like a good plan. Sorry, I got thrown off. Had a little software debacle over here. We had to double start the beginning of the stream. Okay. What was I gonna do? Ah, yes, shout-outs. Oh boy. Let's see here. Moanoa, Hermit, Horologist, and Schmegley. 123 in the YouTube chat. Shakespeare also here. Mozart. The Reference Frame. Kirkenstein's Monster. Arvin Trevino. Selena Mary. LP Spider Ma'am. B-Cat is here. George Waters. So Life. Atticus Among Us. Look Bovine. A lot of people to remember today in the chat. I'm losing track of all of them. Columbia Rican, New York is here. Nightbot. Del Sol Verde. Series. Orb Rumor. I don't know if I got everybody. There's a lot of shout-outs here today. That's too many shout-outs. Alright, chat. We got a hell of a lot to talk about here today on this Saturnday. Not as much as yesterday, but still a lot to get through. Suppose we ought to start in that familiar place we all know. I was gonna say and love. I'm not sure that applies to all of us. That's right. America. Let's start off talking a little bit about immigration.
It feels like as the economy gets worse, we're going to see Trump get even more sort of like aggressive on the immigration front with immigrants. And I want to play this footage. This is from Worcester, Mass. yesterday. It's unclear to me how many of these people are ICE, and they also brought Worcester City cops to essentially, I guess, protect ICE from the crowds of people that were there. So, and then this is in process, and so they're going to take this woman, a mother of what appears to be maybe like a teen or another woman in their 20s. They're taking her mother away, and then we'll see this woman get the daughter get arrested. We'll see another person getting arrested who is running for school board in Worcester, and then a city councilor shows up and starts admonishing one of the cops. Worcester is not a sanctuary city. Boston is. I believe Somerville is. I think there's one or Cambridge is. There's maybe 3 other major cities in Massachusetts that are sanctuary cities. The city does not hand over immigrants to ICE, but in cooperating with this arrest, by just keeping other people at bay, it seems to me that's part of the problem. And Worcester, we should also say, was under a consent decree. They recently had to become became a sanctuary city for trans folk. But maybe it's time for immigrants as well, because the mayor is speaking out, the city manager. There's a lot of people pissed about this. This is just nuts. We have a couple of different angles, but check this out. I mean, and you can see right there, there's a couple of cops tackling the daughter, I think, at that point.
They shove her face right into the street. It's horrific.
And look at, I mean, there is at the very least a dozen, maybe more, 20 police officers at least, including the ICE, maybe even more, in this, like, I know this neighborhood in Worcester, it's just like a completely, I don't know, just about as typical of a neighborhood as you can get. And, you know, this is, it's amazing the resources that are out there to arrest this one woman who's just a mom.
The worst of the worst.
Right.
Moms.
This is not a, you know, not that they should be doing it to anybody, but it is not a trend they are out.
Moms are the worst. Have you ever had a mom before? Always saying, clean up your room. Do your chores. And it's like, hey, Mom, I have other stuff going on. The worst of the worst.
A gang member or somebody. This is just some immigrant. I mean, just some migrant who's there. I don't know the full story of this person.
It's not clear yet what is the full story, but they here and here is the new video that's closer up of the ICE agent slamming this woman's face into the ground.
Yeah, I saw this.
And I believe this is one of the daughters of the mom who's arrested. And I think her sister and their baby were there trying to stop the car to take the woman, the mother away, the baby's grandmother, I guess. But here, watch this.
At two, baby.
I mean, look at all those cops there.
Police state.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I think she's literally got a pacifier in her hand. Or like a little baby toy in her hand.
I think she had been holding the baby.
Yeah, and handed
she
it
handed
off.
the baby off and ran down the street, and that's when they tackled her.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's the mom of the baby. Or
she is the. No, I think it's her. I think it is. I don't know if it's her baby or her sister's baby.
Right.
But this is the type of stuff. I mean, this is really sick stuff, and I'm afraid
all over the country.
Yep.
I mean, this is, you know, we're starting to see these stories. They're coming up. Interestingly, they're coming up from local media, which I think is really important, because local media is showing this stuff. I mean, we had some here in LA where they're going into elementary schools here. They did big raids on restaurants here and in DC the last couple of days, where they're just coming in and raiding the places. And it's these guys with ICE wearing the, you know, sort of balaclavas or having these gaiters on their face where they're not showing their whole face. What's that about? Why aren't they wearing uniforms? I mean, this is not, you know, this is like, you just see some thugs running at you. I mean, it's horrible. No, who would, it's lucky nobody's been shot, to tell you the truth, because they're not identifying themselves.
Well, exactly. And
I mean,
you know, it's interesting. I wonder, I don't know that there's been any sort of like national statistics or any type of like full-on database, but I wonder how many of these are done in blue states versus red states, because I would imagine, you know, red states they start dealing with their own voters more, and people can start seeing this. I mean, this feels like intimidation tactics to me.
Oh, it sure does. Of course it is. And it's basically scary. It is terrifying people. And by the way, it's not just the immigrant community that's being terrified. In that footage that we just watched, those were not all migrants that were in the streets screaming at those cops and involving themselves. Those were neighbors. Those were just people who lived there going, what is going on in my neighborhood? It's like you said, the city councilman came in. They were calling people, trying to get people to, you know, to gather there to stop this. This is state violence that's happening Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know about you, but I don't, gee, I wonder why. I have watched and read a whole lot about the 1930s in Germany in recent months, and particularly lately. I know it's on my mind, but I got to tell you, this has a very strong echo of things that were happening, that kind of street,
yes,
thing that happened there. That is something that was happening in Germany. Everybody was, and I'm sure a lot of people like us were in Germany at the time. We're going, whoa, what's going on here? Some people were upset, others were cheering them on. And I have never seen anything like this in America. If you would have made that footage black and white, you could easily see that kind of frenzy of people running around and screaming, and these thugs just thuggish, Gestapo agents pushing people and shoving them to the ground and using violence against them. I've never seen anything quite like that in America in those kind of circumstances. I mean, we've certainly seen plenty of police violence, but nothing like this, where it's just some innocent person being abducted off the street, some woman and her teenage daughter being intimidated and kidnapped, essentially, and dragged off. And it's happening all over the place. And you mentioned the blue state, red state thing. It happened in Oklahoma. There was a story that came out of Oklahoma, I think it was a week or so ago.
A family that was, they weren't immigrants.
No, but they were Latino. They were Hispanics, and they had moved there from Maryland. They were citizens. They had moved into that house, and apparently the ICE was after the previous residents of that house who didn't live there anymore. But they went in and terrorized that family. And it made the news in Oklahoma, too. There was a lot of local coverage of it. This is, I think, part of what is spurring we saw all the polls from the 100 days over the last couple of weeks, showing that Trump has lost approval on his immigration policy. And that is a big part of it, I think. I think people are seeing things in their towns, and then they're seeing it on the national news too, and reading about the stories of the guys being, sent off to the gulag in El Salvador and all that. And Americans are seeing this, as for what it is, which is.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why we need more. First off, more, like she was saying, local news. Local news has been utterly decimated, but we need more solidarity. Oh, I almost missed a super chat. Columbia Rican starting us off, breaking the ice on the goal. Imagine if there was an actual Superman. How would we react to all of this with the with this administration and ICE destroying family? Well, that's a good question. We need do you think we need an actual Superman? I think we just need super people. Super pissed off people. Okay, let's go here. CNN from 22 hours ago. Stephen Miller had some words to say about the Trump administration's plans.
Habeas corpus is a legal procedure explicitly mentioned in the Constitution. It allows people to challenge the federal government in court if they've been detained. And one of the president's top aides today, Stephen Miller, confirmed publicly that the White House is exploring this extraordinary step.
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So to say that's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. At the end of the day,
it has nothing to do with whether or not the courts decide whether it's the Trump administration is just playing games with what law means, with what the word, just what words mean. This continued invocation of invasion and war it's beyond disingenuous. They know perfectly well just what the word means, that there is in fact no invasion, but they've been using this language this whole time. But it does not meet any reasonable definition of the word, or of the word war. You know, you can't just say, well, we're at war, we're being invaded, so we're going to suspend the rule of law right now. But that's exactly what they're planning on doing. And in other countries, this shit, the fact is the United States hasn't dealt with fascism perhaps in the same way, and dictatorship in the same way that other countries have. But at some point, we're going to have to confront this shit head on. You know, the suspension of the rule of law is it is an existential threat to this country.
Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts, that's the judicial branch, of jurisdiction over immigration cases. So Congress actually passed, it's called jurisdiction stripping legislation. It passed a number of laws that say that the Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases.
Now, a legal expert that I'm going to talk to in a moment says everything you just heard there from Stephen Miller is not correct. Well, ask Elon why, but I should note that on this premise of this being considered at the White House, as Stephen Miller did confirm there, we're told that President Trump has not explicitly mentioned habeas corpus publicly. We have not actually heard from him say that in front of the cameras, but it is something that he was referencing when we heard from him less than 2 weeks ago, as he was asked about what he wants to do when it comes to the nationwide court orders and injunctions against him.
There are ways to mitigate it, and there's some very strong ways. There's one way that's been used by 3 very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route. But there is one way that has been used very successfully by 3 presidents, all highly respected, and hopefully we don't have to go that way, but there are ways of mitigating that.
Now, while it's still unclear tonight if this is something that the administration is actually going to attempt to do, I should note that both the private discussions that we have confirmed here tonight.
All 3 other times that it's been used has been through actual wars. Actual wars with battlefields. And, you know, in some cases, it could be argued that it wasn't even justified during, you know. So certainly the application of the law during the World War II here in America was not sustained on this country. But this is just some fantasy. It's some fantasy land that they're living in. You know, there is no war. They can't identify. They couldn't identify a single place that is actually taken over by Venezuela in the United States, or by Tren de Aragua or MS-13. You know, they can't identify. You know, if there's an actual war, show us the, you know. Show us all the troops. Show us all the territory that's been taken by Venezuela. You know, identify who these people are. I don't know why they're, you know, playing it all so close to the vest. I mean, geez. We should all be alerted to these problems.
Involving the president, and also what we're hearing from one of his top and most influential aides publicly does show how this is under serious consideration inside the West Wing, at least. My lead source tonight is the New York Times White House correspondent Maggie Haberman. Maggie, obviously, it's no surprise to anyone that Trump has been frustrated by the courts. I mean, he says it publicly. He was tweeting about it this morning, I think. What do you make, though, of the fact that this is even being considered inside the White House?
So we have seen incredibly aggressive posture from this White House for some time, both from President Trump and Stephen Miller. We know that in the prep before the administration began, Stephen Miller spent years trying to figure out ways to get these plans enacted. Allies of the president figured out how to get lawyers who would help him arrive at a yes as opposed to a no. So I'm not surprised to hear them talking about this. However, as you noted, what Stephen Miller said, a lot of it is not correct. Number one, most of the courts, I think all of the courts, I don't think any court has agreed that the U.S. is under invasion. That is how it has been used in the past to suspend habeas corpus regionally. And when Abraham Lincoln did it, it was actually quite controversial, number one. Number two, this absolutely would be challenged. I don't know how you would, cull it just for migrants. And the border is sealed. So they have really undermined their own case in a lot of ways. I think they do have some running room politically on this, but they may run out of it at some point.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make there about the border, because border crossings are at an all-time low due to President Trump's actions. Correct. And what they've taken, and obviously he ran on this. But if they're arguing that the border...
I think they're giving Donald Trump too much credit. I mean, sure. Is there some effect from the Donald Trump administration? Sure. But, oh shit. Columbia Rican with another super chat. This super chat is for the chat. If you're mad at this administration, give me a tomato emoji. Because this administration deserves some rotten tomatoes. Do it. Tomato the administration. Where's the graph? Look. Look at this. I mean, this is the graph. I mean, I don't have the most up-to-date graph here, but this was the graph. August 2024. Biden administration closed the border somewhere around here. Right? And look, I mean, this was August. This was before the election even happened, and it was way back down here, back to like 2019 levels, right? So I think it's a little disingenuous. I think it's people continue to give the credit to the Trump administration for this. The fact is, it's not even all Donald Trump. It really isn't. Just is not.
Is at this point that crime is so low in the United States, but also that there is an invasion happening. A judge may see that and say, I'm not so sure about that logic.
Right, and a number of judges, including a Trump-appointed judge from his first term, have already said that they are misreading, they're overstretching the statute on the Alien Enemies Act, which is what they have used for these controversial deportations. Some of this might just be fear. It's a way to intimidate the courts, which we have seen Trump and Stephen Miller do a lot of. They've been criticizing judges routinely and repeatedly. It also might be.
I don't know why Maggie Haberman even talks about it like that. I mean, they might just be trying to intimidate the courts. That is not what the president should not be intimidating the courts. I mean, that is fucking insane. That is it's fascism, okay? It's dictatorship. The executive branch isn't supposed to be intimidating the courts. It's supposed to be listening to the courts. I mean, they can challenge the courts. They can go to, Supreme Court or whatever else. But trying to intimidate the courts shouldn't be a thing. We shouldn't be able to brush it off like that, in my opinion. Yeah, they might just be trying to intimidate the courts, Totally normal.
To scare migrants and to get migrants to leave. We know that they are trying to get migrants to be willing to go on their own out of concern that they might be arrested. But I don't know how well this would go if they actually attempted it.
Yeah, and one thing that we've seen change in how the president responds to questions on this is what he instead of just answering for himself, as he's done for years now, as you well know, he keeps turning to the attorneys. And he did so in this ABC interview last month. I just want to remind people about how he answered that question.
The law requires that every single person who is going to be deported gets a hearing first.
Well,
do you acknowledge that?
I'll have to ask the lawyers about that. All I can say is this. If you're going to have 21 million people, and if we have to get a lot of them out because they're criminals, we're going to have to act fast. We can't. Do you think we can give 21 million trials? Let's say each trial
no one's
takes
saying
2
that.
weeks.
Terry. Terry should have pushed back on that because no one's suggesting that there be 20 million trials, right? Immigration courts are different than trial court, right? It usually does not rise to the level of trial. It's more of sort of it's a hearing, right? You don't have a full jury. There's a lot less that goes into it, honestly. I'm not saying it's better, but I mean, in terms of reality, no one's asking for 20 million fucking trials. It's just not what's happening.
Is that what you want us to do?
Nope.
That answer paired with Stephen Miller arguing that due process doesn't apply to people who are not U.S. citizens last week stands out to me.
Yeah, and I think you're going to continue to hear that until there is clarity. The Supreme Court doesn't agree with that. The Supreme Court, there have been a number of, it's been very clear that the Supreme Court in the past believes that due process applies to immigrants. They are going to, I think, continue to try to press this on a number of cases, and in a number of ways. They have been actively trying to.
I mean, the court that voted on the case that Maggie Haberman is talking about right now had a very different makeup than the one that it currently exists. And this current iteration of the Supreme Court is not doing nearly enough to push back on this. Honestly, I kind of hate Maggie Haberman. She's not my favorite. Not my favorite person. All right, let's talk about this horrifying instance of DHS activity. I don't know if you heard about this one, but the mayor of Newark, New Jersey was arrested by DHS for, I guess, being outside of a DHS facility.
You cannot push me! You cannot push me! You cannot push me! You cannot push me! You cannot! I got it! Press! It's press! Get back! Get back! Do not touch him! Back up there! Get your hands off of her! What? He just assaulted me! Don't do it!
Here we go. Police, HSI, DHS, all assaulting people outside of a DHS facility while arresting the mayor of Newark.
We are hearing more about Newark, New Jersey's Mayor Ras Baraka and his time while in ICE custody last night. He denies being at the demonstration to protest and says he was never told to leave by Homeland Security.
We expect to hear from the mayor later this morning, and supporters are expected to rally in support of the mayor this afternoon in Manhattan. Christy Kalishian is live outside of the Delaney Hall Detention Facility in Newark with more. Christy?
Elaine, Doug, good morning. In just under an hour, the mayor is expected to be hosting a breakfast here in Newark, where we're hoping to hear a little bit more from him. And court documents show that he was charged with trespassing. And the mayor also has garnered a lot of support in these past few hours from those opposed to the facility.
What's happening now in this country, everybody should be scared of.
Newark Mayor Ross Baraka speaking to those outside of Delaney Hall after he was released Friday night, where he was met with supporters. He says he was outside of the ICE detention center not to protest it, but to support members of Congress who were there to tour it. Acting USDA for New Jersey, Alina Habba, posted on social media that the mayor ignored warnings from Homeland Security to remove himself and that he willingly chose to disregard the law. The mayor, who is also running for New Jersey governor, responding on CNN.
Clearly, that is not the context of what happened. I was there for over an hour in that space, and nobody ever told me to move.
He also said he was treated well while he was detained. The facility.
I would like to understand what it is they mean. But how can it be that the mayor of the city in which this facility exists, a government facility, is in any way not allowed to be on those grounds or outside of them? And how that is somehow a disregarding of the law. I don't understand that. That does not make any sense to me, and I'm fairly certain it's not illegal, and I don't even know what the mayor can or cannot do about what just happened here, but I feel like they should have their facility shut down. I have to move it somewhere else. I don't know, but it's just it's insane. It is fucking insane. The DHS thinks that they have the power to arrest a mayor. It's fucking wild. Alina Habba is, I don't know what they just called her just now, but she also works for Donald Trump. What did they call her just now? She's one of Donald Trump's main advisors.
After he was released Friday night, where he was met with supporters. He says he was outside of the ICE detention center not to protest it, but to support members of Congress who were there to tour it. Acting USDA for New Jersey, Alina Habba, posted on social.
Right. Donald Trump made her the acting U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey. But she's also the counselor to Donald Trump. So I guess you could pick one. But this is fucking bullshit. So fucking pissed. I'm just so sick of this administration completely ignoring the law. Just making up their own law. Just playing games with the Constitution, with our rights. Thinking that it's never gonna blow back. But this is, in some ways, some of the things, some of the tyranny which the founding fathers, started an entire war over. Let's see what this random DHS official had to say.
I want to start here just broadly. What happened there at the facility that justified arresting the mayor of the city of Newark?
Thanks, Victor, for having me. I'm glad I can be here to actually give viewers the facts. What happened as that these members of Congress, including the mayor as well, and a mob of protesters, as there was a bus full of detainees going through the gate, they stormed the gate and actually entered the first security checkpoint. This put law enforcement at risk.
People were getting dragged into the gates. We literally just watched the footage of police dragging people into the gates that she's talking about right now. That is just a lie. That is just a full-on lie.
And this actually put the detainees as well at risk. If any official, including these members of Congress, want to enter the facility and take a tour, DHS is more than accommodating. But just because you're a member of Congress does not mean you can break the law, trespass, put law enforcement at risk, and storm the detention.
Law enforcement was not at risk at all. This is bullshit. This is complete nonsense.
Detention facility. I have yet to hear anyone on this network actually talk about who is in this detention facility. There are members of MS-13.
Who gives a shit who's in the facility? What the fuck is this woman talking about? Why do we need to talk about who it is that's in the defense? But the important question is, why is DHS arresting a mayor of a city? That's the question, right? And why would the presence of the mayor of the city in which this facility exists, any of that, give credence to what just occurred? Shit is so dumb. This is so dumb. The complete hiding of the ball, their attempts to do this is just, it is getting so tired. It is getting so tired. Their continued the continued games that they seem to be interested in playing, trying to shift the narrative from the illegal actions they're taking to the good reasons why those things are, the supposedly their purported reasons. Like, it's like, who cares about whether or not we violated the law? Did you know why we violated the law? That's the argument we're getting over and over again, right? It's like, yeah, who cares? Well, I don't know what the Constitution says, but did you know that there's a rapist, criminal, gang member, terrorist somewhere? That did you know about that? Why aren't you talking about that? Rather than our flagrant, violation of civil rights, due process, whatever else. Why do you want to talk to us about that? We could talk about the reasons why we're doing it. It's like that is no one gives a shit what the reasons why you're doing it are. Let's talk about the cops.
We are back, and we are joined now by Alec Karakatsanis, founder of Civil Rights Corps, author of Copaganda, How Police and the Media Manipulate Our News. Alec, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thanks for having me.
Your book comes out next week. Congratulations. Everybody can pre-order it and check it out, and we'll put a link down below, because you've been a phenomenal writer and have other great books that people can check out. But this is just, it's so prescient and important for people to engage in this topic right now, because we just played with our previous guest this footage of ICE picking up a woman in Maryland, I believe. And she says, "You don't have a warrant. I want to talk to my lawyer." And the ICE agents break her window and open up the car and take her out. And apparently she's been in detention for like 11 days. And so I'm interested in how you observe this current political moment and how propaganda, as you've studied it, has paved the way for the criminalization of immigrants, and it's been used to erode their rights.
Absolutely. My book is really about the role that liberal institutions, so the news media, and I don't focus on the far right media in the book. I focus on sort of mainstream news media that's commonly considered to be liberal or progressive. But my book is really about how do liberal institutions like the news media, academic institutions. I have a lot of stuff in the book about the role that professors and universities play, and nonprofit organizations in kind of accepting and adopting and perpetuating a lot of the underlying assumptions, attitudes, and mythologies of the far right. And they put this sort of liberal veneer on them, but what they're actually doing And there's so many subtle ways this happens every single day in the way the news is reported to us in terms of what stories are told, what stories are not told, what sources are used, what sources aren't used, what language is used, how they're framed. And the combination of all of those things changes our brain chemistry, makes us more susceptible to the authoritarian zeitgeist. And it's very important at this moment for all people of goodwill at this moment of rising fascism to really understand the role that these liberal institutions are playing, because they're walking us off a cliff.
And what are the hallmarks of propaganda that these liberal institutions engage in? I think like people are probably familiar with the local news adage, if it bleeds, it leads, but it feels like that is almost just the tip of the iceberg of how propaganda is in our daily lives and in our news media.
Yes, I mean, this book really came out of our work. I'm a civil rights lawyer. That's really my main job. This stuff, analyzing the news media and police, comes out of that work. It's sort of something I do on the side. But one of the most important things you have to understand, and civil rights lawyers and people who work inside the punishment bureaucracy understand it very well, is the police call themselves law enforcement, but that's really a term of propaganda. They want you to think that a law is broken, a law is enforced. But in reality, the police only enforce some laws against some people some of the time in some places. And the choice over, first of all, what to criminalize and how to criminalize it, but then the choice of where do you look for crimes? You know, for example, over the last 2-3 decades in the United States, there's been more arrests for possession of marijuana than all violent crime combined. The police spend only 4% of all their time on what they call violent crime. And so what you have to understand is that the news media, and I explain this in the book, and I think in a really fascinating chapter about the secret world of police public relations departments. There's a multi-billion-dollar industry sort of influencing, how we think, and they
here in New
feed.
York, that's part of Zoran's campaign pledges. He wants to cut that budget, and people were laughing at him. No, it's significant.
Absolutely. There's over 80 people at NYPD. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department has 42 full-time employees as of a few years ago, working on manipulating the way you see them in the news and in TV. The LAPD has another 27 people. So just the two largest police departments in Los Angeles, and there's dozens more police departments in the LA area. Those two departments alone have 67 people working to manipulate how you experience the reality. And I think that the most important thing to understand is that the distortions in the understanding that police have about safety filter their way into the news. And so what happens with the news is that the news ends up, because of the role of police and a lot of multi-billion-dollar companies that kind of profit off of every step of the way in the criminal system, they focus on certain kinds of threats, but totally ignore other kinds of threats. So they focus a lot on, shoplifting. They created this kind of shoplifting epidemic in the news, right? At a time when actual shoplifting was down, we now know that. And property crime was at near 40-year lows in the United States. And at that time, over the last couple of years, they fomented a panic about retail theft. There were 309 articles about a single theft from a Walgreens in San Francisco a couple of years ago, okay? 309 articles. And at the same time, not a single article about much more serious wage theft by Walgreens of its employees. Wage theft is
Absolutely. I mean, there's countless examples of what he's talking about. I mean, recently, in the last couple of days, we talked about the protests at Columbia. And if, like me, you watched the mainstream media's coverage of it, there wasn't a single... they could have easily gotten the footage of the cops attacking protesters, just literally hauling off on protesters who hadn't attacked, who weren't violent in any way, who were just standing there. They were yelling, but I'm going to point this out to you. If someone yells at you and you decide to punch them in the face, you will probably go to jail.
Illegal.
But that's what happened. But the way that the news media reported it was, there were clashes. They didn't show any of the footage of the clashes. They just claimed, there were clashes between the police and the protesters. Right? It wasn't, protesters were attacked viciously by police. arrested en masse for their First Amendment rights. No, it was more like, the police were just doing their job because these protesters were out of order and they were ruining the educational atmosphere of Colombia.
$50 billion a year problem. That's about 5 to 6 to 7 times, depending on how you count, all other reported property crime combined in the United States. It's completely ignored in the news, even though it's much more consequential.
That is a great way to talk about COVID and its impact on propaganda, right? Because there was a spike in violent crime in the pandemic after there's been precipitous decline for decades, starting to before I was even alive, that crime has been on the decline in the United States. And yes, the once-in-a-lifetime pandemic and the insecurity that it created did result in a kind of 2-year spike in violent crime. Just anecdotally, I got to say, it felt like, and then of course it precipitously declined after that in 2023 and in 2024 across the board, violent crime. And there was an increase, I think, in carjacking last year, but that was an exploitation of a bug in some of the cheaper models of cars that people were exploiting. Like it all fell off a cliff, these statistics. But you had Donald Trump and the Republicans running on crime, and you had even liberals kind of conceding this point without addressing the underlying statistics and what the factors were in causing this increase. And then paired with that, you had what you described, this like bunch of media outlets just taking Target and Walgreens' press releases at face value about why they were losing money, and they blamed it all on shoplifting without evidence. And then quietly, like 6 months later, some trade publication will be like, yeah, like it actually wasn't that. We put a Target in the wrong area of Manhattan, or and it didn't wasn't that profit.
Yeah, but you know, that one article, I don't know, I'm not familiar with the article Emma's talking about, but articles like that get zero coverage. Meanwhile, like Alec here was talking about, you know, one story of shoplifting gets 309 different news stories done about it, right? Hundreds and hundreds of different outlets cover the same instance of shoplifting. But then when it turns out they were all fucking wrong, there's just crickets.
For us, so we blamed it on shoplifting or whatever. Like, that was a whole multi-year propaganda effort, really, in my view, from 2020 to 2024.
Probably the most important piece of propaganda, if I had to pick one, in contemporary news discourse, is that fluctuations in police-reported crime, which again is only a tiny sliver of all the actual harm to people in the world, right? But fluctuations in police-reported crime, we are told by the news media, have to do with things like policing and bail reform and like length of sentences. And like, you know, there was a whole propaganda spree around progressive prosecutors, like leading to the recall of a prosecutor in San Francisco. The idea that somehow his policies are affecting crime, that is like climate change denial, okay? There's a global warming like scientific consensus that the actual drivers of interpersonal harm in our world are not like how police are like walking the beat, or how many people police are arresting this year versus last year, or what a prosecutor's policies are, or whether this.
Yeah, no, it is an insane version of gaslighting, sort of fantastical thinking that people buy into more than they genuinely should. If they had any level of skepticism or media criticism sort of understanding, you know, but it is laughable to think, to genuinely accept the framing that a DA, like that somehow criminals are like getting together in like back rooms somewhere and saying, oh, this liberal prosecutor, if we commit this crime, we're not even going to have to go to jail. right? Let's all go and do this crime because there's no way we get prosecuted. Like, it is insane. It's insane, right? Or that individually, even people are saying, I'm never gonna have anything bad happen if I commit this crime because of liberal prosecutors. No one's saying that to themselves. That's not a real thing.
Sentence you can get for a crime is 8 years or 6 years or 4 years. The actual drivers of harm are big things about our society, like poverty and inequality. Access to healthcare is huge. You know, the single biggest driver in a lot of the research, in terms of like the number of actual arrests for interpersonal violence, is like access to healthcare for poor people. So you can actually look in these states that have expanded Medicaid. They've done these studies. Dramatically reduces police-reported crime if you expand Medicaid. Things like early childhood education have a huge effect on crime for years. Things like isolation and loneliness and toxic masculinity, all of these things are shown in the research to actually be the drivers of crime. Another big one is exposure of children to lead. So
that aligned with the taking out of lead in paint and other and some replacing of pipes. Sorry, in the back half of the 20th century. Just wanted to put that out there.
And unleaded gasoline. Unleaded gasoline was one of the big it looks like from the research that like taking lead out of gasoline was a huge driver of lower crime. So
you're gonna guess that most people do not know who well, that's exactly my point. This is exactly my point here. I mean, like most people, if you ask them, they couldn't name, and I'm not saying this is a good thing, I'm just saying that in America, people barely know who the mayor or the governor is, right? Or who their senators are, let alone local prosecutors, right? It's a laughable suggestion. All right. Speaking of police, let's talk about what Texas has been doing with DHS and with how do I put this? Let's just go here to the I'm fairly certain this is the House committee, if I'm not mistaken.
These are the things that actually drive crime.
Christy Nome was here at this hearing.
The floor is yours for questions.
Thank you, Chairman,
House
and thank you, Madam
Appropriations
Secretary,
Committee.
for being here. I hope you know how committed this committee is to working alongside you and the President to get this done.
So
and here we have
committed.
the Chairman of the full committee sitting throughout the entire duration. So this is just the first of many things. I want to thank you for making your first official trip as Secretary. You went to the border, right? You went to Del Rio in my
Thank you.
district, and
Thank
you
you
saw
so
it
much.
firsthand. You're
Puppy
not new
killer.
to this as governor. You were very active along that. So on that note, I want to get your opinion on states being reimbursed for some of the fundings, particularly Texas. What are your thoughts on Texas being reimbursed for some of the funding that we've had to pay for this?
Yeah, it's been incredible, the partnership that Texas.
I love this framing. I love this one. Like we love you so much, Christy, and all the great work you're doing. But what about our local police departments who have helped you in these illegal seizures of people and detentions without due process? What about them? Can we get some money back for that? I love that they didn't ask ahead of time, and now that they're in the House Appropriations Committee. Wow. Yeah. Here's the thing about DHS. Not a money-making organization. They just spend it. They spend money to pick up people who are oftentimes contributing to the economy. They do not... There's not a money-making operation at all. They just take taxpayer money and light it on fire.
Has put together with the federal government and how they stepped up so many times when the Biden administration did not secure our border. Texas filled the gap. And when I was governor, I deployed my National Guard there to facilitate and help, as well as did other governors in the country. and did what we could to get by until we had a new president that truly cared about keeping America safe. There have not been any decided decisions on reimbursing states, but I know many of the governors have asked for it, and we've appreciated.
Puppy killer, no decided decisions. Oh, God. What are you even doing over there?
Decisions on reimbursing states, but I know many of the governors have asked for it, and we've appreciated their help. And so that's an ongoing conversation with every, new agreement or new ask we have of states. If we're asking them to commit to the 287G program, seeing what we can do to help meet their financial needs is incredibly important. If it's asking the National Guard to step up,
it doesn't sound super rosy here for this guy, poor Republican Texas House member. I don't think they're gonna. It doesn't sound like they're gonna be getting the money back. I could be wrong.
to help meet their financial needs is incredibly important. If it's asking the National Guard to step up or even past spending that they've incurred, I know that President Trump is appreciative of the efforts and the partnerships and wants to continue those conversations.
Yeah, representing nearly half of the southern border, we've been ground zero for it. And Texas, but it's not just Texas. I mean, you mentioned your home state. Everyone has really pitched in a big way, and it's not fair. For the last 4 years, a lot of our states have been on our own and had to pay out of pocket. I think it's a great opportunity for the federal government to reimburse some of these states. I'm certainly committed to making sure Texas gets reimbursed for some of the funding we've done.
Wow. I love how these Republican states are like looking for a freaking handout for doing something that they clearly want to do. I mean, if you want to get it done, use your fucking state funds on it. If DHS isn't getting it done in a way that you find to be acceptable, then use that state money. I don't know why you're here asking for DHS's money. They're already running out of money from what I hear.
Along the border. I'll tell you what, it was very difficult to get anything out of your predecessor every time he came before this committee, other than lying to us and saying the border was secured when we know it wasn't. One thing that we did get out, last year I submitted a letter to the ICE director asking him how many convicted criminal illegal aliens were in our country, and this is what I got back. This is literally part of his response. Your letter requested the number of non-citizens on ICE's docket convicted or charged with a crime. As of July 21st, 2024, there were 662,566 non-citizens with criminal histories on ICE's national docket. That was nearly a year ago. Do you by chance have any?
Wait, only 400,000? Donald Trump told me there was like 80 times as much as that. Wait, no. 30? There's like, didn't Donald Trump tell us there were 20 million criminals? Illegal criminal, what are we calling them? Illegal criminal migrants or whatever? I mean, but now it's all the way down to 400,000. That sounds like a lot less. I don't know if the math checks out right now.
Updated numbers on how many convicted criminal aliens we still have loose in the country?
We believe we have more than that and are continuing to do an assessment. And of course, every day we continue to see crimes in this country that are perpetuated by individuals that we didn't necessarily know that we are here. What I will
Okay. I just love this. So at this House Appropriations Committee, they got Kristi Noem, Secretary Puppy Killer, R.I.P. Cricket. And they're saying, hey, Kristi, we've been spending a bunch of money lately to do our own sort of stuff, using our own police departments to go after migrants. Can you give us some money? Can we get paid back for that stuff that no one asked us to do? How's that? Can we get that done? Can we get like a couple $1 billion? I love that. So we're gonna. The math isn't really mathing for me right now. When you add up all of the Trump administration's current and proposed plans, I mean, they're planning to gut the budget, right? But also give a multi-trillion-dollar tax break to the rich, which is going to negate all of those cuts to the budget that they're supposedly going to do that aren't going to cut Medicaid and Medicare, even though much of the cuts are being directed to the very committee that oversees the payment of Medicaid and Medicare, then we're running this other scheme with DHS, trying to get rid of people who already contribute to the economy and to taxes. But that organization is running out of money. But now we have states asking for DHS to bail out their budgets because they were doing immigration enforcement with local police agencies. But somewhere something's gonna have to give. Oh right, can't forget the tariffs. Yeah, no, the math really doesn't math right now. It does not math at all. Weird. All right, now let's talk about one man who was detained by DHS, who is now, at least for now, a free man. Went on to PBS NewsHour for an interview. Mohsen Madawi.
Laura, I know you spoke with another student who was recently released from detention, Mohsen Madawi. What did he have to say?
That's right. Last week, Madawi was released from prison in Vermont after a federal judge ruled that the government continuing to hold him presented a great harm to his person who has not been charged with a crime. So like Ozturk, he was not charged. Now, Madawi is a green card holder, and he was arrested by agents at his naturalization interview in April. Now, the Trump administration maintains that his role in leading protests on Columbia University against the war in Gaza posed, again, a foreign policy threat to the United States. Now, Madawi is still facing the threat of deportation. He is allowed to travel to Colombia.
The lovers of free speech are making... I cannot believe that they continue to make this argument that somehow free speech is endangering the Trump administration, the foreign policy of the United States of America. Free speech, the First Amendment is apparently a threat to America.
Illegal. For his graduation later this month, and he's also allowed to travel for meetings with his attorneys. But I spoke to Mohsen Madawi last night about his experience. Mohsen, you were detained for more than 2 weeks. Can you tell me about your experience in detention in a place where you lived for years?
My experience actually has conflicting feelings about it. The first one is being grateful for being in Vermont among my community and close to legal support and going through the due process here and through the justice system. And the other one is feeling the soreness of this injustice to be basically punished for practicing free speech.
You said that you thought that your citizenship interview last month was a, quote, trap. Why did you still go?
I was torn apart between feeling excited for this interview that I waited for more than a year and being very cautious about the possibility that this interview might lead to my detention. Part of me felt that that there might be people in this system of immigration who see my activism for what it is. That is, it is an activism against war and for peace. On the other hand, I also wanted to take the shot because I knew that being detained in Vermont, if I lined up everything perfectly with my legal team, I could go through the process and fight for my rights on fair grounds. I would say that I have done everything correctly. I have lived in this country, paid taxes, never committed a crime. I have studied in this country, built the bridges, connected with many communities, and I really wanted to give it a fair shot and see if I can become a citizen.
Mohsen, the administration has said that your presence in the U.S. would have serious adverse foreign policy consequences. And in a memo obtained by the New York Times, Secretary of State Marco Rubio went further, saying that your activities could, quote, potentially undermine the Middle East peace process. What's your reaction to their argument?
I mean, it's just, honestly, it is just so stupid. It is so freaking stupid. They have not actually established any with any veracity the supposed threat that he poses to national security and or the Middle East peace process. I just don't I don't understand the argument. What is it that he's doing that is threatening that peace process? I'm just trying to think of what anybody could do. Any like a single person at a protest could do to undermine that, right? And in what way? Right? Like what in what way is it being undermined? Like none of that's actually being spelled out in with any clarity. But what are we supposed to take from that exactly? Right? I mean, how, like where is what line is being crossed exactly that threatens that peace process, that the Trump administration is doing literally nothing to push forward, right? Like we're talking about the same Trump administration that has said nothing about Israel's violation of the ceasefire agreement for the last 2 months. We're talking about the same Trump administration that is allowing an American to continue to be in Gaza and not complain about it, to watch Israel commit more crimes against humanity, whether it's the blockade or the targeting of civilians. The same Trump administration that, I mean, they facilitated ever since the Trump administration got in. I mean, they've barely lifted a finger. Okay, was there a short ceasefire? Yeah. But during that time, what did Donald Trump say? During the ceasefire, Donald Trump literally said we should ethnically cleanse Palestinians from the area. How does that help with the peace process? Right? But like somebody at a protest just saying free Palestine, what does that do? Does that get Israel to I mean, does that tell Hamas in Gaza, there's protesters at Columbia saying free Palestine, that means that we don't have to work towards peace? That I don't know what else it is. What exactly is it? I'm at a loss. I have no clear understanding of that, and that's intentional, right? They just don't like what he's saying. It doesn't threaten shit. It just doesn't. They just do not like the words that are being said by someone. The supposed lovers of free speech. Yeah. But things are getting a little bit spicy in the courts.
So hot right now.
That's the one I meant to hit. Yeah. Let's talk about that.
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Pleasure to welcome back to the program Mark Joseph Stern, Slate senior writer, who of course covers the Supreme Court and is co-host of the podcast Amicus or Amicus.
Amicus.
You pick your choice.
My official title is co-pilot, and we say amicus.
I say it
in our corner
amicus,
of the world.
like
but you are allowed to
Is it
say
in the
amicus
correct
and be
corner of
wrong.
the world? Is it co-pilot or co-pilot? All right, doesn't matter. Moments ago, we just heard that the Supreme Court stayed an order to rehire some segment of the federal workers. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that. we might as well start there and just work back, because the past 24 hours there's been a lot of activity on that. Begin to give us a sense of where the Supreme Court's going to fall on stuff that's really, I think, it's sort of shocking even for them, or maybe it isn't. But let's start with that first ruling that just happened.
Yeah, so the Supreme Court blocked a lower court order that had required the federal government, as you said, to rehire about 16,000 employees who were probationary, which just means basically that they had been hired within the last year, or they had been promoted to their position within the last year. When Trump came in, notoriously, his Office of Personnel Management, which is basically the federal HR bureau, ordered these agencies to just indiscriminately fire almost all of their probationary workers. The Office of Personnel Management has no power to do that, which is why the federal judge here blocked the mass termination. But the Supreme Court just stepped in and froze his order.
Yeah, that Supreme Court keeps doing a lot of work for Donald Trump. Columbia Regan, another sweet super chat. I think you're the only person who has contributed to the goal tonight, carrying us to the finish line. Almost 3 of 5 already. The right wing seems to be getting their free speech talking points from at Mongowid, a bunch of I have no idea. Oh, Asmongold. I just that broke me. I wasn't immediately able to decipher that code speak. Thank you for the super chat, Columbia Regan. I do not pay attention to Asmongold one bit. I have no idea what that guy is saying from like literally could not identify a single talking point of his. If I wanted to. I don't know the last time I listened to that man's content. I mean, he's just a vapid sort of, greasy groiper. I don't really, I mean, I just don't have time for his shit.
Entirely based on standing, not the merits. And I understand why. So the plaintiffs here were a group of organizations, like nonprofits, that claimed that they worked with the government, and that by firing all these probationary workers, the government would be unable to meet the needs of these third-party organizations. And the Supreme Court basically said, by what seems to be a 7-2 vote, that those organizations did not have standing to file this lawsuit. So we have to go back to the drawing board. It's a really big blow to these employees. I will note some of them are covered by a separate injunction by a federal judge in Maryland, but it is nonetheless certainly a setback in this case.
Is this the only case that's been brought on behalf of these probationary employees?
No. And so the complicating factor here is that the employees themselves and their unions have also sued, but there has been a conflict in the lower court.
Is that in Rhode Island?
That is in Maryland and in California, and I'm not sure if there's one in Rhode Island. Sorry. But the issue here is that there are these federal panels, like the Merit Systems Protection Board, that are supposed to be responsible for resolving unfair and unlawful terminations of federal employees and union members. And so thus far, the federal courts have told the actual employees that have sued, you can't come to us, you have to go to these federal boards. That's why the judge here found that these third-party organizations had standing and said. But the issue is that Trump has illegally fired members of these boards that are supposed to resolve these disputes.
Yeah. And this is one of these instances. It's not certainly not the only way that this has happened, but like there's been multiple instances where this has basically been what the Trump administration has done, where where Donald Trump's gutting of these agencies, how do I put it? Like the inefficiency, or not the inefficiency, the inability of our system to address some of these things before they've actually happened, right? it's one of those things that is incredibly frustrating to me. But it is the way that our system is set up. Specifically, the judicial system can't litigate in what's the word? Like in advance, right? Before something, you can't take something to court before it happens. It has to happen first. But specifically as it relates to how our government functions outside of the judiciary, when it comes to Donald Trump's firing of this or that group of people from this or that agency that they're trying to dismantle, like, you can see the inability of the judiciary to be able to handle this in a reasonable way, right? And the fact is that when it wouldn't be as important if we had, I don't know, legislators with a conscience, with a backbone. But since we have Congress right now, which is just filled with Republicans who are here to, chortle while they fillet Donald Trump and his billionaire buddies, hoping to be able to gobble up some money for themselves, all the sort of enrichment and corruption that's going on in the Trump administration. They're not doing garbage. They're not doing a fucking thing. And the fact is, most of them agree with the dismantling of many of these agencies. And, so they're just allowing all this to happen. They could in fact stop Donald Trump. Sort of in advance, unlike the courts. But without them, we're just left sitting here watching it. And the options for the people are watch and do nothing, which is not great. We could, in 2 years, vote people out of Congress, which is probably a little too delayed for many. But the rest of the options are things like, I don't know, revolution. That... like, I mean, sure, there's like low court, local stuff that can be done in the meantime, but this is all happening really, really fast, and it's all really destructive. Not just to people's lives, but to the system itself. It's supposed to protect us. Shit, Scouts with a sweet, sweet super chat. Has the Membies come home yet? Has the Membies come home? Which Membies? Oh, I think the memberships did go through. I didn't see them pop up in chat, but I counted this afternoon. And I think we did technically, I think those went out to some people. I think Donald Duck got one of them. I'm not sure which 5 or 6 people got them, but it did. I think it looks like it updated overnight somehow, and some people received the messages. If that's what you're talking about. I don't know if this is just sort of a general statement about Membies. That gets us to 4. 1 left to get the goal completed. All right, let's keep listening to more of this.
Depriving them of a quorum and preventing them from actually ordering the rehiring of unlawfully terminated employees. So Trump has sort of put these plaintiffs in a catch-22. They're told in federal court, you can't sue because you have to go to these boards, but then they go to the boards and they're told, we can't do anything because Trump illegally fired us all and we don't have a quorum.
And so are they bringing actions against the Trump administration to reinstate?
Oh, actually, that was a double. That was a golden super chat. So that technically completes the goal, but I won't end it because I know chat likes I know Space Fams like the chat confetti, so I'll leave it up, but that counts as 5. That counts as 5. I'll give it to you, even though an Aussie dollar is technically less than a US dollar. For like 30%.
The people on these federal boards so that they can go to the federal boards and...
Yes, and just yesterday, the D.C. Circuit reinstated 2 individuals on these federal boards, but that is this big looming question that's facing the Supreme Court about whether independent agencies can exist, and the Supreme Court is going to have to decide whether or not these individuals can actually be put back in place. And I think there's a good chance the Supreme Court will say no and say that Trump has unilateral constitutional authority to fire anybody he wants from independent agencies under some magical provision of Article 2 that the Federalist Society discovered 20 years ago.
So then these workers theoretically go back to the courts and say, the remedy that was available to us before no longer exists. And so now you got to hear the case because these agencies don't functionally exist. And therefore there's no conflict.
You got it. That is the next step.
So
that is a step
pedantic.
the plaintiffs are already preparing. And that is a step
That is the problem with the courts, or with our current moment, like we just talked about. This nonsense is going to fly until either Congress grows a spine or the Supreme Court decides to actually rule in a more definitive way on things. It doesn't allow Donald Trump to continue playing these games, but they don't really want to. They don't really want to go against Donald Trump. They may pretend that they care about the Constitution and shit, but I think the argument could be pretty easily made that they don't actually care about the Constitution. Just when it's convenient for them, or when it inflates their ego or their importance, do they ever really seem to care?
The judge in this case that we're talking about has already basically previewed. He has said from the bench, I think that it is a sham to claim that these employees can go to these boards when the boards have been paralyzed, and I am preparing to issue a ruling on the matter soon. So this case is far from over.
I imagine that judge is now going to be moving even that much quicker, right? Because these probationary employees, and again, reminder, when you talk about efficiency and, for government, firing all the people who've been just recently found to be so good that they're going to be promoted, and firing them basis on the fact that they've been promoted because now they're in the new job and they're so-called probationary, suggests like you're not looking for the most efficient thing, obviously. But
yeah, and that's putting it pretty generously.
Yeah, it is quite generous. But Sam's a generous guy. But yeah, I mean, one might say, if you're being ungenerous, that they are actively and intentionally going after the best employees that actually keep these agencies functional and running. Because they don't want them to function. Let's see what Caroline Levitt had to say over the Ministry of Truth as it relates to recent ruling in the Ramesa Ozturk
Does the administration
case.
have any response to the news today that a federal judge has ordered the immediate release of Ramesa Ozturk from detention, and particularly his comments that the government submitted no evidence other than an op-ed that Ozturk wrote last year?
I will have to check in with the Department of Homeland Security on that particular case, but I think our overall feeling we've made quite clear that lower level judges should not be dictating the foreign policy of the United States.
This is not foreign policy. This is not for. It's almost like Caroline didn't go to school for this. She says a lot of stuff like this, where it's like, Caroline, do you understand how the government works? But no, Caroline doesn't seem to understand that people on U.S. soil, just average civilian types, that's not foreign policy. That is the opposite of foreign policy. It's on U.S. soil. That's American. What do you call it? I can't think of words now. Internal policy. What's the word for that? Why can't I think of the word for that? Oh my God, my brain is broken.
And we absolutely believe that the President and the Department of Homeland Security are well within their legal rights to deport illegal immigrants. As for visa revocations, the Secretary of State has the right to do that as well. It is a privilege, not a right, to come to this country on a visa. But I'll check in on the specific case. My office will.
No one has ever. This is what Donald Trump is doing is unprecedented with the visas, right? Yeah, technically, the Secretary of State does have jurisdiction or the authority to revoke visas. Never has somebody's visa been revoked for free speech up until Donald Trump taking office the second time. You know, and it goes against everything that this nation is supposed to be about. And here's a question. Why would anybody come to the United States seeking a visa anymore for school or for otherwise business purposes if they're not allowed to speak freely while on U.S. soil? Oh, God. This sort of policy is absolutely going to ruin this country. But she didn't at all address. She just, honestly, I mean, I guess she addressed it by saying that it was completely justified. But she didn't really address the facts that Mesa Ozturk was being held for no other reason than having written an op-ed. She just wrote words on a page and published it. All right, now it's the weekend. It's Saturnday, so I figured I would throw in a little bit of fun. Let's watch Tim Pool try and understand words.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Is this new?
Yeah, this is from 4 days ago.
Oh my God.
Only 700,000 views on it.
You'll recall when I was last on Tim Pool's program, one of the things we talked about is I complained to him that he spends so little time talking about stuff that are meaningful, like Social Security, although he did opine on it after reading 2 paragraphs of an article.
Ooh.
That was his words, not mine. And I said, well, you spend so much time on the notion of civil war in this country. He's been saying there's a civil war for, I would say, close to 10 years, or that one's going to happen. And I still don't think that there's going to be a civil war in this country. But I guess if it gets him on to trigonometry.
I mean, we have mass shootings, some of which are politically motivated. We have issues.
We have militias.
Yeah, right.
Without a doubt. But that's not a civil war per se. But here's Tim Pool. Remember, you got to feel for Tim because his favorite band turned out to
be led by a trans person.
Be led by a trans person. That was very hard for him to deal with. And he thought a couple of years ago, I'm going to be making all this money from Russia. He didn't know it was from Russia at the time. It was from Gerard Depardieu or somebody like that. And then all that money went away. And so he's got to get back to the Civil War thing. Here he is. Also, you know what else I notice? He's wearing the exact same sweatshirt, too, every day. Come on! Wasn't he wearing that same one the other day that we were looking at?
It is fascinating to me, but Tim Pool's got his own priorities, right? Beanie money. I don't know how much money he's spending on beanies, but that skate park, that compound's got to cost a lot of money to keep, actively lit with, God, I have no idea what his expenses on that must be, but he's got to put his money where it's important, right? Skate park money, clothing money. I mean, which is more important?
Clip of him.
Sometimes he has a blazer over the hoodie, but yeah.
Okay.
Like Abraham Lincoln was the bad guy, or do we say
he's talking about how Abe Lincoln suspended habeas corpus in the course of the Civil War?
Oh, so in other words, there was an actual war going on in the country, and Lincoln suspended habeas corpus.
Illegal.
Okay.
In times of war, a wartime president makes difficult decisions which are outside what our principles purport to be.
But we're not in a time of war.
And it's also as well, Tim. No, we're not.
So
Tim, can I just make a point? And this
we are in
is
time of war.
Right. Okay. We'll come to that in a second. When the government takes away rights, it is very difficult, if not almost impossible, for you to get them back. Can we just agree that?
Yes.
So you are willing to give up rights in this society for the government to then come in and then enact against the enemies.
When have humans ever not done that?
What I love about this argument that we're getting from right-wingers right now is that it's a massive shift. It is a huge shift. In the last decade, Republicans, right-wingers have gone from being, I don't know if anybody, here, I'm sure plenty of people are, in fact, now I think about it, but I don't know. I'm sure plenty of people here had seen at least Alex Jones videos in the past, but if you go back like a decade or more, but for many years, Alex Jones during the Obama presidency, not just Alex Jones, but all sorts of people like that, Glenn Beck, they were constantly talking about Obama's plans for martial law and how U.S. citizens were going to be getting stopped in the streets, having their rights stripped from them, and were fear-mongering about this shit constantly, just constantly. And now it's actually happening, but under a Republican president, basically. And they're now justifying it. And it's very strange. I don't know. What is the distinction here? Where is Alex Jones?
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Give me one example. One.
In civilized society.
Not true. In World War II.
Not true. He said 3 words. He said 3 words. In civilized society. Not true. Not true.
Society.
Not true. In World War II.
Let's pause it. Hold on for 1 second. This is. He wants an example of when people have never taken away.
It's funny because he's listing exceptions, right?
Well, that's the thing. It's like a double negative, right? When have
Prove
humans
this double
not taken
negative.
away habeas corpus?
It's like, well, I can mention the time that it was in Civil War, and also, okay, I'll do another example, which was World War II, which is again, like, also we shouldn't have done a lot of things that we did do during World War II.
Well, I think we can look back in all of our history and say there were things that we shouldn't do,
Right.
like slavery, like extermination and genocide of Native Americans. Like internment, like
The current immigration stuff.
Jim Crow laws, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I'm not even necessarily convinced that once you suspend rights, they never come back. It'd be much harder to put people into concentration camps, at least I like to think so, that are American citizens today. It may not be, but I would like to think it would be a little bit more difficult. It's going to be even tricky for them to put undocumented immigrants in mass concentration camps in this country. I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to be able to, but there's going to be, I think, probably a little bit more pushback. Now, maybe if we were at war with El Salvador or something, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a scenario, but we're not at war right now by any stretch of the imagination or any definition. Let's put it this way. If we're at war right now, there is no time where we've never been at war.
Yeah.
Good.
Give me one example. One.
In civilized society.
Not true. In World War II, the United States implemented the U.S. Office of Censorship and banned people from
It's interesting that you say this because all anti-Ukraine people in America keep calling Zelensky a dictator for having martial law, which is in line with the Ukrainian constitution, and not having an election like the UK didn't
he
have.
declared it, and the Constitution says that he can declare it and Congress can uphold it. There's an argument that it can be, he can overturn it.
Well, my point is...
But I agree, in time of war, presidents do crazy things.
But you're stretching the definition of war way beyond its remit.
No, I'm not. It's called fifth and sixth generational warfare. So...
Fifth and sixth generational warfare. What a fascinating term.
We have technological advances in conflict, and they alter how we perceive what war is. If you go back to the earliest days, what is the purpose of a conflict? Why do wars happen? Sometimes they're silly. You don't believe in the same God as me, so you must be destroyed. I mean, these are war.
I mean, what we're doing here is basically a war against Tim Pool. You know, sitting here using a multi-faceted approach. Cyber is basically cyber warfare is what we're doing against Tim Pool right now.
Usually silly, but they have to do with cultural cohesion, so they come from somewhere from an evolutionary psychological perspective. But typically it's resource conflict. Resource is the principal driver. I do think it's absolutely hilarious that the East India Trading Company engaged in warfare that was...
So wait, resource conflict. Does that mean that what Donald Trump has been doing vis-a-vis, say, Ukraine or the trade war? I know we call it a trade war, but nobody is suggesting that that's the same thing as invading a country. It's weird. I wonder if Tim would accept that as a premise, that Donald Trump has started a war with the entire planet, a real war. And that they can return fire with bullets. I'm just wondering, is that that's basically what he's saying, right? Is that, even if it's not an actual war, it's still a war, even if it's multiple layers removed from what most people would accept as being a war. Columbia Rican getting the freaking confetti up in here. That is beautiful. That is gorgeous. That is gorgeous. Thank you. There's a little confetti for you here. The biggest pet peeve I have about right-wingers and Tim Pool is a perfect example, is asking a question and never giving you a chance to answer. Well, the purpose of asking a question isn't to get an answer for the thing that you've posed. It's for feeding a narrative. It's for prop clipping, okay? You ask a question so you can prop clip it, okay? When your opponent cannot respond properly, you prop clip it and you put it on the internet and you make money from the clicks. Obviously, I'm being facetious.
And the death of 50,000 people because black peppercorn was a delicacy, was a luxury in Europe and UK. But typically it's, I don't have enough food or water, and I will take it, and my people will not die. I don't care how I have to get it. And it's the same thing you see at the root level with a man who steals bread.
Oh, so we're going to pause it for 1 second. Wait a second. I just want you to know, I think what he was arguing is that we're at war right now. Instead, he clearly has boned up for this and studied about what is war about. And I'm going to I don't know what he read or listened to and memorized for this interview. But he's so excited to be able to project that he is smart enough to know that war is about resources unless it's not. And it's just about, my God's better than your God. And peppercorn, that was one of the anecdotes that amused me about the peppercorns. But the question is, how is it that we're at war? And he's basically come up with a new definition of war, a more modern definition, which is war that is so subtle that we don't know about it. Now, people used to call this economic war. Or just trade.
Also, lawfare is another sort of type of thing.
Without a doubt. Diplomacy. Diplomacy is really just sixth generation war.
If you think about it, we actually have been doing World War III for the last...
It's a war of words.
Quote Clausewitz. But even though I do actually happen to have the quote right here. All right, let's continue.
family is hungry or whatever, we still frown upon it. So the generations of warfare, they evolve. We see the advents of new technologies and new methodologies in warfare all the time. If the purpose of warfare is to secure control of a population so you can control its resources, a tendency for that reason, sometimes it's, you know, my God is better than your God, and your people must adhere to my worldview and my beliefs. So in the United States, we are going through, and this is not my opinion, this is academics who have assessed what warfare is.
Oh, okay. Whoa, okay.
Academics.
Well, wait a second. If it's academics who decided this, well then, hello, okay.
I'm not going to name
I
one
mean,
of them.
Yeah. All the academics, too, have lined up. We all have met and have decided, excuse me while I draw on my pipe, that Tim Pool is correct in his assessment of our new type of war.
I believe it was Foucault who said, actually, diplomacy is the same thing as war.
Illegal.
Oh, shit. We still got confetti going on over here. That's too much confetti.
That's too much, man!
Okay. All right, let's take a quick. We're gonna take a quick break here, but we'll be right back with the space content after these brief messages. So stick around. Well, I do hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't yet, hit the like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon too, so you get the latest galactic notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. We are slowly climbing our way back up. I checked it before the stream, and we are, I think, 11 members away. Not from a 19th emote, but from getting us to the point where we are working towards a 19th emote. We lost some ground at the beginning of the month. A bunch of gifted memberships fell off, and people failed to restart them themselves. We are getting closer and closer, thanks to a lot of generous people yesterday gifting memberships. We got, of course, Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions and the on-screen celebrations. But due to last month's debacles with software issues, latency problems with the stream, we did not do as many streams as I should have last month. And due to that, we're having some galactic financial problems trying to keep everything afloat here in low Earth orbit. So my recommendation to everyone, if you are considering about donating, do consider first things like Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. All three are ways in which I will see that money immediately, if not sooner. Also, all three do not take nearly as large of a cut. Patreon takes a tiny fraction of what YouTube and Twitch takes. But of course, the best way is, of course, Patreon to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. $3 a month will get you an avatar, a shout out, and much, much more. So, make your choice on how you want to support GNN. Enjoy this break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. everybody here knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get in your seat, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss the latest galactic content, which is about to begin immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Sooner. Alright, let's watch a little bit more of that Majority Report video. It's the weekend. It's a time. It's a good time for Majority Report. And a little bit more Tim Pool, not understanding how, like a lot of regular sort of concepts one might have learned in, I don't know, high school or college. Two places Tim didn't really spend a lot of time at.
Good. 6th, which we are going through, and this is not my opinion, this is academics who have assessed what warfare is. You get to 4th and 5th generational warfare, and now 6th, which people are going to argue it as we form these ideas in academia. 6 may change, but 4th and 5th have to do with online political manipulations, manipulations of influence technologies, and use of insurgency. Today, it's fair to say that we are in a kinetic conflict, civil strife.
So, I mean, the fact is, what Tim Pool just said, in some ways, describes what he does. I'm not suggesting that he's got some insurgent group, but this guy, like Sam mentioned before, this guy has talked about civil war so many times. I genuinely don't know what number to put on it. But this guy uses, what was it, internet, digital mediums to to foment. What was it again? I gotta hear that again. What was it? What were we calling it? Kinetic something?
6th, which people are going to argue it as we form these ideas in academia. 6 may change, but 4th and 5th have to do with online political manipulations, manipulations, technologies, and
influence technologies. That literally describes Tim Pool's very job. So Tim Pool is actually waging, what was it, 5th generational warfare? My God.
Illegal.
Today, it's fair to say that we are in a kinetic conflict. Civil strife began several years ago in the United States. Civil strife is not civil war, but there are many people dying. One of the easiest examples, of course, is Aaron Danielson took 2 bullets to the chest from a far leftist Michael Reinhold with a communist tattoo on his neck for no reason.
Pause it for a second. So one guy getting shot.
That's a war.
And wasn't that like 4 years ago?
It's a shot heard around the world.
Wasn't that 4 years ago?
I don't even know if it's the actual violence, though. He's saying, like, the internet, the engaging on the internet. Like, this
No. There's kinetic activity right now, which constitutes a 6th generation war, according to academics. Russ, it's...
All of the academics are saying,
I just want to be careful, because it seems like we might be engaging now in an active war.
This could be...
This is 6th generational...
Maybe by the 7th generation.
There's kineticism here. There's kineticism. There's some other good examples. Wait, let's continue on here. I want to hear about this.
Chest from a far leftist Michael Reinhold with a communist tattoo on his neck for no reason. And now we have the swattings of conservatives and the firebombings of Tesla facilities.
If it's for no reason, that can't be a war. Wars generally have reasons. If a guy shoots somebody for no reason whatsoever, that's not a war. That's just a senseless act of violence, Tim. That's so dumb. This is one of the dumbest. I mean, Tim Pool really does bring it. Really does bring the stupidity at a top tier level.
For the specific goal of destroying a company for political reasons, for which now Tesla stock has gone down. Partially, it's not the only reason. And we've seen Tesla evicted from the Vancouver Auto Show out of fear of terror attacks.
Oh, wait a second. I didn't know about the eviction of the Vancouver Auto Show.
Oh, my God.
Oh, whoa.
Sorry, I got to take your mic down a little bit.
Oh, boy. That was a problem.
Yeah.
We got to cut that out of the audio.
Sam just blasted himself. No one else heard it. No one else heard it. Oh, it's so stupid. It's so very stupid. Now, while people like Tim Pool try and justify the illegal actions of Donald Trump and the fake war / invasion I'm trying to make sense of it through words. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure Tim Pool understands what they mean. I mean, kinetic refers to actual, like, violence, right? And an actual not just violence, but combat violence, right? Like guns and bombs type of violence, right? And Venezuela is not invading the United States, okay? Mexico is not invading the United States. Because, right, MS-13's from Mexico, and Tren de Aragua, supposedly from Venezuela. Neither country invading. No troops. No guns and bombs involved in this supposed fictitious invasion. Sixth-generational invasion. But you know, while Tim Pool tries to make sense of things, Americans are already making sense of things to some degree. Here's the AP from yesterday. Most Americans disapprove of Trump and his treatment of colleges.
President Donald Trump has threatened to remove federal funding from some universities if they do not comply with his administration's demands. But a new poll shows that decision could prove unpopular if it ultimately affects scientific development. The new AP NORC poll shows about 6 in 10 Americans, including 6 in 10 Republicans, want to maintain federal funding for scientific and medical research at colleges and universities. This highlights a disconnect between the Trump administration's efforts to target universities that won't meet their demands and an American public that sees these institutions as key to scientific research, innovative technology, and workforce development. About 2/3 of U.S. adults say colleges and universities make a positive impact on medical and scientific research, new ideas, and innovative technology. And although Republicans are extremely critical of what they see as higher education's liberal bias, they also see a lot of good coming from colleges and universities. About 6 in 10 Republicans say these institutions make a positive impact on scientific research and innovative tech.
At 2 Republicans. By the way, Donald Trump's numbers on immigration are also falling. Hold on, let me find this poll. This is from the end of April. Washington Post, Trump's immigration ratings turn negative, according to Post-ABC Ipsos poll. Majority of Americans, 53%, disapprove of Trump's handling of immigration. Yeah. Oh, you didn't get to see that article. Well, take my word for it, or find the Washington Post article. It exists. It's real. All right. Speaking of the deportations, let's go here to PBS NewsHour from 5 hours ago. Hackers
Illegal.
leak to the press passenger details of Trump's deportation flights. That's right. Hackers managed to get a hold of the passenger details of Trump's deportation flights, and they, as it turns out, differ. That's right, those lists are somehow different from the list that the Trump administration made available to the public.
Would you jump up? More than a month after The Atlantic broke the story that top U.S. officials were using the commercial messaging app Signal to share military attack plans, the Trump administration's handling of sensitive data is still under scrutiny. Hackers targeted another app used by high-ranking Trump officials known as Telemessage, and also stole passenger information from one of the main airlines used by the White House to deport migrants. Joseph Cox is the co-founder of 404 Media, which has investigated these hacks. Joseph, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So let's start with your investigation into the hack on the deportation flights. What?
ABC poll as of today has approval at 23%. Is that right, Columbia Rican? If that's the case, in 14 days, that dropped by 30%. Am I doing the math right? I have to look that up. Fascinating. Thank you for the super chat as well. Huh. That's
Information
precipitous.
was accessed, and why is it valuable?
So GlobalX is one of the primary airlines that ICE uses to deport people. It did this during the previous administration, it's doing it during this one as well. When a hacker recently targeted GlobalX, it took flight information, which is not that valuable because that's already publicly available. But some really interesting details they did manage to get were these passenger lists, which actually tell us who was on each of these flights. And of course, that is not publicly available information.
So that means information about the specific passengers.
Yeah, information about the specific passengers on each flight is what the hacker obtained and then sent to us and other journalists as well. And that allows us to determine, well, who exactly has been sent to each individual country. And for example, there was an internal government list of people sent to the El Salvador mega prison that was published by CBS. But if we go through the flights, like we did at 404 Media, we actually get more names of people who've been sent to the country as well on those same dates.
You've also reported on the hacking of Telemessage, an app used by Trump administration officials to back up copies of their chats. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so over the weekend, a hacker targeted Telemessage, which is a clone of Signal, this very popular secure messaging app that lots of people may be familiar with. To be clear, it's not exactly the same as Signal. Signal remains very much secure, and people use that for secure communication all of the time. This was making copies of all of the messages used by whichever Trump officials happen to be using it to comply with, government regulations over keeping copies of their messages. A hacker managed to break in and actually get the content of group chats, direct messages, and then send them to us as journalists as well. I haven't seen, for example, Mike Waltz's, the then National Security Advisor's messages, but we did see messages belonging
Is
to
he
other
on
users
Signal?
Of
Is that him on Signal while in the White House briefing room? Hilarious.
Telemessage, and just goes to show really how sensitive this data is, and it could easily fall into the wrong hands.
Meanwhile, I also want to ask you about the Department of Government Efficiency, known as...
Okay, as we don't need this part of it, but there you go. This hack yielded some fascinating information, perhaps important. Certainly important to some people, but perhaps more broadly so, because this shows that the U.S. government is not being, the Trump administration is not being forthcoming with this information. And while maybe they can make a legal argument that it shouldn't be made public to everyone, they certainly, they can't just, give incomplete information on this stuff to the courts, right? And if it turns out that that's what happened, I'm fairly certain that could be some very hot water that they've found themselves in, thanks to these hackers having brought it to light. Now, the Trump administration, let's talk about different flight. Not this flight, which we just got information from on, but the a different flight. One which you could take if you're an immigrant, an undocumented immigrant. Donald Trump had a little announcement here for people in this country on an undocumented basis.
Today I signed an executive order to launch the first ever self-deportation program for illegal aliens. We are making it as easy as possible for illegal aliens to leave America. Any illegal alien can simply show up at an airport and receive a free flight out of our country. We have also launched a phone app called CBP.
Now, I fucking love this one. I cannot wait to hear. And this happened. This actually happened on Friday. I haven't heard anything from any other countries about this plan from Donald Trump. But I am fairly certain that some countries might object to this plan. Because this is, I mean, technically, deportations require the consent of the country to which people are flying to. Right? But according to Donald Trump just now, you can pick whatever country you want to go to. You just, self-deport yourself wherever you want to go. You want to go to the UK, you want to go to France, you want to go to you want to go to Jamaica, you want to go to Russia, you want to go to North Korea, it doesn't matter. We'll get the flight ready for you. We'll send you there immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm just waiting for some other countries to come out and say, actually, if you can't just deport yourself here. It should be fascinating to see how that works. I mean, I don't expect a lot of people to take Donald Trump on this offer, but the basis of this seems massively problematic as it relates to international law. I mean, sure, we're not the ones physically. It's a company. It'd be a private company or public company, right? Like Delta or United or American Airlines or something. But we can't. Our country can't just randomly start sending people to countries by private means and claim it to be like a vacation or something. Like, you show up, you're gonna have to you show up to customs and whatever you call it. Oh god, there's a word for this, I can't think of it. You show up to customs in France and say, I'm here to deport myself to France. They might have some problems with that. Usually there's a process you have to go through. It should be fascinating to see what all is said by other countries in relation to this. Because, I mean, basically, if you follow if you attempt to follow everything Donald Trump has said about this, right? We are under invasion, right? So we're being invaded, supposedly, by Trendiaragua and MS-13. And if you are a Trendiaragua or MS-13, we're going to buy you airplane tickets to whatever country you want to go to. I'm just following their logic. I'm just, I'm playing devil's advocate here. Of course, I don't accept that framing. But do you get what I'm saying? Are you following what I'm saying here right now? Because that's basically what they're doing, right? They're like, okay, they're claiming that all these people are criminals. And then they're talking about buying plane tickets to any country you want on the planet. Whether or not those countries have agreed to take them. Now, of course, most of the people who are here on an undocumented basis aren't criminals, aren't in gangs, aren't terrorists, aren't a foreign invading force. But if you're accepting the premise of everything that the Trump administration is saying, at this point, you got to be like, hey, we would appreciate it if you didn't buy plane tickets for people who don't have asylum in this country or whatever else. Okay. But yeah, Donald Trump signed an executive order granting supposedly undocumented immigrants
deportation news.
Free flights.
President Trump ordered the Department of Homeland Security late Friday to add 20,000 officers to the deportation forces of the U.S. This comes as members of the administration are considering suspending the practice of habeas corpus for migrants, a legal procedure that allows people to challenge their detention in court.
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion.
I just love it. I mean, I know we heard that quote already, but they're clearly capable of understanding words. I don't understand where the distinction is once they get to the word invasion and or war, and they suddenly just like lose their minds and like immigrants count as a foreign invading force from another country. And like Sam said before, or was it Matt? I can't remember who said it. But if the current state of things are that we are at war, that due to the number of immigrants who are in the country, then we've never not been at war. In the history of the United States, we've always been at war. You know, people have been immigrating here since the beginning, you know. People who formed this government were immigrants. We invaded this country. And then we just kept that more invaders just kept coming from, you know, Ireland and Italy and Germany and wherever else. So many invaders. The Netherlands. Okay. Let's talk about Doge and all the cuts that this government's been making. How successful they've been. Prepare yourselves. A lot of great success being had by this administration. NBC Montana from yesterday. White House reports $2.3 billion. Oh my God. Wow. $2.3 billion in savings.
Trail, President Donald Trump made a number of promises to voters, including doing away with federal DEI programs and making the government run more efficiently for taxpayers. Since taking office, his administration has moved at a remarkable pace to make good on those promises.
DEI seeks to divide and pit Americans against each other based on immutable characteristics. President Trump put an end to it.
Fulfilling one, appearing to help fulfill the other. A new report released by the White House shows $2.3 billion worth of savings.
I was told that they were going to cut over, originally it was like $2 trillion from the government. $2 billion is chump change. It's 1/1000th. It's 1/1000th of 2 trillion. And so that's all we saved from the DEI cuts? Huh. Doesn't seem very successful, if you ask me. Not really getting what was suggested, was promised to people on the campaign trail there. Lots of other things are at risk too. Things that are also important, like diversity.
Finally, here on Voices, groups that work with AmeriCorps across the country and here at home are sounding the alarm about the decision by the Trump administration to dismantle AmeriCorps, cutting many millions of dollars in funding. We recently heard from the local Habitat for Humanity, one of the many organizations that employs AmeriCorps members.
Losing the support of AmeriCorps is a tremendous blow to our efforts at Habitat, not only in Buffalo, but across America.
Overall, in New York State, $30 million in funding is getting cut to AmeriCorps. It affects more than 40 programs. One of the organizations that will see a major impact is Mission Ignite in Buffalo, which provides STEM training and refurbished technology to people who wouldn't necessarily have the resources to get that on their own. Christine Carr-Barmacy is Executive Director of Mission Ignite, and she joins us live here tonight. Christine, it's so great to get your thoughts on this because, you know, we think of these cuts to AmeriCorps obviously having an impact on the things we see AmeriCorps out there doing, but they're also working with so many other organizations like yours. Tell me about the connection and the work that you've done with AmeriCorps.
Yes, thank you, Michael. Our agency is almost 30 years old, and we have been providing technology training for all of our years, including reconditioned corporate computers that are deployed into our digital literacy programs. And the members that we enlisted, we've had our grant for about 6 years. And this year alone, we're optimistic for about 40 members to contribute to our community. And so we are at a pause with the workforce that we deploy not only to our agency but to other agencies to help fill this gap.
And Christine, what happens now moving forward? I mean, do you go to the New York State government? Do you go to other funding sources? I mean, how do you make that up?
Yeah, so it'll be 2 weeks Monday that we heard that the contract with all the commissions across all the states had been shut down. We have been internally looking at how we can rearrange our own staff and come up with the resources. We're certainly working on communications and letting our constituents know, our members and our supporters. So it's a gap that we don't necessarily know how to fill just yet, but we're in this pause, and I'm hopeful that the lawsuit, which includes, I think, 21 other states, will be reviewed, and that will at least have a pathway forward for the rest of our contract, which...
Yep. Many of these Doge cuts are taking away important services from the people who need them most, who may not have billions of dollars in, you know, whatever it might be, cryptocurrency and stock, like Trump and Elon. But yeah, they're the ones who are going to be hurting all over this country. All these cuts are going to be devastating for people's access to housing or food or educational programs. Things like NPR are also, of course, being targeted for cuts by the Trump administration.
Vermont Public is a public media company, so we provide NPR and PBS to the state of Vermont, and we have a local newsroom and local content. We also do musical programming as well as educational programming. The network effect of the local national partnership. All of these things are part of the beauty of public media. Really, public media is about connection. And so connecting local communities to the nation and the rest of the country, and connecting local communities themselves. And so a lack of federal funding, again, not only the direct dollar amount, but the ripple effects beyond, will certainly have a negative effect on the service that we provide to most Americans.
Yep. Elmo, Sesame Street under attack. Well, I guess that's PBS, right? But, you know, NPR and PBS are in the same basket. Both government-funded media. And they're incredibly important, especially for rural communities who, you know, are small markets, right? And people just don't, many people maybe don't get that, but you know, if you leave everything up to capitalism, small places like that are just left behind because there's not a large enough market to sustain a TV station, right? Or radio or whatever else, right? Like you can't, you know, you can't sell advertising when it's for whatever, 50, 100, whatever people. It just, especially to fund an entire TV station and all that other stuff, right? Maintaining all of that shit, it costs a ton of money. And, you know, a small audience, local, many of these sorts of things just would not happen in just a purely capitalistic sense, right? Because there's no, you know, there's no profit incentive to do it, right? It has to be, you know, it has to be some sort of ideological person with a trove of money sitting around, you know. But that's what the government's for. That's why getting rid of funding like this is bad for U.S. citizens, just regular people. Let's go to Forbes breaking news. We don't usually go to these freaking interviews that they do, but I found this one to be fascinating. Republicans are seemingly struggling to admit reality.
On President Trump's 100th day,
generally speaking. And they're trying to play both sides as much as possible. They know how unpopular what Doge is doing is with most of their constituents. Republicans and Democrats alike. I mean, Democrats, no. But I guess my point is like, of course, all Republicans still have Democratic constituents. No district is 100% red. And, you know, they are struggling to play both sides in a way that's not completely embarrassing. Let's go here. See what Nicole Malliotakis, I think she's a, what is she? I'm trying to remember what her job is, actually. I cannot remember. Oh, right. She's in New York. She's in the 11th district. Which is, where is that? I forget. Staten Island. Staten Island, right. Okay, yeah. So she's a representative of Staten Island in New York. Let's see her try and navigate this question.
On President Trump's 100th day in office, in a press release from the agency, they said that they've been partnering with Doge and they've chartered this new course that prioritizes enhancing customer service and reducing waste, fraud, and abuse. Do you think in the past 3 months that perhaps they've cut too much, Doge has cut too much in the SSA?
Well, we haven't heard an uptick in constituent complaints since those.
You haven't heard them? Is that because you're not checking your messages, or
those
what?
Cuts? But we do know that the customer service has always been dismal, and therefore any cuts.
We haven't heard. Oh, I see. It's always been. Don't you get it? It's always been bad. This is such a Republican framing. This is exactly what they're hoping for, right? This is exactly what, you know, the oligarchs want, right? Is for Republicans to come out like this and to be like, hey, we haven't been really checking our messages very much or reading our emails. We haven't heard a significant uptick, but, it's always been bad. These government agencies are bad. This is why it should all be administered by private corporations, right? It's destroy the agencies, remove the people who make them run, and then when they don't work, you can say, actually, they've never worked. It's got nothing to do with the cuts that we've been doing, and it's why we should just get rid of it entirely.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
But let's meet some people whose lives are definitely being affected by these Doge cuts. Channel 4 from yesterday. Let's meet some of the people, the public sector workers, who have lost their jobs to Doge.
How many folks here have lost their jobs?
It's Public Service Recognition Week in America, but for these public service workers, it feels like anything but.
How many people here are more concerned about the people who are going to be hurt because you lost your jobs?
They're among the tens of thousands who've lost their jobs at the hands of Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency.
It's particularly hard to swallow following the election where everything was supposed to be about jobs and the economy, but no one seems to care about our jobs or our economy.
But they can't make us disappear.
Dr. Custer worked at the Education Department but lost his job under President Trump's plan to dismantle the agency. Now he and a group of fired federal workers come to Congress each week to remind politicians that they're the elected ones, not Musk and his band of government cutters.
And it's outrageous that our Congress has allowed him entry into our buildings, into our facilities, to steal our data, and to fire our federal workers.
Elon Musk has got to go. Yet Doge has brazenly careered through the federal government. slashing as many as 260,000 jobs by some estimates, and leaving entire departments dismantled in their wake.
The country's going bankrupt.
And although Musk is gradually stepping back, he insists the work of Doge will continue, that it's a way of life, like Buddhism, he says. But all the while, people's lives and careers have been shattered.
My name is Ariel Kane, and I worked for the Department of Health and Human Services before I was fired by the Trump administration.
Ariel describes her job as a calling, working in maternal health for the US government. But in February, with no warning, she suddenly received a letter.
Unfortunately, the agency finds that you were not fit for continued employment because your ability, knowledge, and skills do not fit the agency's current needs.
How rude.
Yeesh. That's incredibly rude. You got no skills. But really, like, when you unpack that language, your skills and knowledge do not fit the current objective of the agency. The objectives of the Trump administration is to make federal agencies not function, right? So if you're a functional and talented employee, you know, you no longer fit the current requirements of the Trump administration. You need to be as incompetent or you know, just outwardly like what's the word? I can't think of it. Oh god. I cannot think of words at all today. I always struggle with thinking of words. There's too many words to remember all of them. But yeah, Trump administration wants these agencies to stop working. So if you're helping it work, if you're the person who's actually causing these agencies to function as expected, that's the wrong skill set. You need to either be so incompetent that you can't do your job, or you just need to be sort of a vindictive libertarian type who's totally fine with just intentionally not doing your job. And all these cuts are affecting regular people, not government employees, just constituents.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because I've been hearing from so many constituents in Northern Virginia about the Office of Personnel Management. That's because there are currently 16,000 retirement claims pending at OPM, and a lot of them are my constituents, and we were making progress towards reducing that backlog, but then what happened? Doge and this administration came in and started indiscriminately firing OPM employees. This even included the congressional liaisons who help our offices resolve retirement issues for federal retirees. And I've heard directly from my constituents who spent their careers serving this country, folks who are now waiting months or even years for the retirement benefits that they earned. And this backlog directly impacts their ability to pay their bills, remain financially stable, and live with dignity.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. I mean, they're just there. I mean, if we want to call the existence of immigrants an invasion and a war, I mean, this is a war. Donald Trump is declaring war against regular people. That's what it is. It's a war. They're declaring the war on America. If we can call immigrants existing in the United States a war, then this is definitely a war against us. Against regular folks. Non-billionaire users of government services are all being invaded by oligarchs and angry groypers, white nationalists. But Caroline Levitt, don't worry, she's here to explain to us why we're very stupid. And Donald Trump actually has a right to do all of this stuff.
Yesterday, the administration appears to have started dismantling the Consumer Product Safety Commission. This is the federal agency, an independent one that does recalls and is responsible for product safety. Does the administration not believe that it's important, to keep toys and cribs? I mean, you're a young mom, off of the product of the market.
It's a federal agency within which branch? It's the executive branch. Who's the head of the executive branch? The President of the United States.
What does that have to do with anything?
He has the right to fire people
What
within
is
the
that?
executive
That
branch.
is not.
Pretty simple answer.
That was not an answer, Caroline. The question is, does this administration care or not care about safety for products, for babies or otherwise? Honestly, the answer is yes or no. Not they have a right to not care. That's not the. I mean, if that's the answer, I mean, Jesus Christ. That seems to be the answer, though. Donald Trump has the right, as president, to not care about safety for baby cribs or whatever else. Wow. This is what I'm talking about. It's a war. It's a war against regular people. People who need their products to be safe. Trump is waging a war against you. We're not done talking personnel management. Gotta go back here to the Ministry of Truth, once again to Caroline Levitt. Talk about the Librarian of Congress, who recently lost her job.
Question, the President fired the Librarian of Question, the President fired the Librarian of Congress. Why did he choose to do that?
We felt she did not
What in the fuck?
fit the needs of the American
What in the actual fuck?
in the library for children, and we don't believe that she was serving the interests of the American taxpayer well, so she
Okay, let's try that again. I have no idea what just happened. We had some sort of a error. The browser had to refresh it. Alright, let's try this one more time. Caroline Levitt, to tell us why Donald Trump decided to fire the Librarian of Congress, a woman whose job has literally... I mean, is this basically her job to be non-political? I mean... It's just, oh god, so dumb. This is so freaking dumb.
Question, the President fired the Librarian of Congress. Why did he choose to do that?
We felt she did not fit the needs of the American people.
The
There were quite
needs of the
concerning things that she
American
had done
people.
at the Library of Congress.
What did
in the
she do?
pursuit Of DEI and putting inappropriate books in the library. for
Inappropriate
children, and we don't
books in the Library of Congress. Inappropriate for children at the Library for Congress. I'm sorry. What? What are you talking about? So you removed this woman from her job because she hired hired some people potentially. I mean, oh my god, this is so stupid.
Of DEI and putting inappropriate books in the library for children, and we don't believe that she was serving the interests of the American taxpayer well, so she has been removed from her position, and the president is well within his rights to do that.
Wow. Yeah, they keep saying that he is all within his rights, but it's just, even if it is within his rights, is it reasonable to do any of this shit? The Library of Congress, there's inappropriate books for children at the Library of Congress. I mean, who gives a shit? Genuinely, who gives a shit? Why are children? I don't understand. I don't. It makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense. Oh, right, and DEI. Her hiring practices were that of DEI, which is now illegal.
Illegal?
Including people who might be in a protected class now. That's what's illegal. Going with the Civil Rights Act. Actually, abiding by the Civil Rights Act is illegal now. And putting nasty, filthy books in the Library of Congress.
Illegal?
Yeah, Fahrenheit 451/1984. That's why the Ministry of Truth is so important at this time. Okay. All right, let's talk economics a little bit. Donald Trump's economic policies have been pretty insane. Currently, back in Switzerland, we're supposedly having talks with our biggest trade partner, China.
China!
I'm not gonna talk about China though right now. Let's talk about the UK and that trade deal which Donald Trump supposedly got done. I mean, it's not technically done yet, but announced the future trade deal.
Now, Professor of Economics and Public Policy at the University of Michigan.
Over this week.
Justin Wolfers. Justin, good to see you. Look, a source telling CNN tonight that Trump is going to announce a trade deal with the UK tomorrow. Is that something you would consider a major trade deal?
No.
No. So let's get some numbers and some context for the people at home. The United Kingdom, wonderful country, lovely people, love myself some fish and chips, don't mind their beer, but they're our 11th largest trading partner. They account for 3% of American trade. And if I took off all my shoes and socks and got 4 more people in the room, I'd be able to tell you that that leaves 97% of American trade are absolutely up in the air. Now, Laura, I want to tell you one more fact that will blow your mind. Go back 6 weeks ago. The average tariff the United Kingdom charged to countries around the world was 1%. That's the stakes here. So the best we can do is knock the United Kingdom down from 1% to 0, and it's already...
That's right. The UK was basically charging what one could say as basically no tariffs. They were charging the US no tariffs. They were buying more US goods than they were selling to the United States. And so Donald Trump has achieved basically nothing, and they're not even going to drop. They're probably not even going to drop the existing tariffs, right? It's all just so this is such a worthless trade deal that Donald Trump is getting done. And he's touting it as being this fucking great achievement of his. 2% of US imports are from the United Kingdom. That 3% figure is bigger because it includes exports to the United States, to the UK from the United States. But basically, you know, a completely negligible factor in this trade war, right? Canada, Mexico, China, those are our 3 biggest trade partners. Still haven't actually reached a deal with any of the 3 countries I just listed. And they haven't even finalized the deal. Donald Trump himself said in his press conference about this UK deal that it's going to be weeks until we actually see a finalized deal. That's why we don't even have the actual We don't even have the actual framework of this deal yet because they haven't finalized it. So really nothing's happened yet. Meanwhile, we keep counting down to Unliberation Day, or Reliberation Day, Liberation Day 2.0, if you will, which is going to be happening in 57 days now, 58 days. And we were supposed to get 90 deals in 90 days. At one point, Donald Trump said that he could announce 200 deals if he wanted to right now. He hasn't. So everybody's just sort of sitting here wondering what the fuck to do with themselves. What's going to happen in the future. Seems incredibly opaque and cloudy at this time. But yeah, that's where we're at currently in this purgatory of economic
The president, in a desperate
uncertainty.
attempt to salvage this disastrous tariff policies, and let's be clear, the damage has been done. Right now, we're just talking about to what extent the damage to the economy is going to be. This is one of those things where it's like the snake has already swallowed the rat, as it were. And we're just gonna, it's just a question of like, how long is it gonna take to pass through the system? And if Donald Trump makes all sorts of tariff deals that slow things down or stop the tariffs by this weekend, then the rat still has to pass through the snake. It's just not as long of a snake, or whatever happens to a rat inside a snake will happen quicker.
Snake analogy.
And if he doesn't, particularly in terms of China, then it's going to be, some people say disastrous, other people say catastrophic.
Some people say
to the economy.
Actually really terrible.
The Fed warning yesterday, without saying the word stagflation, was warning of stagflation, which is inflation and job loss and lack of GDP growth. You know, this is two forces that supposedly are inverse of each other, lining up in a very, very bad way. But Donald Trump announced with Keir Starmer, and I guess they were in the Oval Office.
Well, Keir was phoning in.
Oh, was that? Oh, he was?
Yep, he was over the phone.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay. Maybe the British ambassador was there or something.
Yep.
They have signed a pact. Now, let's be clear. Probably, if not the oldest trade partner, maybe the second oldest.
Yeah, but it's the best deal we've ever done with anybody.
It's so great. The UK is now going to be able, and let's just be clear here, just so you get a sense of how much they were ripping us off. I want to keep that back up there. But Britain is the 11th biggest trading partner in the first quarter of this year. The 11th biggest. So not even top 10. The two nations have, just to give you a sense of how much we're going to finally gain on this, relatively balanced trade. U.S. sent about $80 billion worth of things like gas and airplanes and machinery and other products to Britain in 2024, and bought about $68 billion worth of cars, pharmaceuticals, and other goods. And so not necessarily, we're not getting particularly ripped off by them in Donald Trump's parlance. And
illegal.
There's going to be some reciprocity in terms of beef, I guess, now with us in Britain, although they will not take any type of hormone-laden beef. So it's going to be all specialty beef, at least in the context of this country. They are taking tariffs on steel and aluminum will fall from 25% to 0%. Unclear to me.
How are we going to make America healthy again if we're sending all the tallow To England? Come on.
Come on!
That we purchased that much aluminum and steel from Britain, but maybe this means that other countries will send it through Britain. I don't know how much beef we're going to sell there when they've got like places like Ireland, but who knows? Keep that up for one more second if you could. I guess we're going to get more, what's that car? The Land Rovers. They're going to allow for a little more Land Rovers to get here.
Oh, not just Land Rovers, Sam.
And Bentleys. And Rolls Royce.
Go back to Sam. You want to play this?
Here we go. Let's play this clip
of Tim talking about Rolls Royces here.
So this is the big news that's going to save us.
They, made that deal, but they, we've had just a very special relationship with them. Like, I won't do that deal with cars. I mean, unless somebody shows me that there's another kind of a car that's comparable to a Rolls Royce, and there aren't too many. This is a good commercial for Rolls Royce. We're going to order a lot of cars.
Mr. President, I wonder whether you'd like to buy.
I mean, well, the last time this happened,
I would be happy to suggest a discount, obviously a very modest discount. We have to protect our profit margins.
I've had many of them, actually. The last time that happened.
Okay, I don't give a shit about this, frankly.
We could do a Rolls Royce event out on the White House lawn. I'll huck whatever you want me to. I'll sell it. Art of the deal. Little Rolls Royce. Used Rolls Royce sale on White House lawn. It'll be great. Columbia Rican, New York with another super chat. Federal job cuts, job losses, no safety nets, high product costs, and high taxes. Deporting migrants, starting wars. Are we winning yet? I don't know. If we are winning, I'm pretty sick of it. Donald Trump did promise that I'd be sick of winning. It's true. I am sick of all the winning.
That's too much, man!
Speaking of winning and the cost of the tariffs, let's go here to CBS New York from 11 hours ago. U.S.-China tariff war driving
Many
up the
parents
price
already
of
know
parenthood.
baby essentials come with a big price tag. According to Baby Center, the cost to raise a child in his first year is more than $20,000.
And now that bill may be getting even bigger due to President Trump's tariffs. Jolene Kent explains.
The price of parenthood is getting even more expensive.
And would you like a bag? My most popular stroller has gone up $300.
Tariffs and the escalating trade war between the U.S. and China are driving up prices on baby products.
And I will give you a call back later.
That's putting both small business owner Elizabeth Mann and her customers in a tough spot.
We're first-time parents, so there's a lot of unknowns already with that, and then this just introduces that much higher of a degree of unknowns.
All of these boxes, for the most part, are orders that people placed in anticipation of these increased prices.
Inside Mann's store, Three Littles in Washington, D.C., parents-to-be are now rushing in to try and beat price hikes.
I think all expectant parents right now are panic buying some of their big purchases. We also kind of sped up the purchase of a crib and like a rocking chair, and as well as the car seat.
Products arriving from China are hit with a 145% tax at the border. 97% of strollers are made there.
There aren't very many products that are made exclusively in the United States, and even products that are made in the United States rely on global manufacturing for production or for their materials that they're packaging things in or shipping materials.
Those tariffs are now forcing prices to rise, something that Mann says she has little control over. It's the manufacturers that set the suggested retail prices.
This is $650 right now, and it's going up to $900.
I feel like we're trying to cut back a bit on everything just because it's not clear how long this is going to last.
And
I mean, I gotta say, the MSRP, the S in MSRP is suggestion, so, you know. by definition, it's actually not set at a price. I mean, she could choose to sell it for a different price than what the manufacturer suggests. By definition, suggestion is optional. But hey, yeah. These tariffs are going to be paid by someone. Why not the consumer? All right. What is next here? All right, let's see what Donald Trump had to say about taxes recently, that being the SALT deduction.
And if I could, lower income.
And then on the SALT tax credits, Mr. President, there are some Republicans who say, why is it that these 45 other states should be paying taxes to alleviate the tax burden of New York? Or
It's only because those states are behind, very badly behind, and those people were affected very badly. And, you know, the sad part is oftentimes they were affected badly because you had bad management in those states, like in California with Newsom and, you know, people. So you had some bad management. But that's being worked on now, and they may do a piece one way or the other. It's a very complex issue, but I think it's being worked out. I think it's going to be worked.
So yeah, they're complaining that there is a cap. Basically, the Republicans are complaining that there's a cap on how much you can deduct for the people. The SALT tax deduction is for people who itemize their taxes, right? Which is mostly, you know, wealthy people and business owners who actually have the ability to pay somebody to itemize their deductions, right? Regular people, generally speaking, don't have the accounting knowledge or time to go itemizing things on their own, right? But if you got the money to pay an accounting firm or you're a business, hey, sweet deduction. It's getting capped. That's making people sad. But shockingly, Donald Trump's like, I found his take on this to be fascinating. He's like, it'll be worked out. It'll be fine. Quit complaining about it. Actually, and I rarely agree with anything Donald Trump. I don't even know if he knows what he's saying. But hey, broken clock is right twice a day, I suppose. Those nasty Republicans always complaining, panic hands, complaining about the SALT tax deduction. Now let's quick, while we're talking economics, finances and things like that, let's talk about Donald Trump's social media company, multi-billion-dollar social media company, which, I mean, we've talked about Donald Trump Media, DJT, Truth Social way too much in the last year. But if you're not familiar with his company, DJT, Truth Social, I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with the platform itself, but it is a public company in which Donald Trump owns a massive share of some. I think he owns the majority of shares in this company. I think it's on the New York Stock Exchange, or it could be the NASDAQ, one of the two. But while it's a multi-billion-dollar company based upon its stock value, it does not pull in the kind of revenue you would expect a multi-billion-dollar tech company to bring in. And DJT Media, Truth Social, has warned its investors of material weakness in their recent financial statements. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news from 10 hours ago. Trump media warns of material weakness in financial controls. Trump Media and Technology Group, the parent of Truth Social, disclosed material weaknesses in its financial reporting controls. Oh, no, weakness. Acknowledging the risk of errors in its financial statements according to a new filing at the SEC. Trump Media reported its quarterly earnings on Friday, disclosing a $31 million net loss. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. It's a multi-billion-dollar company. And it had a $31 million net loss on 821,000, I think 821,000 in revenue? Net sales. Wait. They had less than $1 million in sales, and the company lost $30 million. Oh my god. They have a negative margin. They have like a negative margin of like negative 3,000%. Wait, it's more than that. Is it negative? What is the number on that? 800,000. They lose $31 million. The operating of Trump's social media platform is it's hilarious. It's a money-losing operation. I'm a great businessman. Less than $1 million in sales, but we can lose $30 million on that 800 grand. We're very, very $758 million in cash and short-term investments, and $9.8 million in debt. In the filing, the company disclosed finding material weaknesses in its internal controls and financial reporting, citing a lack of formal accounting processes for complex transactions and I'm sorry. They have a lack of formal accounting processes? The Trump administration? No. Say it ain't so. Insufficient personnel experience. That's another trend. Trump administration, Truth Social has insufficient personnel experience? Wow, no way. The administration hiring teenagers and college students to gut the federal government of experienced personnel has its own problems with having experienced personnel. Shocking. As a result, Trump Media warned that there is a reasonable possibility that material misstatements may have been made. Dude, they are so blunderous and incompetent. The people who want to get DEI so we can have merit again have zero merit. It is fascinating. The company says it has hired more accounting staff, brought in third-party consultants, and begun formalizing its processes, but acknowledges it still has more work to do. Fascinating. This is so fascinating. A spokesperson for Trump Media did not immediately respond to an inquiry. No way. They didn't respond to an inquiry. I never could have guessed that. No accountability over at Trump Social? Or Truth Social? Huh. That is... I never would have been able to guess that. So they're losing money hand over fist. They got a ton of money because Trump supporters and other sort of financial psychopaths are heavily invested in their stock. So they got some cash on hand, which is nice. But no, not making any money to speak of. More like a bank for Trump's sort of personal desires, it would seem. Speaking of Trump's personal financial desires, let's see what Caroline Levitt had to say about this meme coin dinner. I don't know if you heard, but Donald Trump has basically created a great way for people, wealthy, moneyed individuals, to influence him by buying his meme coin. That's right. I forget what it's called. Trump coin? I think it's called Trump coin. Basically, the top, some top tier of Trump coin investors, in the millions of dollars, one would assume, are, but I mean, who knows? It could change. It could change at any time. I don't know when the finalization of this happens, but who knows? Maybe Saudi Arabia is thinking of, you know, who knows what the, I mean, it really, it's a fascinating process. But, you know, millionaire Trump coin holders are going to be able to go to a fancy dinner and tell Donald Trump their desires, whatever it might be.
The president posted another ad this week for his Trump meme coin. The group that's running that coin is encouraging people to buy in order to win a dinner this month with the president.
Sorry, volume is super low. Oh boy, this is wildly corrupt. Do you remember? Anybody remember Republicans complaining about thousands of dollars purportedly going to Joe Biden? Remember Burisma? Anybody remember Burisma? Remember that Hunter Biden, Burisma thing, where supposedly Ukraine and China were giving Donald Trump Joe Biden all of this money.
China.
Remember that? Like thousands of dollars Joe Biden was receiving potentially from foreign governments through Hunter Biden's illicit job having abroad. Where are those people now? Oh, right, they're all applauding everything Donald Trump's doing and not complaining about any of this stuff. But it seems like a great deal more very much verified corruption is happening in front of our faces right now. I mean, a few $1,000s supposedly going to Joe Biden to pay him back for loans he made to his son. While that may be corrupt, I mean, I'm not really here to relitigate that, but if you cared about that, why don't you care about Donald Trump enriching himself in broad daylight with his meme coin dinner, or all of the people in his administration who are on the board of his publicly traded social media company? Like, where are those people? They're just sitting around twiddling their thumbs while Donald Trump just destroys this country. That's where they are.
The president posted another ad this week for his Trump meme coin. The group that's running that coin is encouraging people to buy in order to win a dinner this month with the president. Why is the president planning to attend a dinner for the top investors in his coin?
Look, the president is abiding by all conflict of interest laws. The president has been incredibly transparent with his own personal financial obligations throughout the years. The president is a successful businessman, and I think, frankly,
it's bullshit. He is not abiding by all conflict of interest laws. Not even close. Not even close. This is idiotic. Oh my god. You tried sending me a tweet. I never check my Twitter. I should check my Twitter more often. I just don't. I also don't follow anyone on Twitter. I just don't use Twitter. I just don't use it. I don't use Blue Sky either. I should use them more, but I've been kind of overwhelmed by other things than checking Twitter. I appreciate that, though. If you're in the Discord, you can always send me, you could @ me in the Discord, or more better, you could direct message me. Caroline is really, she's just a liar, She knows how to lie for the people she agrees with. This is the face of a woman with deep ideological beliefs, including the desire for personal power and self-enrichment, who is here, and honestly, I think she has a deep, deep, deep-seated love for Donald Trump. I'm fairly sure that she has, pleasured herself to a picture of Donald Trump, at least at one time in her life. And, you know, she doesn't really care what the truth is. She just cares about making sure nobody ever criticizes Donald Trump. You know, but I am genuinely getting sick of her lies. Like, it doesn't matter what is said. She will come out and say, no, that's not true. That's not true. The Ministry of Truth says it's not true. Okay, I say Donald Trump is perfect. He's a perfect and great man. Perfect great man who's about to spend millions of dollars on a military parade for his birthday. Yay. Everybody celebrate my birthday with a little military parade. Gotta prove to my friends in North Korea that we can do military parades just as good. Pete Hegseth here to explain to us why this is a good thing to do with tax dollars.
That grow in the minds of young people who then turn around and don't love their country. A huge part of ensuring we have a room like this full in the future is ensuring our kids and grandkids know why America is such a special place. What our founders gifted us 250 years ago. There's a reason we're going to have a big old army parade on June 14th of 2025. It's because what we celebrate in this country is a reflection of what we value. There are a lot of vapid things to celebrate, plenty of reality shows and garbage music and stuff on Netflix. How about we hold up our special operations community? How about we
recognize our special operations community? What are you talking about? Aren't those guys and gals supposed to be the sort of secretive, sort of, you know, clandestine? This is fascinating. This is fascinating. Look, we're just not celebrating our special operations teams enough, and that's why on Donald Trump's birthday, we're gonna do a $65 million military parade. You know, the United States historically doesn't do a lot of military parades, mostly because it's the sort of thing fascist dictatorships usually tend to do. You know, and warmongers tend to do. We're not, you know, this is not supposed to be, you know, we're not supposed to be celebrating our military in this way. And the fact is, I'll bet plenty of people in the military, veterans and active duty servicemen, would prefer that $65 million go to improving their health care or whatever else, right? I mean, having this parade achieves literally nothing, okay? Like, I don't care. I don't care. Nobody cares, honestly. Like, this does not make groceries cheaper. It doesn't make the military better. It just glorifies it, regardless of, you know, the fact that we have jets sinking in the middle of the Red Sea. You know, all sorts of other sort of It's insane. It is insane. By the way, that is an actual figure. $65 million. That's how much money a fucking military parade's gonna cost. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. Why would any self-respecting democracy spend that much money on a military parade? Okay, how are we doing on time right now? We're doing okay. Let's do some environmental stories real quick. Probably take a break after that, I think. Just trying to do the math. All right, yeah. Let's get started off here. Earlier today, oh, you bastard. Why did I click that just now? All right, yeah, earlier today, or well, yesterday, Saturday, depending on where you are. Earlier on Saturday, Donald Trump signed an executive order killing, well, I don't know if this actually kills it. This is how Forbes is, as the title of this video suggests, he kills it. I don't know if it's technically is legal. But Donald Trump signed an executive order intending to kill Biden-era energy conservation standards. Standards which actually go before Biden, well before it, all the way back to, I think, second George W. So, yeah, well, not second George, but the second Bush, I think. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news.
Right. Okay, Will, go ahead.
Next, sir, this is House Joint Resolution 42. Again, this is a rescission of a Biden-era regulation, in this case relating to energy conservation standards for household appliances and certain consumer products.
Yeah. That's a good one. I know who's over there. I know who did this.
I know who did this.
Explain that, please.
Sure. Look, this is helping fight inflation because the cost of the burden on appliance manufacturers is going to drive up the cost of them producing household products, which means that when you go buy a washer, dryer, and
Yeah, this is not a Biden era. I don't know who's working over there at Forbes who thinks this is a Biden era policy. This goes back to 1992. The Energy Star program was established under the first Bush. George H.W. Bush created the Energy Star program for appliances. Right? This was Republican legislation, and I'm fairly certain this was put into law by Donald Trump once again cannot actually get rid of this by executive order, by unilateral action by the president. This is an actual this was created by legislation. But he's gonna try anyway.
Illegal.
The showers, you go under the shower and you don't even get wet. And it's not because my body is shaped very strangely. Let's continue talking about this Energy Star program.
Today we are talking about how the EPA plans to eliminate a popular energy efficiency certification program. Laz?
Indeed. The Environmental Protection Agency shutting down the Energy Star program that for more than 3 decades has helped consumers find energy efficient appliances and help them get rebates for making a good decision. The Energy Star program is credited with giving households and businesses $500 billion in savings over the year
Jesus
by picking
Christ.
appliances that are cheaper to use because they're sucking down less efficiency.
$500 billion. It has saved Americans, and Donald Trump's just going to get rid of it. Just going to get rid of it.
EPA staffers were told this week that divisions overseeing both climate change and energy efficiency are being eliminated. As it happens, the EPA's Climate Change Office is the one that oversees Energy Star. Now, for consumers, this represents a loss of a certification program that since the administration of the first George Bush has been helping consumers find the best possible appliances from an environmentally friendly point of view, and to get a rebate for that, and also that in turn has helped steer manufacturers into making more environmentally friendly products, and that too was seen as a big plus over the years. The government estimates that 90% of consumers recognize the Energy Star symbol on appliances and know what it stands for. As it happens, President Trump tried unsuccessfully to kill off Energy Star during his first term. He has argued that it is the role of the private sector and not the government to inform consumers about.
It's the role of the private sector to inform consumers. Yeah, wow. Is the role of the private sector to make money? That's all they do, right? I mean, the private sector could give a fuck if you are informed. They prefer it if you were not informed. You know, and you would just spend more money right? And or consume products that may hurt you but make them more money. That's beneficial for them. Meanwhile, while he's claiming that the private sector should be the one to inform consumers, he's eliminating the governmental agencies intended to ensure that consumers are informed. And to ensure that those private companies don't misinform people. It is so fucking just backwards the way that he seems to see government, to understand government, to assume that private companies are going to do something that's not technically in their best interest is so baby-brained. And Donald Trump should know better than that. He probably does know better than that. He's a businessman, and as a real estate guy, I'm 100% positive that he has done plenty of things that were not in the best interest of consumers, of people renting hotel rooms from him or at his casino or whatever else. He's done all sorts of shady ass stuff, and that's why we need government to stop people from doing shitty things to consumers and to just regular citizens minding their own fucking business. It's insane to think that the government shouldn't be involved in ensuring that consumers have safe, effective products, and that somehow businesses will ensure it. Oh yeah, the same businesses who practice things like planned obsolescence. All right, while we're talking environmental issues, let's talk about the state of public transportation, specifically in the Bay Area, California.
Good morning. Time to get you started on this Friday morning. I'm Marcus Washington.
And I'm Laura Garcia. So let's start out talking about BART this morning. The system is out. Mike's trying to cover that, and we've got Chris at a station out there this morning. Mike, what's the latest?
Well, we started this morning just as BART service was supposed to start. We got the notification there is no BART service right now. There's a system-wide issue as we take a look at the tweet message, or X message, I guess, from BART. It says simply, due to a train control system problem, BART service is suspended system-wide until further notice. We have had no more updates regarding what they plan for timing or what they can do about timing. It says seek alternate means of transportation. You're seeing this probably at home, but some folks have already made their way to the station. For that, we're going to check with our Chris Sanchez. She's at the Berryessa BART station where commuters are beginning to arrive this morning. Chris, this has got to be an unpleasant surprise for folks this Friday morning.
Mike, this is not the way you want to start your Friday morning, or any morning for that matter. You can see here behind me, the gates are still rolled down here at the Berryessa BART station, and there are folks gathering. As you might imagine, they're looking down at their phones, trying to figure out what's coming up next. I did talk with one guy who said that he knew coming in, but he was hoping that the issue was going to be resolved, and another woman who said she didn't know until she got here that the system was at a standstill. So we have seen people going back to the park and ride lots, getting back into their cars, so that's going to impact congestion on the roadways. We've seen people taking an Uber or a Lyft as well, and then as you can see, there are people still standing around trying to figure out what they're going to do next.
I actually don't see anybody standing around. I don't know if that's just because they have a shot of the exit, but yeah, unfortunately for people in the Bay Area, BART, regional transit line, is not functioning, or at least wasn't functioning over the last day or so due to problems with the system. Perhaps more funding for these things would solve it, but Donald Trump is doing everything he can to remove funding from these kinds of projects, although I think BART is mostly funded by local taxes and state funding. I could be wrong on that. 6th emotional support characters ready, according to Jerry. Okay. Okay, I'll get you another emotional support character. No problemo. Let's wrap this Bart conversation up. One more from the NBC Bay Area from 20
Bart
hours
service
ago.
Back to normal tonight, but riders were forced to take a major detour during the morning commute. A computer network problem shut the whole BART system down. Riders coming home this evening expressed frustration with the transit agency as it tries to upgrade its infrastructure while facing a deep financial crisis. Here's NBC Bay Area's Pete Serratos.
BART riders arriving tonight at the Dublin station say that the morning commute took a bit longer than usual.
I saw a friend out there that she happened to also go out to San Francisco, so at the end we took the Uber.
The entire train system shutting down for several hours as a result of a computer networking problem, forcing riders like Loretta, who drives into the Dublin station from Tracy, to look for other options to get to work.
Yeah, there was a group of us standing here trying to figure out what to do, and we ended up finding somebody that would volunteer to drive and drove in.
BART says the networking problem that led to the system-wide shutdown involves a connectivity issue to its backup network system. The system usually shuts down every night, but the 50-year-old system did not power back up this morning.
That we just cannot power things up as usual, and the control center staff can't see it, which is a major safety problem, which is why we're not going to run trains.
BART's general manager adding in a statement, "We apologize for the disruptive morning and not having train service to get people where they need to go. We will learn from this incident and are committed to continuous improvement." The latest incident highlighting the need for BART to upgrade its aging infrastructure as it faces a financial cliff. The agency is already using emergency funds through 2026 while facing a deficit ranging from $375 to $400 million. It's why State Senator Scott Wiener is sponsoring a bill to get a vote for a measure on next year's ballot to generate more funding for Bay Area transit.
It really has massive impacts on the region, and it's yet another reminder of how critical, how essential BART is to the lifeblood, to the functioning of the Bay Area.
Yeah, fact is, public transportation is incredibly important. And we, on multiple levels, need to be dealing with this sort of thing. Especially, you know, to move our society forward from a car-centric reality that continues to contribute to things like climate change, but also just improves life in big cities, and just regular cities too. Just having decent public transportation is incredibly important for everyone. Fact is car ownership is incredibly expensive. Having these sorts of systems helps all sorts of people. Let's stay in the Bay Area, talk wildfires. As a 2-alarm fire broke out in the East Bay, according to officials. One more from NBC Bay Area.
Chris, beware of the weather. Tonight, firefighters in Contra Costa County say wildfire season is officially underway after battling the biggest fire they've seen so far this spring. NBC Bay Area's Jody Hernandez explains this one almost immediately threatened homes and at least one blooming business in Brentwood.
We see a cloud of smoke coming from this property, and as we go outside and investigate, we see the field's on fire.
Julio Chavez calls it a terrifying scene. A small grass fire quickly took off this morning, putting homes and animals in danger.
We're like, holy smokes, it's really on fire.
Julio got out his garden hose while another neighbor started up his backhoe, trying to contain the flames until firefighters arrived.
We had a grass fire that started directly off the roadway, off of Sunset. It was hot and windy out here, and the grass was rather tall, so the fire progressed unchecked until we got resources on scene.
Oh, it was scary. It was very scary. Zara Murthy was really panicking. The fire broke out right next to her organic lavender farm. She uses the 4,000 plants to make essential oils and skincare products.
It was scary that what if my plants would be burned, then my whole year's work will be gone.
Thankfully, fire crews got the 2-alarm fire under control before any major damage. With wildfire season now officially underway, firefighters say it's crucial to clear your dry weeds. It doesn't take much to lead to disaster.
We need everybody to rake. More raking is gonna solve it. Yeah. Fact is, this raking won't solve all of this. Yeah, we have to do some very serious, make some very serious changes. Changes which our society is struggling to make. But, thankfully, tragedy was averted. Fire was stopped before it could destroy anyone's homes. Let's go now north to Canada. Talk about the impending wildfire season up there. Here's CTV News from 12 hours ago. Wildfires expected to continue throughout the summer. And currently there's like a half a dozen fires going in Alberta alone.
And with me now is fire research analyst with the Canadian Forest Service, Richard Carr. Richard, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Pleased to be here.
We're unfortunately you're here. We're having to talk about wildfires. The season has started. Are there areas of concern that you're paying extra attention to?
Well, in the spring, we've got most of the prairies, at least the central regions, kind of highlighted as possibly having above average fire activity. As we get into June, it maybe spreads a little bit farther north, and then July and August, looks like we might have a fairly busy summer again.
And what kind of a winter was it? Was it a wet winter across the country? Was there a lot of snow, or does it mean we're going to see a higher than normal number of fires?
It varied quite a bit across the country. Southern British Columbia, the interior valleys lost their snow cover quite early. February, mid-February, late February. There was good snow cover across a lot of the country, and in fact, in parts of the Northwest Territories, Eastern Territories, and part of northern Quebec, there's still fairly deep snow cover up there. So, as far northern regions, that might delay the onset of any fire activity for a few weeks still.
And has the start of this year's season been different than last year?
Well, we're looking at, first of all, the different drought situation. Our drought was much more intense heading into 2024. We had more widespread drought and very intense values through a lot of the country. So, although we had, some good spring precipitation last year as well, too, so it didn't get too out of hand. This year, our drought levels are better, but I think the spring has been quite a bit drier. And in fact, when we get dominated by Arctic air, and the central part of the country has seen its share of Arctic air, from Western Ontario through Manitoba and probably part of Saskatchewan, it's very dry and can also be very windy. So, that can lead to the fire problems that we're seeing now.
Yeah. So, we did talk about snowpack during the winter. In some areas in Canada, as well as in the Northwest, definitely improved snowpack, somewhat unexpectedly. But this, even with that, like he just said, current conditions, lack of precipitation, high winds are going to really dry out areas very quickly. That aren't currently covered by snow, and it is approaching mid-May. We are probably headed towards pretty busy fire season this year. Now let's go all the way southeast to Miami, to Florida. Brush fires in Florida have been breaking out over the last week. Here's CBS Miami from yesterday.
We are continuing to follow breaking news at this hour. The brush fire happening in southern Miami-Dade near the county line with Monroe County. So far, officials say 400 acres have burned and 25% of the fire has been contained. We've just learned the entire 18-mile stretch is back open in and out of the Keys. Temporary closures have been impacting the area all day long. Now, the new brush fire comes just after a month after another major brush fire burned over 26,000 acres near that same area.
People living in the area are taking notice. CBS News Miami's Maribel Rodriguez joins us live from Florida City with the latest on the firefight. Maribel.
Well, Lauren, Elliott, having covered previous brush fires in this same area, I can tell you that traffic is a good indication as to how the fire is doing right now. As you can see, traffic running smoothly in both directions. Carton Road and US 1 both reopened, which means the fire is under contained and the visibility is good for drivers to head on out. So as of right now, it is good news. But again, that could all change in a matter of minutes.
We're keeping the news on and see what's happening.
Frances Diaz, who is heading down to Key Largo with her family for the weekend, is monitoring the brush fire situation to make sure they are not caught in the middle of the bumper-to-bumper traffic drivers dealt with Friday morning after officials shut down US 1 and
Dry snow? I didn't say dry snow, did I? I don't think that's what I said. I didn't mean to say it like that. One more story on these brush fires.
Well, this morning, all lanes on the 18-mile stretch of Cardstown Road are open after a brush fire spark sent flames and smoke into the air. Several hundred acres have burned since the flames ignited Thursday afternoon. And at last check, 50% of this fire has been contained. CBS News Miami's Steve Majiri is live in Florida City this morning with more on the firefight. Steve, they are busy out there.
That's right. We're right behind the command post that's set up here behind me, and we have come a long way as far as traffic goes. This time, yesterday morning, there was a way down to the Keys, but there was no way out. But as of now, all the roads are open, and firefighters will always stress that that can change at a moment's notice. And it's all because of this fire here. This is video we've gotten of this brush fire. This is the second one that's happened here in this same area since March. Luckily, no one has been hurt and no businesses have been damaged, but again, there have been traffic backups. So the Florida Forest Service and Miami-Dade Fire Rescue are working to get it completely out.
Thank God the businesses haven't been damaged. Well, how he doesn't mention homes. He's just like, at least the businesses haven't been damaged. Come on! Alright, let's go a little bit north to this story, which broke right before the stream started in Tennessee. ABC News from 5 hours ago, 4.1 magnitude earthquake hits Tennessee, of all places.
A 4.1 magnitude earthquake in Tennessee woke families up and rattled homes as far away as Atlanta. Now, those tremors spreading across much of the South. We want to get straight to our Alex Brochet with a look at more from reaction from that region. Alex.
Hey, Phil. Yeah, so this tremor hit around, or this earthquake hit around 9 this morning in Greenback, Tennessee. That's just outside of Knoxville. And look, I mean, we're used to covering these types of earthquakes, and you see them in situated areas. Well, this is the Great Smoky Mountains, and so you just saw that bear right there who was curiously kind of approaching a cabin, and then that earthquake hit, and that black bear goes scampering away. We've also seen that was in Wares Valley. We've also seen images of a dog, or excuse me, a cat that was scared off a porch as this rattling happened.
That's a huge cat.
One of the things that we're hearing from seismologists is that while certainly in the U.S. there's a huge focus of earthquakes on the West Coast, there is quite a bit of seismic activity in Tennessee and northern Georgia. This particular earthquake was felt in Tennessee and across 6 other states at a 4.1, but they say that it's along an area or stretch that's one of the most active in the eastern half of the United States. And so right now they are bracing for potential aftershocks. Seismologists say that the chance of a 3.0 magnitude quake quake within the next week. They put it at a more than 20% right now.
Well, brace yourself, Tennessee. Might see more earthquake activity in the coming days. Now, not only is fire season upon us, hurricane season is right around the corner. Here's CBS News from 13 hours ago. Ahead of hurricane season, conservationists talk flood prevention efforts.
Obfuscation, delay, undermining. If you're one of those 20% of the people and you think those tactics and techniques are going to help you, they will not, because I will run right over you.
Huh?
I will achieve the president's intent.
CBS News obtained those remarks by new FEMA Chief David Richardson at his first all-hands meeting this week. Richardson replaced Cameron Hamilton one day after Hamilton told the House subcommittee he opposes the elimination of FEMA. The change at the top of America's emergency response agency comes less than a month before the start of hurricane season, and as billions of dollars dedicated to storm preparation have been cut. Conservationists have long been working to shore up natural barriers to flooding from storms, but those efforts don't come quick. They say they're combating developers and the growing effects of climate change. We went to Florida to visit a preservation effort decades in the making.
It represents the conscience of a community, a 73-acre stretch along South Florida's Atlantic coast, left untouched by the sprawl of urban development just on the horizon.
You can see all the little fossils that are embedded in here that continue to build the formation.
Sarah Martin Kittredge is its caretaker.
And so if this wasn't protected, it would be more high-density development. This habitat that we have here on this shoreline provides nesting ground for sea turtles and for shorebirds and seabirds. And if it was developed, it would have much less chance of doing those things.
The Blowing Rocks Nature Preserve has a chance, thanks to neighbors from more than half a century ago. Hoping to stave off development, they bought the land outright and donated it to the Nature Conservancy in 1969, an independent nonprofit entrusted with restoring and protecting open spaces.
This is a tropical tree that grows here in South Florida, and it is one of the backbone plants of our maritime hammock.
So was this here 30 years ago?
This was not here 30 years ago, actually.
This cutting-edge conservation effort called for a hard stop to public use, barring all vehicle traffic, reconnecting waterways altered from their natural routes, and stripping non-native and invasive species from the habitat.
We get the seeds from the trees and from the shrubs and from the perennials.
With help from volunteers like Brenda Lines, the Conservancy replanted the natural flora.
You collect them from around here? They've got to be indigenous to Blowing Rocks. We don't bring anything. Because that's the problem. Yes.
It's taken half a century, but scientists say they've not only preserved this barrier island, but others along its chain.
Blowing Rocks Preserve is a wonderful example of coastal protection. We have a very robust beach dune, and that dune is what protects everything that's further inland. You've got this wonderful maritime hammock, and you've got our wetlands and our mangrove forests, and that's all providing that habitat for spawning fish and sea turtles and sharks. And so by having this entire kind of slice of the island intact is
And
very
layered.
rare.
And layered,
yeah.
right?
Still, it remains vulnerable, and not just to a warming climate.
The Earth has responded to sea level rises in the past. It is not a catastrophe.
But Rutgers University geologist Dr. Kenneth Miller says, to our further need for expansion.
What becomes a problem is when you put a building, a house, a condo, a restaurant on a barrier island. And then sea level will want to wipe out that barrier island as it's rising. Marshes are a real critical resource that are underappreciated.
I don't understand the way that he put that. I mean, I know what he's trying to say, but that way he said that made no sense. The water doesn't want to do things, it just does things. But the existence of building on these barrier islands, which are very sort of fragile ecosystems, but also incredibly important, like because of the storm surges and things like that, if instead of having mangrove forests, instead of having having just a forest in general there, you have construction, you have buildings there, it changes up the way in which that water is going to move around the island, and it will add to erosion, it'll add to just erosion is really the main problem, right? Because unlike the mangrove forests or natural people don't know, but things like mollusks and other bivalves are actually anti-erosionary, or that's not the right way to put, what's the right word for it? They are protective against erosion, like oyster beds and stuff like that. They all contribute to it, and the more that those layers are stripped away, the more potential for these barrier islands to just disappear. And let's check in with AccuWeather to see more about the Atlantic tropical season getting started.
Let's take you outside in the grill, Jamaica. What's beautiful here, in fact, the Caribbean is really nice right now. I mean, there's not much in the way of clouds. There's not much, any thunderstorms. Could change as we head into the latter half of next week. All right, joining us right now for the first report of the season, and unfortunately, you're going to see this face a little more as we continue to go through the summer. It is our hurricane expert, Alex De Silva. And Alex, May, you don't think of development in the tropics during the month of May, but it does happen. And there are some areas that we concentrate on it, that if you're going to get development, you're going to see it in these areas.
Yeah, on average, we typically get a storm once every 2 or 3 years during the month of May. And where do we typically look during the month of May?
Is it just me, or does this guy give off big-time used car salesman vibes?
But if you're going to get development, you're going to see it in these areas.
Yeah, on average, we typically get a storm once every 2 or 3 years during the month of May. And where do we typically look during the month of May? Usually a little bit closer to home. We usually don't look out towards Africa. A little bit closer to home, we look in the Western Caribbean, maybe in the southern, southeastern Gulf of America, and off the southwest coast of the of Florida there.
These guys are so pathetic. There's like definitely a right-wing bias here at AccuWeather, I've noticed. I feel like why are they calling this shit? These people are fucking, you're supposed to be scientists. AccuWeather. You're oh my god. That is so fucking pathetic. The Gulf of America. Trump, did you hear me say it? Oh, please don't shut us down.
That development to occur, and then it usually moves to the north and to the east during the month of May. So right now, where the area that we're going to be tracking, it's going to be in the southwestern Caribbean here at the end of next week, towards the middle of the month. That's where we're really going to be watching for development.
Yeah, we had mentioned this, that it does happen in May, and you and I were both looking at this. This was compiled by Jesse Farrell, and when you take a look at the years, we've had several years in from 2014 to 2020. It looks as though the last time, if I'm reading this right, is 2011. So we've not had 2021, I should say. We haven't had a May system since 2021. So the law of averages says, Alex, we're due.
Yeah, and certainly we've been really.
There you go. Statistically speaking, it's possible that we get some hurricane activity sooner than later. Yeah, AccuWeather is a weird place. It is a weird place. They're trying to kill. Are they trying to kill public information about? I honestly don't know that about them. I never heard that. I find their coverage to be usually pretty garbage, but sometimes they just have footage that is useful, which is why I follow them. It's interesting though. I'm gonna have to look into that. I've never heard that. All right. Speaking of the oceans, let's talk about the deep, deep oceans and how little of it humanity has ever seen. PBS NewsHour from 5 hours ago.
The deep sea covers about 2/3 of the Earth's surface, but only a tiny fraction of it has ever been seen by human eyes. That's the conclusion of a new study published this week, estimating humans have observed less than 1/1000% of the deep seafloor, an area roughly the size of Rhode Island. The study's author, Katie Croft Bell, is working to change that. She's a National Geographic explorer and the founder and president of the Ocean Discovery League. Stephanie Tsai has the story.
Katie Croft Bell, thank you so much for joining the program. It's so fascinating to think that out of our vast ocean, we've seen basically a drop in the bucket. I guess I would start by asking you why it matters that so much of the deep ocean has gone unexplored.
Well, the deep sea is the planet's life support system. It supports plankton in the upper ocean, which produce oxygen that we breathe. Those plankton also feed fish, which in turn feeds over 1 billion people worldwide. The deep sea absorbs heat and carbon dioxide, which moderates our atmosphere so we can live here on Earth. And increasingly, we're seeing pharmaceuticals that are based on chemical compounds from marine animals. But despite the numerous benefits from the ocean and the deep ocean, we're impacting the deep sea at an unprecedented rate. And we really need to understand those habitats and the processes that are happening down there before we do irreparable harm.
So 0.001% of it has been mapped. How did you determine how much of it, how little of it had been explored?
Well, we actually used 2 different ways. One was based on the dive records of 3 organizations here in the United States who have done thousands of dives over several decades. And the other way was by taking actual dive track records and their distances along the sea floor. And so we multiplied those by the amount that you see on the seabed, how fast those vehicles might have gone. And we, even with those 2 independent methods of calculations, we came up with the same order of magnitude, this 0.001% of the deep sea, which is about 66% of our planet.
What do you think is down there that we do need to see?
Well, that is the mystery, right? There are so many things that we've found in the last 70 years of exploration, new habitats, new understandings of life on Earth through the discovery of hydrothermal vents and other sorts of chemosynthetic systems or life that depends on the chemistry of the water coming up out of the seabed. So just imagine what's going to be in the 99.999% that we haven't explored yet.
There is a lot of concern out there right now that scientific research writ large is under threat by the Trump administration because of a lot of cuts. I wonder how you believe your research may be impacted, if at all.
We're not quite sure yet specifically, but right now, of course, as you say, we're seeing cuts and potential cuts across multiple federal agencies that deal with ocean science and management. And there's no doubt this will affect scientific research across the country.
Yeah, shocking, I know. But Donald Trump's administration is affecting scientific research. Wow, I'm sure none of us were expecting that outcome when it's basically the stated outcome of the Trump administration to get rid of all the science that doesn't help them immediately make more money. Gotta get rid of all that nasty science for science sake. Yeah, just to know things about stuff. But don't worry. Even without those funds, it's not going to be a problem. because the Trump administration is fast-tracking the destruction of the ocean floor. That's right. That's right. We don't need to research it because we're just going to destroy it. Well, here's a story from
President
Wyoming.
Donald Trump has signed an executive order fast-tracking deep-sea mining.
Yeah, this is from 4 days ago. Donald Trump fast-tracking deep-sea mining for rare earths. I don't know if you know this, but the Earth is also at the bottom of the ocean, and there's some rare stuff down there.
And well, President Donald Trump has signed an executive order fast-tracking deep-sea mining, both in American waters and far beyond. That is triggering swift backlash from China and environmental groups. The White House says the plan will unlock access to critical minerals like cobalt, nickel, and copper used in everything from electric vehicles to national defense systems. Now, officials claimed it could create 100,000 jobs and add $300 billion to the U.S. economy over the next decade. But critics warn that this fast-track approach can sideline international law and cause irreversible damage to some.
Donald Trump sidelining international law? Sacre bleu. You don't say.
What you talking about?
Impossible.
Or its most fragile ecosystems. The U.S. is not a member of the International Seabed Authority, which is the global body overseeing deep-sea mining regulations. Instead, the Trump administration is invoking a decades-old law to justify issuing permits in international waters. China, which currently holds the most exploration licenses under ISA rules, called the move illegal and harmful to global interests.
Illegal?
Environmental advocates, meanwhile, say the rushing into seabed mining can devastate marine life and deep-sea habitats.
Now, I think we all know why Donald Trump is doing this, right? I mean, aside from Elon telling him that we need more rare earths. I think Donald Trump now knows that we need rare earths to do a bunch of stuff. But right now, basically our entire rare earth supply is cut off. Why? Because Donald Trump is waging a trade war against China. And China happens to have basically, in terms of at least the refining capabilities of the mines open, all of that, all the infrastructure needed to do all of that, they're basically like one of the only people on the planet with the, they have the biggest supply currently of rare earths on the planet, and they have halted all exports of those rare earth minerals to the United States. So now we're just going to destroy the ocean to get them. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating plan. Oh shit, we blew through the break. We'll do one more video, then we're gonna take a break, and we'll be back with space news. Let's go to Somalia. Speaking of water, Somalia seems to have a little too much of it. In the capital of Somalia.
Wobegon.
The rain is the first of its kind in 40 years. Whoa. What just happened? Hey, shut up. Hey. Hey, you. Shut it. What in the fuck is going on? There we go. Jesus Christ. Where the fuck was that from? Try this again. Sorry, 2 videos are playing at the same time somehow. But yeah, this is this came out of the Associated Press from 9 hours ago. This is in the capital of Somalia. At least 10 people have died so far in this flood. This rain is the first of its kind in 40 years, and it has continued heavily for almost 8 hours. We have witnessed homes severely damaged by floods and many people displaced, whose houses were destroyed. A lot of them were evacuated. We are now hearing that almost 20 people have died in the floods. We were badly affected by the flash floods this morning. We narrowly safeguarded our kids, but the elderly are still trapped. We spent the night on rooftops, shivering from the cold. And I haven't even had breakfast. Yeah, I don't think the water is supposed to be in that road. Yeah, devastating floods from this, well, once in a generation type of rains here in Somalia. Haven't been seen in 40 years, according to that first guy. Apparently almost 20 people dead. Alright, we gotta take a break. It's been over 4 hours. Second break of the stream. We'll be back with the third half, space news, and a lot of Earth stuff to talk about after that. But first, some space messages. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. We're still trying to get to 1,000 subs right now. We're getting closer and closer day by day. I think we're getting close to like 50 or something away from it. Something like that. Close to it. We're within, you know, close distance of 1,000 subs right now. So if you haven't subbed, hit that button. Once you're done doing both of those things, which do help the stream, do you also consider contributing? Another way of helping the stream, since we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support, of course. YouTube, Twitch. But at this moment, we are currently asking people to contribute on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Becoming a Patreon member gives you all sorts of super sweet benefits. But unlike YouTube and Twitch, when you donate on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, we get that money immediately, if not sooner. As well as it not being affected by YouTube and Twitch's cut, we get that money immediately, and right now, due to unforeseen circumstances relating to our lack of streams last month, among other things, we need your help more than ever, as we got some serious problems going on. Anyway, chat, enough messages from me. Enjoy this short break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay. I think everybody knows what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Oh, wow. Music was already over. I was slow on the uptake. Hope I didn't lose anybody. Okay. What else was I was going to respond. I saw somebody asking about whose cats are at the bar. That's right. There's multiple cats at the bar. Both are patron cats. Schmegley's cat and Omega Star's cat. The cats, they're invading. Unless you meant the cat. There's multiple cats, actually. There's a bunch of cats at the pool, too. We have a lot of cat lovers, animal lovers, really, here. Space fans. Big fans of animals, it would seem. And pets. Okay, we're gonna get back on the road here with a little discussion of space. We've been talking about this the last two streams. I just can't stop talking about it. And I remember this video that we watched months and months ago now. It's like 2 months ago. But let's remind ourselves of the story. I want. If you didn't hear yet, you've somehow missed the space half for the last two streams. Well, this is your opportunity to learn about this. If you haven't, I'm sorry that we're going through this again. But I think this is massively, this is hugely important. Not just because we're, space-centric podcast, but just because of the implications of this back on Earth. Starbase. If you haven't heard of it, now you have, or about to hear about it. Elon Musk's new town.
Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. There's a new city in Texas, and it's home to the South Texas home of Elon Musk's SpaceX company, as they are now finally being named as Starbase. Starbase, Texas, becoming a city will help us continue to build the best community possible for the men and women building the future of humanity's space, place in space. So we're following this very closely as a vote on Saturday to formally organize Starbase as a city was approved by a lopsided margin among the small group of voters who live there and are mostly Musk's employees at space.
Yeah, yeah. So the majority of people who voted on this were Musk's employees. Seems like a conflict of interest. But they basically vote down, Doge head Elon Musk and head of SpaceX has basically made his own town and then got his employees to vote on legislation to make it a town. I mean, it's insane. It is pure. This is fucking pure insanity. This is just the oligarchy at work in full force. Let's go here though to More Perfect Union from 2 months ago to talk about this fucking town.
It's a shame that it got to this point, as big as it is, and probably going to get big.
I think we're at the dawn of a new era. I think it's going to be very exciting.
We are at T-minus under 33 minutes and counting.
I'd love to have SpaceX be the company that brings humanity to Mars, and I hope I see it while I'm still alive.
I mean, are we going to Mars or not? Right now, we sure are messing a lot of stuff up in our area here.
Brownsville, Texas sits at the southernmost tip of the United States. It's a border town of 200,000 people. 10 years ago, it was upended by the arrival of a very famous new resident, the richest man in the world. Many residents are glad that this $350 billion company moved into a town that has struggled with high unemployment for decades.
We need this area to grow. It's the poorest county in the nation.
If we don't grow, we're gonna die.
Come here, Elon. Did you see his rocket yesterday?
President Trump has promised to support Musk's vision for interplanetary travel.
We will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah!
By the way, this is actually a different place in Texas. I forgot. It's been a couple months since I watched this. But this is a different place in Texas where Elon Musk is trying to do the same thing to a larger group of people, just to be clear.
But what's actually happening?
I feel like this space, what's it called? Space base, Starbase, is basically like a blueprint for what Elon Musk wants to do wherever he decides to plant a SpaceX launch site at.
In Brownsville, where Elon Musk has already staked his company's flag.
We're a disadvantaged community that's being exploited by a billionaire for his experimental space fantasy.
By the way, making a statue like this of yourself, this is full-on villain behavior, right? Only villains create, you know, I think this thing is like 15 feet tall or something. Only villains do stuff like this right here, okay? It's fucking weird.
A billionaire for his experimental space fantasy.
We used to go a lot. I mean, before I even married, we would go, and he would go with his family also. And then once we married, we had boys. We were there probably every weekend.
It was just a very serene place. I mean, it's still beautiful when you can get there.
Renee and Ida Mandrano live just 17 miles from Boca Chica Beach, where SpaceX launches the rocket Starship, the largest and most powerful rocket ever built, and the one that Elon Musk says will take humanity to Mars. The Starship, which includes the booster Super Heavy, is a 5,000-ton rocket made of stainless steel, designed to carry up to 150 metric tons of cargo, which Musk says is necessary for his Mars colony.
The launch is here. The rocket is right here. And you can hear it, you can feel it, you can see the fire, you can see the raptors, and you see the smoke, and then all of a sudden you hear those booms. Our dog Miller was running around. It was loud. It sounded like
a bomb?
A huge, dangerous, super explosive bomb.
What was once 1,400 acres of beach and wetlands is now home to SpaceX's building facility, launch pad, and a continuously growing town where employees live, called Starbase. The rocket launches 5 times a year, but right now SpaceX is applying to launch 25 times a year.
It's a shame that it got to this point, as big as it is, and probably going to get bigger.
Musk came to Texas to pitch his private space launching facility in 2013.
This will be the first commercial orbital launch site in the world.
And warned that the company was also eyeing Georgia, Florida, and Puerto Rico.
We are looking at other potential launch locations.
The year before, Musk had spent $12,000 in campaign contributions and hired a lobbyist to court local politicians. SpaceX spent a total of $219,000 on gifts, trips to SpaceX headquarters in California, and even a Lakers game. Texas is a billionaire-friendly state. They have no corporate tax or state income tax. But SpaceX wanted more, and Governor Rick Perry and the state officials were eager to win this bid. In exchange, Musk promised millions in growth.
Our competition for this in Texas is very serious.
When we first met with Elon, he explained the project to us. And then he asked us, do you know why I'm doing this? And he kind of, backs away from the table and looks at us and says, humanity can no longer sustain itself on this planet, so I'm going to help with that by colonizing Mars. So at that moment in time, number one, I thought, I'm fired. How am I gonna go back to the poorest community in the United States and tell my leadership, hey, let's use our hard-earned tax dollars to incentivize and recruit a company to our community. And the reason that they're doing this is because they're gonna save humanity by colonizing Mars. It was just so out there.
Gilberto's.
Yeah, it's also a lie on multiple levels. Elon has no way of sustaining humanity on Mars, first of all. Second of all, it's a even more bold, I'm not sure which one is actually more bold, but it's a pretty bold lie to suggest that humanity can sustain itself on this planet. It can. It's just not doing it. Right? It should be, but it's not. Logan Hill gifting 5 sweet galactic membies to the community who got them. Series, good for Gabby. Joe 47771. Schmegley. And who's number 5? Don't play us again like this. Do not play us, YouTube. Don't make me change the stream title to YouTube is stealing our galactic membies from us.
Illegal.
Either way, thank you, Logan Hill. Much appreciated for the galactic memberships. Hopefully this one will go... I mean, like last night, I was saying this yesterday, actually. Not yesterday. I was saying it earlier on this stream. That the memberships that didn't go through yesterday did in fact go through overnight. Would have been cooler if they'd gone through during the chat, but thankfully they have been rectifying these, or at least recently it seems like they still went through. Really appreciate it, Logan. Damn, we got to be getting close. I think we're almost on emote 19 now. Not to it, but like on the real road to emote number 19. I think we're only 6 galactic memberships gifted now, or started. Either would add it to it. I think we only need 6 more members right now to get us to how do I phrase this? I gotta find a better way to phrase this. We've almost reached the ceiling, or the floor at which, the floor on memberships that we need to get to be working towards 19 emotes, right? It still doesn't sound right. But basically, the emotes are, the number of emotes that we get are dictated by the number of memberships we happen to have at any one time. It is actively updated based upon the number we happen to have at the time. But yeah, we are making progress thanks to gifts like that. Thank you, Logan. All right, let's keep talking about Elon's takeover of this poor community by creating his own town.
Salinas co-founded the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation, an organization that allocates city taxes to attract businesses.
People laughed at us, but we're like, if we're able to align everything, it might be just that deal of the century.
Salinas' organization chipped in $5 million in incentives, and the state approved an additional $15 million, as well as a 10-year waiver on county taxes. 10 years later, in 2024, SpaceX released a report claiming they had invested $3.5 billion in infrastructure and created 3,400 new jobs. To Salinas, Musk had kept his promise.
I think any business person will say, wow, you invest $5 million and 10 years down the road, those $5 million are going to turn into $3+ billion. Yeah, I would do that deal any day.
In 2014, SpaceX broke ground.
The future of South Texas takes off right behind me.
You know, the way that guy talks about it, as if the whole community has received $3 billion, is bullshit. That is not what actually happened. It is real dumb framing.
This was the frontier at one time, and it's the frontier again.
Musk is really good at getting government subsidies. In the last few decades, he's gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from federal grants, tax incentives, and state contracts for his companies Tesla and SolarCity. SpaceX was near bankruptcy, and Musk was deep in debt when NASA gave the company a massive handout in 2008.
NASA called and told us that we'd won a $1.5 billion contract. And I couldn't even hold the phone. It's like, I just blurted out, I love you guys.
They saved you.
Yeah, they did.
Look at him, he's practically crying. I don't know if it's because he's on ketamine or something like that, but I mean, this guy received $1.8 billion from NASA, right? And now he's trying to destroy NASA. This guy is, yes, like Dark Sparkle is saying, this guy is a fucking welfare queen billionaire. He's a billionaire welfare queen. Guy's receiving tax money all over the place and then trying to gut the very government agencies that gave him that money, right? That are the reason he exists. Dude is so disgusting.
You guys.
So sick of people like this.
You.
Yeah, they did.
Financially and maybe even emotionally.
I'll tell you what, that was definitely helpful. Yeah.
But do those subsidies really pay off for towns like Brownsville?
We are a low-income community. We're primarily brown and indigenous. We have a very unique and beautiful community.
Becca Hanosa is a local environmentalist and activist who has been fighting SpaceX for years.
Our people here, we do need jobs. Most of us are in survival mode, and we're in survival mode because we've been exploited so many times by so many different industries, and now SpaceX is part of that.
Musk has a reputation for forcing high speeds on his workers and lacks safety standards at his work sites. Reuters reported in 2023 that there had been 600 injuries at SpaceX locations since 2014. One worker has been in a coma after an on-site accident for 3 years. Another lost vision in one of his eyes after being struck while moving a beam.
Ya no miré yo nada completamente, entonces yo le gritaba a mi amigo, perdí mi ojo.
Musk's worksite in Boca Chica has an accident rate 6 times higher than anywhere in the space industry.
Lo que yo miré, he visto yo allí en ese trabajo del SpaceX, no hay.
That is disgusting. And this is why Elon, it's figures like this. It is figures like this that people need to know, okay? Like, and that genuinely prove all sorts of shit, okay? Now, Elon Musk's companies may be efficient, but it's efficiency at the sake of safety, at the sake of people who work for him or who are affected by his products, his business business decisions, his money-making ventures. And it is reason. It is this kind of stuff that are basically the main reasons for why Elon Musk should have absolutely nothing to do with government, right? And why he should have absolutely no control over all of these goddamn agencies that Donald Trump has given him access to, and supposed, not even clear that it's lawful still, but beyond that point, supposed oversight on things like Department of Transportation, things like the FAA, things like all of these, you know, financial regulators, business regulators. He should have negative influence on them. You shouldn't even be able to say the names. Like, you shouldn't even be able to say CFPB. You shouldn't even be able to say Department of Labor, right? Like, this man, like, she should be fined every time he says the words Department of Labor, okay, or OSHA, or like dude, I'll read this. The 2022 injury rate at the company's manufacturing and launch facility near Brownsville, Texas, was 4.8 injuries or illnesses per 100 workers. That's a 5 in 100. That's what's that? That's the 5%. That's, my God, my brain is broken. 5% of people who work for Elon get hurt. 6 times higher than the space industry average of 0.8. So this is 6 times higher. This is the man who we're told is a genius, an efficient businessman of great acumen and competence and merit. He's injuring workers 6 times higher than anyone else, at least in his industry, as it relates to space. It's fucking insane. This is insane. And this is the sort of stuff that we should expect out of what happens in government with Elon, right? I mean, people are probably going to be affected, probably be hurt 6 times more, if not more than that, right? Whether it be as it relates to, you know, Social Security Administration or whatever else. You know, it's efficiency, quote unquote, at the sake of hurting people.
Illegal. Boca Chica has an accident rate 6 times higher than anywhere in the space industry.
Lo que yo miré, he visto yo allí en ese trabajo del SpaceX, no hay suficiente seguridad. Ahí no hay.
Besides the $5 million Brownsville gifted to SpaceX when they first arrived, the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation has since spent another $1 million to attract space-related startups. Hanosa says it reminds her of a different time in South Texas's past. About 100 years ago, when rich landowners and politicians in the lower Rio Grande Valley tried to lure white settlers to the region to farm. The lower valley was majority Tejano, Mexican-Americans who had lived there before Texas was even a state, and it still is today.
They advertised our low-income people as cheap workforce and cheap land. Come here and exploit.
Since Musk's arrival, the launching site and the SpaceX campus have grown, much faster than Hanosa and the Medranos ever imagined.
Never did we think that they would be taking over the entire area. It was just Elon Musk is going to come in, he's going to build a little pad, he's going to have a launch, and that's it. But now it's totally different than what was explained.
The thing that bothers the Medranos the most is that they can rarely go to Boca Chica Beach, a beach the state of Texas and the city of Brownsville promised the public would be able to visit. The Texas state constitution guarantees access to all public beaches, but in 2013, the state amended the Texas Open Beaches Act to carve out space activity. Now the state is free to close the beach anytime SpaceX wants to launch a rocket. And it turns out that's a lot.
They'll send a text and they'll say Boca Chica Beach is now closed. And if we're planning to go out there, that's it. Unpack everything. And then 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, I'll get another text. Boca Chica Beach is now open. Well, who's going to go out there at 10 o'clock at night?
You're on their time.
Seriously.
You know, you're on SpaceX time.
Yeah. So, you know, this heavily Tejano city, Brownsville, which is, I mean, it's not a huge city, but I think it's over 100,000 people that live in that city, are now basically being held hostage by Starbase. And Starbase, I think they're now going to have a lot more control, essentially. They're going to have a great deal more control over this beach, over this area, now that it's been made its own town, right? There's going to be even less ability for people in Brownsville. And the population of Starbase is like 500, okay? But a population of 100,000 is going to be held hostage by Elon Musk and his workers, right? I mean, essentially, it's Elon Musk who's holding everyone hostage, but you get what I'm saying. It's just fucking horrifying that they actually allowed this place to become a town and have, ew. Company towns are coming back, people. Get excited to have your boss run everything in your life.
Local people call Boca Chica Beach the poor people's beach because this is where people come to fish. We come to the beach with our families because it was free and open to the public. And SpaceX is changing all of that rapidly.
Boca Chica Beach is not only a popular spot for fishing and swimming, it's also a complex ecosystem, one of the most biologically diverse in North America, and home to endangered and protected species, including the ocelot, sea turtles, and the piping plover.
SpaceX is trampling over this entire site, singeing the wildlife, burning down part of the wildlife refuge. This region, most of the native habitat has been destroyed because of real estate development, industrialization, farming. We only have 3% left, and that 3% is being destroyed by SpaceX.
Hinosa co-founded the Texas Environmental Justice Center, and along with other national and local environmental organizations, is suing the FAA and SpaceX for violation of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. In order to build on the site, Musk had to do a thorough environmental impact statement, or EIS, under the National Environmental Protection Act. These reports are really comprehensive. They include impacts to air quality, carbon emissions, water usage, wildlife protection, as well as cultural and economic impacts. Initially, SpaceX got approval to launch the Falcon 9, a reliable and, after years of testing, safe rocket that takes cargo into lower orbit. But in 2018, SpaceX announced they would be launching the Starship Super Heavy, a rocket 20% larger than the Falcon 9 with 10 times the thrust. In a press conference, Musk said they would be testing their new rocket in Texas instead of the Kennedy Center in Florida because
it's got a lot of land with nobody around, so if it blows up, it's cool. If it blows up, it's cool.
This is a perfect example of a time the FAA should have conducted a second EIS, but instead did a simplified environmental assessment, or EA. Officials concluded that there would be no significant impact of launching this much larger rocket from Boca Chica Beach. That same year, before a single rocket took flight, SpaceX started a fire during an engine test that engulfed 68 acres of brushland in flames and burned through the night. In spite of this, the first launch of Starship was scheduled for April 20th, 2023, aka Weed Day. Here's how the launch was supposed to go. Starship was meant to orbit the Earth, with the booster landing in the Gulf of Mexico and the spaceship re-entering the atmosphere and landing in the Pacific Ocean. Instead, the launch pad exploded, sending debris across Boca Chica Beach and scorching more than 3 acres of land. A dust cloud poured over the nearby Port Isabel. Buildings shook, a window shattered.
Holy crap! Rocket is launching. See it.
Yeah, and people, it's not... Elon pretending like the land around Starbase is just completely uninhabited is a lie, right? He is a liar. There's plenty of other stuff around, like that place we were just talking about, Brownsville. Also, people across the bay from him. Hold on, let me pull the map up. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Well, I guess I can just explain it. I mean, Brownsville, that town that city we were talking about, which is over a population of over 100,000 people, is only 20 miles away. But then there's multiple other residential and commercial buildings across the little bay there, which is much closer than 20 miles away. And Jesus, he's just This man just runs around doing whatever the fuck he wants. Just pretending like people aren't where they are. Because it suits him better, or whatever. It's fucking gross. Okay. Now, let's go over here. Talk about something that it may be happening as we speak. It was supposed to have already happened. This is from 13 hours ago, NBC News. Old Soviet spacecraft expected to hit Earth.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And tonight on The Future of Everything, we're tracking some pretty sketchy space junk that could come crashing down this weekend in a big way. This is a half a ton right here. Soviet-era spacecraft launched about a half a century ago. It is headed back to Earth, and it is a tricky trajectory with experts expecting it to come down any area over here. We don't exactly know yet. Only a few parts of the world are ruled out, including the west coast of the United States, thankfully. Most of Africa also getting a dodge here, and most of...
I love this map. It's basically everywhere. I mean, we can pretend that this isn't everywhere, but I mean, this is where most people live, in this band. in this general region. This is where most people live, as it turns out.
Russia, Northern Europe, but these red dots, all these red dots along the trajectory lines right here, those are cities with at least 1 million people. So if you're thinking, yeah, but, you know, we have our planetary defense system, the atmosphere, right? Maybe it'll burn up in the atmosphere. Yeah, maybe. But there's a plot twist. The Russians designed this thing to land on Venus, where the average temperature is something like 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's got one heck of a heat shield that might keep it intact as it comes screaming back down to Earth. Nothing to worry about, right? So let's bring in Jonathan McDowell. He is an astronomer at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. Thank you so much for being with us. Like, should we be worried here, or, you know, it's a pretty big world. We've got a pretty big ocean. What do you think?
Let's play the number game.
Right. It's a pretty big world. The chance that it's going to hit you is minuscule. So I wouldn't lose any sleep over it.
I love
Having
it.
said that, right. No, you're fine. I think the latest predictions are moving away from...
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I got nothing against this guy, but after that, I really kind of want him to get hit. Just saying, because it would be just the irony would be hilarious. You're fine. This just in.
Right. No, you're fine. I think the latest predictions are moving away from all of the United States as a possible impact zone. Anyway, it's going to be half a ton, falling out of the sky at a couple hundred miles an hour. If it hits you on the head, you're going to have a really bad day. But, you know, the chance it'll hit you is so small. It's more of a question of, we've got these uncontrolled spacecraft left over from the Cold War, re-entering now and again. Probably we should clean that up. This time we'll dodge it, but eventually we're going to roll the dice and someone's going to get hurt. So I think, you know, in a big picture, yes, government should regulate this and clean up space. For today, this is just a nice reminder that the Cold War is knocking on our door after 50 years and going, hey, remember me?
Yeah, delightful. And we definitely need a garbage truck, a space garbage truck going out there and just, you know, taking care of all this business. But like...
I'm thinking of starting to think I might have a new job in my future. Space garbage man.
What went so wrong 50 years ago? We shot this thing at Venus. Like, how did this aimlessly orbit Earth for 50 plus years? And how is it now crashing back a half a century later?
Right. So what you do when you send a Venus probe out is first you put it into a little tight orbit around the Earth, and then you have an upper stage to the rocket that boosts it from that, what we call a parking orbit around the Earth, to get it to escape velocity and send it off toward Venus. And so in March of 1972, the Soviet Union put 2 of these probes on the launch pad. and one of them went off and became Venus 8, and it landed on Venus and sent back great data that we've never had before about the surface of our sister world. A few days later, they launched what was meant to be Venus 9. The rocket that was going to boost it out of Earth orbit shuddered to a halt halfway through its rocket burn.
Failed space travel. Now coming back to give us a bunch of problems 60 years later. All right, that's enough space debris talk. Let's get to the Earth news. Ah, boy. Plenty to talk about here. Some Pope-related stuff to start us off. Let's go here. First, CTV News from 8 hours ago. Pope Leo XIV, the new Pope, had a great devotion to the poor while working in Peru.
Joining me now is Father John Lydon. He is an Augustinian friar who lived and worked with the Pope in Peru in the 1990s. Thank you very much for joining us, Father.
Pleasure to be with you.
Has it worn off yet, the idea that your friend is now the Pope?
No, it still seems a shock, a shock of joy. We're just overwhelmed with joy. We lived together 10 years in Peru in the same house, working in the same apostolate. So I know him very well, a good friend, and all these years. So it's just a great blessing and just a shock. We didn't expect this to happen, obviously.
What was it like working with him then in Peru? He did a lot of his key work there, it sounds like.
Yes, we were 10 years together in Trujillo, which is northern Peru, part of our mission, our Augustinian mission in Peru. Very easy to get along with, someone who promotes dialogue, working together as a team. He doesn't do things by himself. He works as a team. Very good sense of humor, so able to help, and dilute any tensions that might be around. Just a very down-to-earth person, very intelligent, but humble at the same time. So an easy person to live with.
And we heard when talking to the cardinals the importance of local services in their language, bringing people together. Do you think that will carry through all those attributes you saw back in the 90s?
Yeah, I'm sure they mark his identity. I think Peru, as it did with me as well, helps form you in the early years of your priesthood. We were both missionaries in our early years of priesthood. I was 40 years there. And the Peruvian people are very community oriented, so I think that will mark him and his papal ministry.
Okay, if you say so. But yeah, we did watch another video yesterday that said similar things about the new Pope. That he's very pro-worker, social justice-y. So the SJW Pope is what we've supposedly got. He's we looked at some of the criticisms of Pope Leo that he had of Trump and J.D. Vance. A bunch of posts he made on Twitter criticizing all sorts of right-wing stuff. Let's see what the Ministry of Truth had to say about this.
Yesterday, we saw the news of the new Pope. Before Pope Leo became Pope Leo, there were some critical comments that he made about President Trump and about Vice President Vance on his then X account. Does the White House have any reaction to those comments?
The president made his reaction to Pope Leo's announcement yesterday very clear. He is very proud to have an American Pope. I think it was a surprise to everyone. I saw the news media was surprised to report on that yesterday, but it's a great thing for the United States of America and for the world, and we are praying for him.
kind of love that answer from Caroline. Oh my god. I wonder if Donald Trump has actually seen those tweets. I would love to know. I would love to know. Caroline being like, yeah, he said some things on Twitter, but the president is really excited about an American Pope, just for the sake of it being from America. And we don't care that he said that Trump is wrong, JD Vance is wrong. But, you know, really, we can't not talk about all of this. And also, we can't talk about all of this and not have a discussion of the problems with the Catholic Church. And apparently, at least currently, being alleged by some that this Pope has not been as accountable as you might want. Democracy Now! Had on a couple of different people to talk about
Democracy depends on a free press.
Just that, as it relates to accountability and the Pope.
Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. I want to bring our next guest into this conversation. He's back in Rome, Italy, Peter Isley. He is a survivor of sexual assault by a Catholic priest as a 13-year-old boy growing up in Wisconsin. Peter's one of the founders and global affairs chief of SNAP, Survivors Network of Those Abused by Priests. SNAP's open letter in response to the new Pope, quote, highlights the grim reality underpinning the College of Cardinals. Many who voted in this conclave actively shielded abusers, and many who will be appointed to the Curia under this papacy bear similar stains, they write. Peter Isley, can you talk about your organization's very grave concerns about Cardinal Prevost being elected a pope?
Yeah, and you can imagine how difficult this is for me to be sitting here for survivors to what they're experiencing today, especially when survivors from Peru and some in the United States who were raped and sexually assaulted by Augustinians, the order that Prevost was provincial of, and then global, ahead of the global order, what it felt like to see him walk out on that balcony knowing that your family, your life has permanently changed because of how he has managed or mismanaged sexual abuse cases. It's hard not to be a part of the Leo fan club right now. I'm pretty confident I'm the most unpopular person, probably in Rome right now, and certainly on this panel. But here are the facts, and this is why we were in Rome launching Conclave Watch. People need to know what the records on sexual abuse and cover-up are of these cardinals. And we filed a Vost Estis complaint. That's the official mechanism that you're supposed to use when a bishop has evidence of covering up sex crimes. And in that filing, there is plenty of evidence. Now, I'm not saying he's guilty, but we're saying it reaches well beyond probable cause that he covered up sex crimes as Augustinian provincial and as head of the Augustinian order, and then as a bishop in Peru from 2014 to 2023. And the worst is a case that he was directly involved in. 3 sisters who were sexually assaulted and raped by 2 priests in his diocese. They were like 6 and 7 years old. The statute of limitations in Peru for child sex crimes is 4 years. So they didn't go to the police by, they 9 years old, they didn't go to the police. But they did it, and one of them admitted it. He admitted to the church that he committed these heinous, awful crimes against these girls. And what Prevost did with that information is that he didn't launch it and give it to justice officials, say in Peru, to find out if there's any possibility of prosecution. He took that criminal evidence like they do.
I gotta say, Peru, really Peru, 4 years is that seems a little short. Jesus Christ. All of this is so fucking disturbing.
In Peru to find out if there's any possibility of prosecution. He took that criminal evidence like they do all around the world, and he shipped it via diplomatic pouch over here to the Vatican over here. What are they doing with it? And that case was closed because of the civil statute in Peru. The man has sexually assaulted children. They were left in ministry. These victims had to go public. Imagine the courage of these three women. They didn't get to read the gospel today or whatever would happen over there, but these three women raped and sexually assaulted by two Peruvian priests. Prevost, I'm sorry. I hate saying this. I hate saying this. The evidence is that he covered up these crimes.
Peter,
We're sitting right now in the Augustinian headquarters.
I wanted to go to a clip, by
Yes.
the way. This recent scrutiny centering around Cardinal Robert Provost's alleged awareness and mishandling of accusations of sexual abuse against two priests when Provost, now the Pope, was the Archbishop, as you described, in Peru. This is a clip of Ana Maria Quispe, a Peruvian woman who you were talking about, who accused the two priests, Eleuterio Vázquez and Ricardo Yasken, of sexual abuse. In an interview with the Peruvian media in 2023, she said the abuse started when she was 9 years old.
Lo que me pasó a mí fue alrededor del 2007. Yo en ese entonces.
What happened to me was around 2007. At the time, the priest would invite us to celebrations, to go on missions, to pray the rosary with him, or to mass. He would insist in having youth go on missions with him, to rural regions in the mountains. After so much insistence, my parents agreed because the priest and I were really close. When it was time to go to bed, he ended up sleeping with me. It was something I didn't expect, and it was very uncomfortable.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's disgusting. And the allegation is that Robert Provost helped to cover up, essentially, the abuse that went on here by those priests. The new Pope, not that woke. Horrifying. It's a fucking horrifying story. All right, now let's go to talk about a man who's been accused of Pope killing, J.D. Vance. But we're not going to talk about his supposed Pope assassination activities. Let's talk about his recent visit at the Munich Security Conference this week. Here's Forbes breaking news from a little earlier today.
We draw the line.
Great. I think most of us would totally agree with that. And especially, I think, speaking on behalf of a non-nuclear country, with the goal of maintaining the nuclear non-proliferation regime.
Yes.
That's very important. That allows me to turn to my next or last question on NATO, because most people don't understand that the fact that we've had NATO under U.S. leadership for the last 70 years, that has been an essential instrument of international non-proliferation.
I feel like this is very diplomatic talk right here. Most people do understand that, but he's saying it in this way because I'm fairly certain. What's this guy's name? I can't remember this guy's fucking name. But I'm fairly certain that this guy is trying to speak to JD Vance, something like a child, you know, like. You know, many people don't understand this thing that you don't understand, actually. Let me explain it to you, stupid.
Essential instrument of international non-proliferation. Yes. If we had not had the U.S. nuclear presence in Europe, I would be prepared to give you at least 2, 3, 4, 5 countries in Europe that would have gone nuclear if they had not had this reassurance. So NATO has played a big role in nuclear non-proliferation. In 6 weeks' time, we have a NATO summit coming up. And again, there are many issues. One will be the continuing issue of defense spending. As we mentioned earlier in our discussion, Europeans are doing more, but we've also listened to demands coming out of the administration that are even more ambitious. So could you talk a little bit about your level of expectation? What would be your desired outcome of that NATO summit in terms of defense spending, in terms of how much Europe will need to do on its own in order to relieve the United States more in Europe?
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of different components to this. So first of all, what the president has said is he'd like to see 5% spending on defense in NATO. And he thinks that that is consistent with what our European friends are telling us about how.
Now, I just want to remind everybody, the United States does in fact not spend 5% on defense. So I just want you to think about that for a second. The United States, the country on the planet which spends more money than any other country, in fact, more than the next 5 countries combined, might be more than that actually, but the biggest military spending country on the planet, the United States, does not spend 5% of its GDP on defense. If we did, it would be close to $1.5 trillion as of, at least before Donald Trump started destroying the economy. That would have been as of 2024, right? And so this is a laughable talking point that the Trump administration keeps talking about, suggesting that other countries need to spend more on a percentage basis of their GDP than we should. It's idiotic.
How much they fear some of the threats in the world. And, given, unfortunately, that a lot of European militaries have not kept pace over the past few decades, there's a bit of catching up to do. And so that is the goal that the president has set. Obviously, the European countries are going to make their own determinations, but that's what we think is a reasonable goal. But it's really not just about the spend itself. It's also how the money is spent. And it's, again, there's this fear that we have when we look at some of our European friends. And I made this point at the first Munich security conference I ever went to, that when I looked at Germany 10, 15, 20 years ago, one of the things that the Germans were very good about is that they had kept the industrial strength of their economy.
They kept the industrial strength of their economy? Well, you mean since the Nazis? Is that what he's talking about?
Consistent with the first world standard of living. But now what we see in Europe is a lot of our European friends are deindustrializing at the very moment where we're all seeing the hard power underpinning or the economic.
Everyone's deindustrializing? What are you talking about, dude? What does this have to do with spending on GDP? I mean, on the military. Is he saying people aren't making enough weapons out there? Is that what he's saying? Europe, you're not making enough weapons. Right. Okay, JD. Thanks, bud. Europe, you need to start spending 5% of GDP on spending, on military spending, and also you gotta make more weapons. Stop buying them from the United States. You gotta make your own. All right. Lockheed Martin, they make enough money. There's JD Vance's, or at least Donald Trump's vision vicariously through JD Vance, I guess. Vice President. Speaking of NATO, bunch of NATO allies, the coalition of the willing, if you will, have been joining Ukraine to call for a 30-day ceasefire with Russia. Here's Forbes breaking news from 11 hours ago. Emmanuel Macron warns of massive sanctions if Russia violates 30-day ceasefire agreement.
In case of violations of this ceasefire, we agreed that massive sanctions would be prepared and coordinated amongst the Europeans and with the United States. In addition to the ceasefire, to work on robust and lasting peace, we will continue.
What's happening?
Continue to provide our military and financial support to Ukraine for it to resist.
Why has this happened twice today? Huh?
In case of violations of this ceasefire,
All right, let's try that again. Emmanuel Macron in Ukraine.
in case of violations of this ceasefire, we agreed that massive sanctions would be prepared and coordinated amongst the Europeans and with the United States. In addition to the ceasefire, to work on robust and lasting peace, we will continue to provide our military and financial support to Ukraine for it to resist. In case of violations of this ceasefire, we agreed that massive sanctions would be prepared and coordinated amongst the Europeans and with the United States.
Fascinating. I don't know. I don't think the United States had any representatives at this meeting, but I guess must have also spoken to someone over there at the Trump White House. Let's talk more about this call for a 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine. A bunch of videos on this right here. Here's Guardian News from 12 hours ago.
Of the Ukrainians that have fought this conflict for 3
The leaders of Britain, France, Germany, and Poland met with Volodymyr Zelensky. Also, they made a joint phone
the
call to
position
Donald
we've
Trump.
now got
Jesus
to
Christ,
today
that was fast.
is absolute unity across a whole range of countries around the world, including the United States, that there must be that 30-day unconditional ceasefire. That is the greatest unity on this point we have ever had, pulling different countries together. Clear, absolutely, there must be an unconditional ceasefire for 30 days. Clear that that means it must be without conditions.
There you go. Keir Starmer suggesting that they have unprecedented unity on this ceasefire agreement, and that it must be signed without any conditions, both by Ukraine and Russia. All right, let's go here. Channel 4 from 8 hours ago. Ukraine allies call on Putin to commit to 30-day ceasefire.
On a train to Kyiv, the leaders of Britain, France and Germany. This Friedrich Merz's first trip to Ukraine as German Chancellor. A dressed-down display of solidarity when Europe is back at war 80 years after defeating a dictator. The US president was literally not on board, but this highly choreographed event was to some extent aimed at him. For these and other world leaders dialing in are determined to lock Donald Trump into a peace process which doesn't reward Vladimir Putin's aggression.
So today we'll focus on how
This then the so-called coalition of the willing. Its message to Russia's leader: extend your current 3-day ceasefire to 30 days, starting on Monday. Keir Starmer making it crystal clear to Mr. Putin that the message is coming from Donald Trump as well.
All of us here, together with the US, are calling Putin out. If he's serious about peace, then he has a chance to show it now, by extending the VE-Day pause into a full, unconditional 30-day ceasefire, with negotiations to follow immediately once a ceasefire is agreed. No more ifs and buts, no more conditions and delays.
And if the Russian leader disagrees,
we will ramp up sanctions and increase our military aid for Ukraine's defence, to pressure Russia back to the table.
Near Ukraine's front line, evidence of Russia's unilateral truce is far from obvious. There's a steady flow of military casualties into this field hospital, while American diplomats have said they expect what they call a potentially significant Russian air attack in the coming days. There hasn't been any ceasefire, says this soldier. The shelling continued, and the drones flew, dropping their explosives just as before. The sheer size of yesterday's World War II Victory Day parade in Moscow, including troops from the front, doesn't suggest that Mr. Putin is about to compromise. What he calls a special military operation is to him an extension of the Great Patriotic War. His spokesman Dmitry Peskov says Russia supports a 30-day truce, but that there are what he calls a large number of nuances to be resolved first. Such resolution may be harder given that Steve Witkoff, Mr. Trump's special envoy, has talked to Putin, relying repeatedly on a Kremlin translator, apparently believing that the woman beside him last month was from the US Embassy when she wasn't. Today, Europe's leaders spoke to Trump by telephone. They're relieved that they've persuaded him to back their ultimatum to Putin. And it was clear last night that his admiration for the Russian president is wearing thin.
I have a message for both parties. Get this war ended. We're losing 5,000 soldiers a week, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers, and other people also, by the way. And I say, get this stupid war finished.
What does that mean? I love how Channel 4 interpreted that as Donald Trump being critical of Putin. I don't even know what that was. Get this war finished. All right, guys, let's wrap it up. Wrap it up. Finish. Let's get this done. Finish it quick. Enough dilly-dallying. Hurry up with that war. Both sides being very nasty. It's ridiculous. It's not Donald Trump being critical of Vladimir Putin in any sense of the word. I mean, all right, maybe in some fantasy sense. It's hilarious. Okay. Are we on time? We're doing okay. One more from Keir Starmer. Mr. Starmer, Reuters.
What's happened today is there's been great unity around the proposal that there should be a 30-day unconditional ceasefire. So you saw 5 leaders here, France, UK, Germany and Poland, standing alongside the Ukrainian president, and then many other world leaders on the virtual meeting that we had, aligned with the US position, saying this should be an unconditional 30-day ceasefire, that should be without conditions, because Putin has responded by putting in conditions. We've rejected those today, but equally saying we will coordinate a response in terms of sanctions should that not be the case. So today feels like we've got one step closer to a ceasefire, which is desperately.
All right, that's last I got on that particular discussion of Ukraine and this supposed ceasefire. That's from 4 hours ago. All right, but what was I saying? There's Keir Starmer saying that they're closer than ever before to a ceasefire. Very, very optimistic. I'm sure there's no way that goes wrong. Definitely get a ceasefire any minute now. All right, let's go to Albania. It's not too far away. A bit south, I suppose. TRT World from 5 hours ago. I don't know if you know this, but Albania is going to be heading to the polls in an election this Sunday, which is, I guess, technically today. And considering the time difference, I guess now. They're probably at the polls literally right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
12 years in power, and now a shot at a 4th term. Prime Minister Edi Rama is banking on fast-track EU membership and economic growth to convince voters he deserves more time.
We are foreigners in Europe. Today we are at the front door of Europe, and that door is now open for us.
But behind the promise lies a country where hundreds of thousands have left the nation and daily life remains tough.
There are corruption, wave of immigration. It's a crisis of education system and crisis of health system and social system in Albania.
Albania's future hangs between hope and exhaustion. Despite EU negotiations, many here say the gap between leaders and citizens keeps growing. For the first time, over 250,000 diaspora voters will have a voice. But even that may not be enough to shift the balance of power.
These elections will not bring anything. People will continue to leave the country.
Rama's main challenger is Sali Badisha, once Albania's president, now under US sanctions and under investigation at home. Still, he's leading a coalition he says will bring renewal.
Albania is a country with extraordinary potentials, investing, increasing salaries, increasing pensions, investing, doubling the investment for healthcare.
Both major parties face allegation of corruption, and for many voters, the faces haven't changed, just the promises.
Those old establishment politicians should go, or the US should take everything under control.
Laws should be respected. We're not missing laws. It is just not respected.
Polls suggest Rama's socialists are likely to win again. But if they fall short of a majority, EU dreams could be delayed. And in a country...
That one comment was wild. The US should take over Albania? A
what now?
I guess we'll see what happens in Albania in this election later today, potentially. I don't know how quickly the election results will be announced, but maybe Sunday Funday we'll get an update on that election. Let's go to Moscow, I guess, real quick. Talk about that Victory Day parade Putin held. All the great strongmen of the world having little military parades. Number of foreign leaders, allies of Russia, came to celebrate something that Vladimir Putin had absolutely nothing to do. I don't even know why. I honestly don't understand why other countries had to come here for this. It's honestly, it is just as idiotic as Donald Trump's decision to do a military parade for himself. Okay, we're gonna keep this going. Here's another Associated Press video from a couple of days ago, showing Xi Jinping showing up for the events. The combat brotherhood. Whoa. Settle down. Slow it down, Dick. The combat brotherhood of our peoples, forged during the harsh years of war, is one of the fundamental pillars of the modern comprehensive partnership and strategic cooperation between Russia and China. We are developing our ties for the benefit of the peoples of both countries, and not against anyone. Not against anyone. Okay, that's interesting. Our relationship is based on equality, mutual benefit, and is not driven by short-term considerations. The intention to build good neighborly relations, strengthen friendship, and expand cooperation is a choice of Russia and the PRC. Sweet. Why do you have to have a parade to have a relationship with another? Actually, I'm fairly certain you don't have to have a parade for that. Seems unnecessary, but okay. I wonder how much this thing cost. I know the Trump's birthday parade is going to cost $65 million. I wonder how much this thing cost. Gotta be up there. Russia has been a barrier for Nazism. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Putin doing such a great job stopping the Nazis. Yes. Oh, maybe he's talking about World War II, when Russia's geography stopped the Nazis. Putin is shorter than everyone? I mean, how short is Putin? I mean, I don't think he's that short. I know it's fun to make fun of him, but I think he's probably like 5'9" or 5'10" or something. Pretty sure Xi Jinping's pretty tall. I think he's over 6 feet tall, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Now, before we go to the Middle East, I think we should make a quick stop in Africa. Because honestly, when I saw this story, I was really hoping that the channel name under it would be, I don't know, The Onion. Or I can't think of another. Was the Babylon Bee? What's the other joke news outfit? I can't think of it. Oh God! The point is, this is not a joke. This next story is real. This one is honestly really upsetting to me. For multiple reasons, but the main reason, I can honestly forget the rest of it. This next story is utterly disturbing. Anyone who lives in America should be furious over what's happening here. I mean, I'm sure much of the world is just utterly just confused. But no, I mean, here we go. Let's talk about some real verified racism from the Trump 2.0 White House. I mean, this shit is the most bold-faced racist policy. And I mean, I'm saying something right now. But DEI, getting rid of all that. I mean, there's been plenty of racist moments throughout this presidency so far. But this next one takes the cake, I think. I'm struggling to say this one. All right, before we get to this story, I just want you to think about something. All right, I want you to go back to earlier in the stream when we were talking about all the people who were being rounded up by ICE in the middle of the streets. Donald Trump saying things like, "Hey, he signed an executive order saying that illegal immigrants should go to the airport for a free plane ticket to wherever they want." I want you to think back even further than that about all of Donald Trump's executive orders and whatever else. Ending asylum, essentially, in the United States. And then I want you to listen to this next story from Reuters. This is from 12 hours ago. It's official. As of next week, refugees from South Africa are going to be arriving in the United States. White South Africans. White South African refugees. Refugees. White South Africans. Refugees from what? I mean...
Donald Trump's administration is aiming to bring the first group of white South Africans to the United States via its refugee program as soon as next week. Three people familiar with the matter have said. It's a divisive move. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Especially given that Trump has been blocking refugee admissions from the rest of the world. Two of the sources, who requested anonymity as they were sharing internal plans, said their aim is to fly the initial cohort of around 50 Afrikaners into Washington Dulles International Airport in Virginia.
50? That's all you could find, huh? Yeah, this is so fucking stupid. White South Africans are not repressed. In fact, white South Africans have more household net worth, make more per hour than black South Africans. They're not repressed at all. They're not being attacked in some sort of disproportionate way. There's no war going on in South Africa. No white South Africans have been stripped of their personal belongings or property. It is all complete fucking bullshit.
Was like an answered prayer.
Life coach Katia Beeden is administrator of a website that seeks to help white South Africans take up Trump's offer.
We've been forgotten. It's very hard for us to travel. It's very hard for us to get visas. So to suddenly hear that a country like the United States is offering us refugee status
South Africans.
Was a really big deal. And I was so excited. I felt so relieved. It just felt like a lifeline.
In February, Trump issued an executive order that called for the US to resettle Afrikaner refugees. It said Afrikaners, who are descendants of mostly...
Do not come to my country, okay? Go fuck yourself.
A fucking bitch.
Dutch early settlers were victims of unjust racial discrimination.
Those poor Dutch
the assertion
settlers.
Oh,
that minority white South Africans face discrimination from the black majority has spread in far-right circles for years and been echoed by Trump's white South African-born ally, Elon Musk.
I guess the key issue just to highlight is that none of this is actually true.
Political analyst TK Poe says the refugee scheme has created a false narrative that South Africa is a country going through some civil war.
And then secondly, within the internal borders of South Africa, it really has created a lot of division. It's as though, almost as though President Trump has gone out of his way to sow internal divisions.
Violence against white farmers and a law allowing for the expropriation and redistribution of land are often cited as evidence of anti-white discrimination in South Africa. However, out of 26,000 murders in South Africa last year, just 44 were linked to farming communities, according to police statistics. Crime researchers say the overwhelming majority of murder victims are black. In addition, 3/4 of private land in South Africa is white-owned, and not a single expropriation has taken place.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And that's actually higher than I had in my head. 75% of land in South Africa is owned by white people. We're accepting refugees. Only white South African refugees. This is a blatantly racist fucking, like, beyond racist. Like, this is white. This is like, what is it called? Like this is like the white fragility politics, like, of what I would think is like some sort of fantasy book. This is real shit. Donald Trump is bringing in white South African refugees, people who are not even slightly repressed and have had nothing taken from them. It is gross. All right, we're gonna take our third break. I think is a good spot to do it. We're gonna go to the Middle East after this. Still got some updates on the India-Pakistan conflict and all of that good stuff, as well as the China-US trade relationship coming up. But before we get to any of that, some quick galactic messaging for you folks. Don't worry, we'll be right back. I hope everybody is enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest notifications. Do also, while you're clicking things with your fingers and or thumbs, consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. And at this moment, we are currently dealing with some financial problems due to the fact that we did not stream a whole bunch due to technical difficulties last month. Thankfully, we're back at it, but are now looking at a bleak, potentially peril-filled future. But we do have all sorts of great ways for you to help out and show your support, YouTube and Twitch. Right now, we are directing people more than ever to go to the Cash App, the PayPal, or the Patreon, and either become a member on Patreon or give on those other aforementioned apps. But yeah, do consider one of those great ways of showing your support so we can make sure we get the, get the bills paid around here, get the earth rent and such taken care of before we are thrown out onto the hard space streets. Alright chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy this break. I will be right back. right. I think everybody knows what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. So back to those seed space fams, otherwise you're gonna miss the fourth and probably final half of the night. That's right. I think we can do it. All in one half. If I'm doing the math right. Alright. We ended with Donald Trump bringing in white South African refugees while he kicks out all the other refugees, like the ones from Ukraine. Right? Like, how many? Do you remember that? I totally can't remember. I know I didn't say it just now, but we talked about it before. Donald Trump canceling all of the refugee statuses of people from Ukraine, as well as people from, where's the other country that he canceled them from? Was it Myanmar? God, I honestly don't remember. But then, in perhaps not a shock move, but certainly a completely contradictory policy, accepting white South African refugees, a thing that genuinely doesn't exist. Just doesn't exist anywhere else. Probably will not ever exist anywhere else. Because what exactly are you running from? Having all of the land in South Africa? Help, help.
Help, help, I'm being repressed!
Alright, let's go to the Middle East. Start with Israel. This was a statement Donald Trump made a few days ago, which we didn't cover yesterday. We should do now. Here's the AP.
Thank you. On Gaza, you said there's been progress in the Middle East. But at the moment, as a colleague said, in Israel, Netanyahu is saying he now wants to conquer Gaza. Is there any prospect of any movement on that? Are you happy with what Netanyahu is doing?
Well, we've gone very slowly because we want to try and get as many hostages saved as possible, and we've done a good job in that regard.
No, you haven't.
2 weeks ago, I had 10 hostages come in, and they thanked me profusely.
We've done a good job. The United States, as well as Donald Trump specifically, has not done a good job of helping to save the hostages. If anything, we've facilitated Israel bombing hostages and starving hostages, and doing everything it can to avoid negotiating the release of those hostages. Wow.
And I said, you have nothing to thank me about. What they went through is incredible. They lived in a pipe. You know, they keep hearing about caves. It was a pipe 3.5 feet high. And they didn't know if they were going to breathe. They didn't know if they were going to live to the next day. They lived like hell. I couldn't believe the stories I was hearing. And they weren't grandstanding. These were people that were seriously mistreated. I said, how many people are left? How many are left? They said, 59. I said, oh, wow, that's more than I thought. They said, well,
I'm sorry. So wait, I love this. Now, from all reports, these hostages are being kept in various locations around Gaza. But a hostage told Donald Trump that they believe there's 59 hostages alive. According to what exactly? And how would a single hostage happen to have that information? Or they would have more information than the national security apparatus. Right. Okay.
only 24 are living, but now it's 21. That was a week ago. Now it's 21 are living. And these are young people. Young people don't die.
Young people don't die.
It's science.
But this is Donald. I can't tell whether or not Donald Trump, he switches from one thing to the next so fast. It's hard to know exactly what he's saying. I can't tell if it's from a hostage or from national security people, but according to Donald Trump, a bunch of hostages died recently, and he says it like he said it like as an offhand comment, like, oh, if a few hostages died, but have you heard, kids, they don't die. Like, this man does not even take those hostages' lives seriously. He likes to use them as a prop, but he just doesn't even give a shit. He said that 3 hostages being dead, like, as, like, oh my god. Like, so, like, the way he said it just sounded so inconsequential. He just moved so fast onto a different subject. It's fucking pathetic. There's supposedly still American hostages on the ground in Gaza. That's the President of the United States for you. A man who could easily pressure Israel into coming to a ceasefire. Alright, let's go here. 13 hours ago. France 24 English.
A family of 5 killed by an Israeli airstrike on their tent in northern Gaza. A grandfather says his daughter and her family were sleeping when the strike hit.
3 children, their mother and her husband. They were sleeping inside their tent when they were bombed by an Israeli occupation jet without any reason or warning. 3 children with their mother and father.
The strike in Jabalia comes as residents in Gaza are using anything they can to make their own flour, as food supplies in the region are rapidly running out.
Today we can't find flour, so we grind lentils with pasta, we bake it and eat it. The high prices do not allow us to buy anything.
There is no life without food. How will we live? We're going to die of hunger eventually. The world has to move, to stand up for human conscience and to look at us with mercy.
The besieged and bombarded enclave has been under a total Israeli blockade for nearly 10 weeks. Thousands thronged to charity kitchens in search of a cooked meal, but staff say the majority of those who came on Friday went home empty-handed. The ongoing hunger is threatening Gaza's population, already battered by nearly 19 months of war. After ceasefire plans collapsed in March, Israel imposed the blockade and resumed military operations in the territory, with the aim of pressuring Hamas to release remaining hostages. Human rights groups call the blockade a starvation tactic and a potential war crime.
It's definitely a war crime.
They also say food supplies are close to total depletion.
It's horrifying.
13 people have been killed in drone attacks on Gaza City. At least 5 Palestinians were killed in a strike on a tent in the Sabra neighborhood. A displaced family was living there. Another attack in the Al Tufa neighborhood killed 6 people. Let's bring in our correspondent, Hani Mahmoud. He's joining us live from Gaza City, as well as the number of people being killed, Hani. It's a terrible situation for those who are alive, for those who are injured. Hard to overstate just how desperate it's become in Gaza with that Israeli blockade, especially for medical supplies.
Absolutely, and the situations are made worse in each passing day by the ongoing bombardment campaign across the Gaza Strip. Not only we're seeing further civilian casualties and just the scenes that we've just looked at in the past few minutes of injuries being carried on animal drone carts into Al-Aqsa Hospital. It's just one element of what people are going through in each passing day. Ambulance vehicles are not operational due to the shortage of fuels. And as soon as those injuries arrive to the hospital, they are at risk of losing their life. Number one, their hospitals are overwhelmed. They're left on the ground, on the floor of the hospital without immediate medical intervention. And as soon as they are admitted into the hospitals, another challenge rises, which is the acute shortage of medical supplies. Just in the past hours, 2 documented cases of a woman and a child who died inside Nasser Medical Complex due to acute shortage of medical supply. They could have been saved, and right now the tragedy is not in what is happening, because we already know what is happening. It's the ongoing mass bombardment, the carnage that's been taking place for the past 15 months. But the tragedy is in what is preventable. Those injuries and diseases are quite treatable, but the shortage.
Yep. The blockade is killing people, and so are the bombs. And those bombs being targeted on tent camps is obviously another war crime. Israel just continuing to just violate all international and humanitarian laws. It's really gross. And it feels gross to be funding it with my tax dollars. If you missed this story, let's watch this one again. Let's quickly go to the Red Sea. A few days ago, CBS News, second U.S. fighter jet lost in the Red Sea.
For the second time in 8 days, an F-18 fighter jet assigned to aircraft carrier USS Harry S. Truman has been lost overboard in the Red Sea. This is just one of many incidents involving the USS Truman in the last 6 months. In December 2024, a fighter jet was shot down by friendly fire from the...
I gotta say, I could care less about this one up here right now. Let's just talk about these three real quick. This is all under Pete Hegseth's and Donald Trump's leadership. In just the 4 months, less than 4 months actually, February, April, and then May, 1 per month basically. They had one plane collide with a container ship or a merchant vessel. Then in April last month, one F-18 falls into the Red Sea, and then another one in May, and we've only had 11 days, and this was from 3 days ago, so technically they only had a week in May to get that one. It's just what's the word?
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Yes, thank you, Harry. It is. It is. All right. Speaking of bodies of water, let's talk about what Donald Trump is thinking about doing. He already has attempted to rename the Gulf of Mexico, and he feels like he's on a roll, so he's going to try and rename the Persian Gulf.
They're going to ask me about that when I get there, and I'll have to make a decision.
They're going to ask me.
I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't know if feelings are...
Who is going to ask him? I mean, I know he is headed to the Middle East, if you didn't hear, but who exactly is going to ask Donald Trump if he's going to change the name of the Gulf, the Persian Gulf? This is freaking idiotic. No one's going to ask him that. No one was planning on asking him that until now.
To be hurt? Why have a case right over here? It's called Gulf of America, and I guess a lot of people get ideas from us. But the Gulf of America was something I thought should have been named a long time ago. I'm going to be given a briefing on that. It was just done, and I'll make a decision.
Is it the U.S. position that Iran can have an enrichment program as long as it doesn't reach a weapons?
We haven't made that decision yet.
This is so freaking idiotic. Donald Trump thinks that he can just rename bodies of water that aren't even close to being adjacent to the United States. I decide what things are, okay? all these people before me, or people in other places in the world, we're going to now call China Japan. All of China is now Japan. It's much easier. Too many countries over there. This guy freaking has dementia or something, I swear to God. Alright, let's talk about that trip.
The U.S. president's highly anticipated trip to the Middle East is now only days away. And the Trump administration is developing a fast-track process for screening foreign investments in the U.S. as it eyes billions of dollars from wealth funds in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Very happy to say that joining us now are two gentlemen. We've got Bloomberg's senior Middle East reporter, Sam Dared, and Bloomberg's Dan Williams, who's also been in Dubai all of this week. Major week coming up. Sam, let me start with you. The bulk of the president's trip is going to take place in Saudi Arabia. Quite simply, what are Saudi Arabia looking for out of this visit?
Absolutely. Good to be with you. I mean, I think the thrust of the visit is going to be about investments in deals, because that's good for Trump back home, and that's good for the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia, given his ambitious, Vision 2030 plan. So expect, I mean, I'm being told there are potentially 100 agreements that are going to be signed in everything from AI to transportation. There's going to be a big critical minerals deal. I mean, Saudi Arabia last year, I think, estimated its reserves of these precious minerals at...
Donald Trump is apparently going to sign 100 deals with Saudi Arabia on this visit. Oh my God. Should be fascinating. Jesus Christ. Human rights? No. What are human rights? What are those? I don't even know what that means. Let's ask Caroline. The great show. Let's ask Caroline at the Ministry of Truth. PBS from a day ago. She's got it. She's got this covered.
A question about the Middle East trip. Will any of the president's family members, like including Don Jr., Eric, or Jared Kushner, be joining him on the trip?
I am not tracking any of the president's family members joining us at this time, but of course, the first family is welcome to come. I hope they would. They're great people, great to be around, but I'm not tracking them on the manifesto.
And given that you noted he is a successful businessman, do you know if the president has any plans to meet with any of the folks involved with any of the family businesses over there, or see any of the sites that are going to be
Not to my knowledge, and let me just get to the premise of your question that both of you have raised. I think it's frankly ridiculous that anyone in this room would even suggest that President Trump is doing anything for his own benefit. He left a life of luxury and a life of running a very successful real estate empire.
Donald Trump left a life of luxury. He left it? What are you talking about? Donald Trump has enriched himself beyond his wildest imagination from his presidency and his presidential run. Oh my God. This is such nonsense. I gotta hear that again. Say that again.
This room would even suggest that President Trump is doing anything for his own benefit. He left a life of luxury and a life of running a very successful real estate empire for public service, not just once.
What has Donald Trump even divested himself from? He's divested himself from nothing. He still owns all of his golf courses all over the world. Still doing deals with all sorts of people. Still got the meme coin. What are you talking about? I gotta hear that. This is so contravening reality.
Raised, I think it's frankly ridiculous that anyone in this room would even suggest that President Trump is doing anything for his own benefit. He left a life of luxury and a life of running a very successful real estate empire for public service, not just once, but twice.
Oh
and
my
again,
God.
the American public re-elected him back to the White House because they trust he acts in the best interest of our country and putting the American public first. This is a president who has actually lost money for being president of the United
States. What? He lost money? What are you talking about? What does she mean he lost money? When? When?
And putting the American public first. This is a president who has actually lost money for being president of the United States.
What
I don't
way?
remember these same type of questions being asked of my predecessor about a career politician who was clearly profiting off of this office. That is not.
Oh my God, she's going Burisma. She's like, what about Burisma? I know she's too ashamed. She's too ashamed to actually say it. That's what she just did. She's like, what about Burisma? Remember those thousands of dollars that Biden received? I don't know why anybody is asking about Donald Trump enriching himself to the tunes of billions of dollars. Jesus fucking Christ. This is wild. But no, this is why we have the Ministry of Truth, everyone. Let's not forget. You know, we might have free thought until we remember the Ministry of Truth. And, you know, Caroline is here to explain to us why we're very stupid and wrong. Thank God we have her. Oh, what I would do without her, I don't know. I would just cease to exist. I wouldn't be able to figure things out myself. I would have assumed this was all very rife potential for corruption and that Donald Trump was enriching himself all over the place. But actually, it's the Burisma thing. Let's not forget about the Burisma thing. It's a great point. It's a great point, Caroline. God, I'm just too stupid. I'm just too dumb. Okay, let's go to Pakistan. The last 24 hours have been filled with news. Where we stand right now, well, we'll get to that. It's not entirely clear. I mean, I know people are hearing a lot of stuff right now, but I have gone through it, and it's not 100% clear where we are. But let's start from almost exactly 24 hours ago. Here's the Associated Press. Blasts and gunfire heard in northwestern Pakistan.
3 rounds of talks.
Oh shit, what is
Rays
this?
of hope after years.
What is this? This is not in my list. Oh my God, I forgot I added this in after the fact. It didn't fresh. Okay, my bad. My bad. My bad.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
That one's on me. Iran. Apparently, as of, when was this? This was like a couple hours ago. The United States and Iran are going to be holding more indirect talks today, on Sunday.
Three rounds of talks. Rays of hope after years of animosity. And now, for the first time, Iranian and US diplomats are returning to the table in Oman to continue their negotiations.
If the objective of these negotiations is to ensure that Iran does not obtain nuclear weapons, this is entirely achievable, making an agreement well within reach. But if the aim is to strip Iran of its nuclear rights or impose other unrealistic and irrational demands, Iran will never relinquish any of the rights of the proud Iranian nation.
For Iran, the demand is clear: lifting crippling sanctions aimed at economic hardship. Years of financial strain have put immense pressure on the Iranian economy, fueling frustration among its citizens. The US wants to stop Iran from developing a nuclear weapon, but its demands seem to shift, occasionally negotiable, occasionally tough.
Yeah.
The US Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, said that Iran's enrichment facilities had to be dismantled, centrifuges removed, and all fuel downblended. They have to convert to a civil program if they want to run a civil program.
I love how you skipped over this part. I find this part especially fascinating. They have to send it to a faraway place. What is this, Star Wars in a galaxy far, far away? Oh my God.
They have to convert to a civil program if they want to run a civil program. But Tehran sees this as a direct challenge to its nuclear policy.
the American officials, they have been talking about zero enrichment and dismantling Iran's nuclear facilities that have to do with the enrichment process. This is a definite red line for Tehran, meaning that if the American side insists on that stance, I think there is a high chance for the negotiations to fail.
Despite progress, both sides need to overcome a history of mistrust and hostility.
It doesn't seem hostile. I don't know. It seems fine. I see nothing wrong here. All right. Let's go on now to Pakistan and India. We'll see how these indirect talks go. Perhaps in the near future. All right, but this was from almost exactly 24 hours ago. The Associated Press. Blasts and gunfire heard in northwest Pakistan.
मारने की कोशिश की जा रही है, वो सामने ड्रोन जा रहा है। ड्रोन जा देखो देखो है देखो
Then right after that, Pakistan's military released a video.
Today on 10th May at the time of...
Yeah, sorry. Right after that, Pakistan's military released a video. Here is that video.
Today on 10th May at the time of our enemy. Alhamdulillah. नारे अल्लाह आज 10 मई अल्लाहु अकबर आज 10 मई 05 AM F1 का फायदा अल्लाहु अकबर
So yeah, that was 22 hours ago. Here's the AP from 19 hours ago. Explosions heard in India and Indian-controlled Kashmir. Wait, did this get taken down?
And just to bring you an update on that...
Oh my god, it got taken down. That is weird. Sorry everyone, we don't have that video. Wow, I should have downloaded this one. I mean, whatever. I can't. I literally cannot do it. I do so many stories every day. Downloading them all would be impossible. Oh god, that sucks. Okay. Suffice to say, there was gunfire and explosions on both sides of the border within a few hours of each other around this time yesterday. Then about 6 hours later, this story broke. Pakistan and India have agreed. to a full and immediate ceasefire.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And just to bring you an update on that story, in the last few moments, President Trump has posted on his Truth social media site saying, after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I'm pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. The president goes on to say, congratulations to...
This guy does a terrible Donald Trump impression. After a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to an, all caps, full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both capital C countries on using capital C, capital S common sense, and capital G, capital I great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I love how he's now ending all of his truths with, thank you for your attention to this matter. I know your time is very important, and reading this message took a long time and a lot of brain power. You are clearly a great patriot.
Both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. So as I say, that announcement by President Trump in the last few moments on his Truth Social platform, saying that after a long night of talks mediated by the US, he's saying India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Now, we should say we haven't had any comment yet from either the Indian or the Pakistani side on this story, but you see it there from President Trump posting on his social media platform just in the last few moments. These hostilities, of course, have really escalated in the last few days following this militant attack at the end of April, in which 26 people were killed. But in the last few days in particular, things have really gone up a notch with missiles being sent between either side. Let's bring in our correspondent in Islamabad, Azadeh Mashiri, on this breaking news. Azadeh, we're just getting this in the last few minutes. What more do we know?
Well, we knew before this that the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio had spoken to the chief of the army here, General Asim Munir, and then later on in the day had spoken to the foreign minister of Pakistan as well as the foreign minister of India. And what he had offered both of them was America's help in starting what he called both constructive and productive talks. And so now, as everyone was wondering how this could end, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, has made this announcement on Twitter that there has been a full and immediate ceasefire that has been agreed between India and Pakistan. But I do need to flag that there still hasn't been an official statement from either government. And so this is only coming from President Donald Trump right now. But of course, it would be a serious development in that that's what world leaders have been urging for both countries to engage in de-escalation, to show maximum restraint, as the United Nations had put it. But in the early hours of the morning here, when people were waking up in Pakistan, it seemed like that was quite a long way away, in that the Pakistani army had claimed that 3 of its military bases were under attack, and that it was launching what it was calling Bunyanun Operation Marsus, which means Iron Wall, as a counteroffensive, is how it put it. So this would be a significant development.
Okay.
Yeah, it certainly would be. Where was this part? This video's too long. Okay, let's go here. This is a tweet from Marco Rubio. Over the past 48 hours, at VP Vance and I have engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials,
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
including Prime Ministers Narendra Modi and Shehbaz Sharif, External Affairs Minister Subramanyam Jaishankar, Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir, and National Security Advisors Ajit Doval and Asim Malik. I am pleased to announce the governments of India and Pakistan have agreed to an immediate ceasefire and to start talks on a broad set of issues at a neutral site. We commend Prime Ministers Modi and Sharif on their wisdom, prudence, and statesmanship. But that was my best Marco Rubio impression. Sorry. That was painful. Okay, what next? Supposedly, at least according to Marco Rubio, the U.S. was engaged with officials on the ground and had some sort of something to do with this supposed ceasefire. Now let's go here to the AP. Also from 13 hours ago.
The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
All right, there was the official statement from Indian officials.
Nick, what's the latest?
Oh, God, not Smirkonish. All right, let's go here to CNN. This is from 12 hours ago. India and Pakistan said U.S. said fuck all to do. Well, don't get ahead of me, Jerry. We'll talk about that in a second. Actually, I think they talk about it. Did they talk about it in this one?
Nick, what's the latest?
Yeah, I was just talking to a source who was literally in the room where it happened, where Secretary of State Marco Rubio, I was told, played a massive role in bringing about this ceasefire.
Oh,
a ceasefire that on multiple times today and even yesterday, because it was in the works yesterday, perhaps over the last 48 hours, as we've been reporting, Pakistan was sort of on a military pause to give a window for diplomacy. What I understand from this source is that that was blown out of the window early this morning when India attacked 3 air bases, one of them here in the capital, just on the outskirts of the capital. That, according to the source, Pakistan responded with a relentless, a massive barrage of missiles and rockets, they say, Pakistan says, into Indian military facilities, bases inside India, air bases, weapon storage, and along that disputed line of control in Kashmir against military bases there. They say that this, from the Pakistan perspective, their communications, how they were communicating with Secretary Rubio, that really put India on the back foot. It didn't know what had happened. India, according to Pakistan, reached out to Secretary Rubio, reached out to the Saudis, reached out to the Turks, reached out to others to find a diplomatic off-ramp, got engaged after that onslaught in diplomacy, but telling the mediators that they were going to go on a pause on the Indian side. And then according to Pakistan, that didn't happen. There was another exchange of rocket fire. That happened several times during the day today. And it was only in the last couple of hours before this ceasefire came into effect just about an hour or so ago that there was enough of a pause to call it and say that this was real, that enough diplomacy and leverage have been put on both sides to get them to stop here. Now, the key issue for Pakistan going forward is water. India has still said it's cut off the water from those 3 vital rivers from the mountains in Kashmir, vital to Pakistan, existential to Pakistan. I said, what about that? And the source said, look, this is a ceasefire. Everything works out from there. But from the Pakistan perspective, they've been up all night. From the Indian perspective, they've been up all night. There was a lot of tiredness. There was a sense that they just wanted to get this done. Otherwise, in the words of this source, it would have just spiraled into something much worse. It was now or never, if you will. It was going to get a whole lot worse. So,
yeah, I mean, you know, the U.S. came out and, you know, took credit for all of this immediately. However, later on, I don't know, I could have sworn that it was in this one, but I don't want to watch all this CNN video, but there are some differing accounts on how the ceasefire arrangement came to be and whether or not the United States was involved at all. I think it's India who is protesting most about that that assertion. But let's just keep going through these. This was from a couple hours later. Here's the Associated Press with on-the-ground video. Residents welcoming this ceasefire deal.
India
came late better than never. It came to its senses that war was not the solution to the problem. The problem can only be resolved through negotiations. I think the international community, like our neighbors China, Saudi Arabia, and America, did a remarkable job to enable this peace deal and ceasefire.
It is a wake-up call that the Muslims of this subcontinent need to be treated at par, and we cannot accept Hindu domination. And we do not want to dominate the Hindus. We want to live at peace. At the end of the day, yes, but Dar Sahib has said, we must talk to each other, but we must not to each other once the military situation has been brought to an end.
Okay, there were some accounts
now with Elizabeth Threckeld,
from people in Karachi. Which did I say that was India? If I did, I'm sorry. That was in Pakistan. But people in Pakistan saying that they are glad that the ceasefire arrangement happened. Now, one of the reasons for all of this, and really from the beginning to the killing of those tourists in the Kashmir region, had to do with India having cut off water flow to Pakistan. At least that is what some are saying. Here's Al Jazeera from 16 hours ago.
Now with Elizabeth Threckeld, who's a senior fellow and director of the South Asia program at the Stimson Center, also served as a US State Department official in Pakistan joins us now from Washington, D.C. Great to have you with us, Elizabeth. You're well versed to talk to us about this. First of all, I just want to pick you up on that post, the social media post that Donald Trump issued, congratulating both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. How do you read that? What do you think he meant by great intelligence?
I wouldn't read too much into it. I would imagine that is more just President Trump's style more than anything else. But, this is a moment of the U.S. apparently, based on what we're seeing now, stepping in and playing a more direct mediatory role than we have seen in previous crises, at least in recent memory. And so I would read it as President Trump recognizing the fact that both sides were eventually able to come together and reach a deal before this got further out of hand.
Okay, so we have the ceasefire, which is a relief, of course, all round. But in truth, that's relatively the easy part. We might not have thought that a couple of days ago, but it is, generally speaking, because this will just rear its head once again, won't it, unless there is resolution found between the two nations over these issues.
Yeah, I think that is, it's important to reflect and recognize that the ceasefire was no sure thing. And particularly within the past 24 hours, as your correspondents were noting, things had escalated quite significantly. This was the most serious crisis between the two sides, arguably since they got nuclear weapons. There was a half war in Cargill, but it was in a remote location. And here we had missiles flying across both countries. So I think it's important to recognize that just reaching a ceasefire was a significant step. But to your point, how do we not get here again? I think becomes the next pretty urgent question. And as your correspondent noted, there is a mention in Secretary of State Rubio's tweet about talks on a broad set of issues at a neutral site. And that is something to keep an eye on. Notably, we have not seen independent confirmation from either Islamabad or Delhi about those talks. And so I think, a note of caution there that we will have to see whether they materialize, how they materialize. But to your broader point, there are real fundamental political issues here that need to be addressed so that we don't find ourselves again in a militarized crisis.
Yes, indeed. Whole host of issues that need to be addressed before this can all really come to a true conclusion. I do feel like even that conversation was getting a little ahead of itself, because at the same time that this story was posted by Al Jazeera, which was only this was posted like 4 hours after the ceasefire was even supposedly agreed to and was officially announced, this story came out. That's right. At the same time everyone's talking about this ceasefire deal, more explosions and gunfire were heard in the Kashmir region. Those aren't just explosions, those are rockets. Pretty clearly rockets.
Hindustani defense system, defense system. India defense system, India defense system.
So yeah, that does seem like a violation of the ceasefire. No expert on ceasefires, but, we do talk about them pretty frequently. Usually, stuff like that's a violation. Although, it depends on who you are. But these blasts were confirmed later by Al Jazeera, once again, an hour later. India accuses Pakistan of violating a ceasefire agreement.
India has accused Pakistan of violating a ceasefire deal just hours after it was announced. The internationally mediated agreement is meant to stop a dangerous escalation in fighting, which has killed more than 60 people since Wednesday. Explosions have been reported in several cities across Indian-administered Kashmir. India's Foreign Secretary has called on Pakistan to stop the violations and says Indian armed forces are responding. Pakistan hasn't yet commented.
There have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility.
Let's bring in Kulsoom Sharif. She is joining us on the phone from New Delhi. It's not a good start to the ceasefire, Kulsoom, with the Foreign Secretary making that statement less than 6 hours after he announced a ceasefire.
Well, absolutely. Those celebrations.
Yeah, her mic is super muffled in this piece, so I'm going to skip past this part of it. But yeah. 6 hours later, after announcing the ceasefire deal, India coming back out and saying that actually that ceasefire might be over already. And we might be in the middle of firing rockets at Pakistan.
So the official reaction is what we've got from India's top diplomat. And we've also had Chief Minister Omar Abdullah already.
Thank you very much, Kulsoom.
Worst audio
bring in Osama
ever.
bin Javed. He's joining us live from Lahore, and I've seen over the last 2 hours or so conflicting reports on this from Pakistan. Osama, tell us what you're hearing.
Well, Elizabeth, as we were just discussing a couple of hours ago, that this is a precarious ceasefire. This is a ceasefire on a line of control which has been aflame for the last few days. So it will take time for it to take effect. And especially in the contested Kashmir region, where the postures has been declared to be on a standoffish position by both of the militaries, it will take time for them to climb down that ladder. So what we're seeing here is actually more or less the same, which is being reported by local sources on both sides. We've been speaking to our correspondent Omar there, who's been reporting about what on the Indian side, villagers are reporting that there has been a cross-border shelling from the Pakistani side, and here, we're exactly the same.
Oh my God, Al Jazeera's audio is terrible. It's the IDF. Oh wait, what's the other organization that does all the cyber attacks and shit? Oh God, forgot about this. All right, you try getting a ceasefire memo out with that microphone. This is Al Jazeera, okay? They're not the ones. They're not the ones who are supposed to be getting it out to their to the yeah. Mossad, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Mossad. Maybe Mossad's going after Al Jazeera covering this conflict, which just seems weird. You know, don't they have better things to do? I guess not. Let's go here. CTV News from 2 hours later. Has the India-Pakistan ceasefire been broken? Seems like it. But do you have a different take, CTV?
He says both countries have also agreed to start talks on a broader set of issues at a neutral site. Joining me now is Veena Najibullah, Vice President of Research and Strategy at the Asia Pacific Foundation. Veena, thank you for being here. Good to have you with us today.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you for the invitation.
Now, given reports of continued hostilities after the ceasefire was announced, how stable could this agreement be?
There are worries that this is already a violation of the ceasefire. India certainly has accused Pakistan of doing so. We knew that this was temporary because there are discussions already scheduled for Monday. But of course, hopes were high that we would see at least a stoppage to the escalatory violence that was engulfing the region starting really on Tuesday. And of course, things really took a turn on Saturday local time. Just hours before the announced ceasefire, there was intense hostilities. And now we have a ceasefire, but there's conflicting narratives coming out of both New Delhi and Islamabad in terms of what's actually going on. Neither Pakistan military nor civilian government has confirmed whether or not that they're violating the ceasefire. In fact, they're saying they're not. So lots of unknowns still, but of course, hopes are high given the stakes that things will be calm at least until the next set of talks on Monday.
If fighting continues, where does that leave the ceasefire? Is it essentially voided?
Yes, I mean, of course, again, we are in uncharted territory, although in the past we've...
What a question to ask. I mean, I get it. There's a lot of confusion considering Israel seems to violate every ceasefire agreement they get into, and then everybody pretends like that's not an actual violation. I can see why, you know, the mainstream media is confused, but yeah, actually, shooting off, you know, missiles or dropping bombs or whatever else, drone, literally any sort of, what's the word of the day? Any sort of kinetic activity is going to count as a violation of the ceasefire. That's just the way that works. Okay. Let's go here. Global news.
Returning now to the ceasefire.
Whoops, that's the wrong one. Go back. Yeah.
So you're in Pakistan right now. What's the situation on the ground with this latest update out of the United States?
The great breakthrough has just happened. US President Donald Trump has announced that both nuclear powers, Pakistan and India, which were fighting a war or were engaged in a massive conflict.
Is it just me, or does this guy look like the Indian Sylvester Stallone right now? I'm sorry. I have to do this. Oh my god. You can't tell me that there's no similarity here, dude. Come on. This guy's trying to be these guys definitely trying to be Sylvester Stallone.
In last 2 weeks, they have agreed for a comprehensive ceasefire. I have got the confirmation from the Pakistani top officials and Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan. He has confirmed it, and he has said the ceasefire has been in effect at 4:30 p.m. Pakistan Standard Time. So that's a great news. And at the same time, I got some information from defense minister, foreign minister, and they have said that in the last 2 weeks, a fortnight, when this conflict began in Indian administered Kashmir, where 26 Indian tourists were killed in a terror attack in Pahalgam, which triggered a conflict, and India accused Pakistan of supporting a terror attack. Pakistan denied it. Pakistan offered independent investigation, but Pakistan says that India did not produce any evidence. However, what we have been hearing after a massive clash between the two countries, today when we woke up, when the people of Pakistan woke up, they woke up to a new reality where Pakistan launched a retaliatory attack against what it says against Indian aggression.
The ceasefire has already been broken. Yes, that's right. It has. It definitely has. Honestly, the news was flying fast around all of this. And immediately the Trump administration came out taking credit.
Returning now to the ceasefire.
But let's keep it going. Let's go here to PBS News. 12 hours ago, tensions remain high.
I'm Laura Barone-Lopez. John Yang is away. India and Pakistan agreed to a ceasefire today after the most serious military confrontation between the nuclear-armed neighbors in decades. The deal was expected to bring a swift end to the fighting after 4 days of drone volleys and missile strikes. But just hours later, multiple explosions were heard in India-controlled Kashmir. India's foreign secretary accused Pakistan of breaching the truce.
We take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility.
For its part, Pakistan's foreign ministry said it is ready to engage in, quote, constructive diplomacy and solve the dispute in Kashmir through peaceful means. Lisa Curtis is director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at the Center for a New American Security, and she served on the National Security Council during President Trump's first term. She joins us now. Lisa, we all learned about this agreement when President Trump posted on Truth Social that the two countries had reached a, quote, full and immediate ceasefire after U.S. mediated talks. Is this actually a ceasefire, and what do you make of the parameters of the deal?
Well, I think this is a very important ceasefire agreement that was announced. I think the U.S. did have a role in it. Secretary of State Rubio has been engaged with his Indian and Pakistani counterparts over the last several days. It seems things came to a head on Friday when the situation was really escalating between the two countries, and the U.S. Got involved even more deeply. Vice President Vance talked to Prime Minister Modi, and finally today they were able to clinch a ceasefire deal. Now, only a few hours after the deal was put into place, as you have reported, there were apparent violations of the ceasefire. So this is, not a good thing, but I don't think that this means it's completely breaking down.
Pakistan's prime minister did not address India's accusation that they violated the ceasefire. How volatile is this situation?
Well, it is a volatile situation. It has calmed down, of course, since yesterday, since we now have a ceasefire in place. Both countries have acknowledged it. So, there is no reason, even if India believes that there may have been some violations, this doesn't mean that India has to respond. Because unfortunately, the cycle we were in over the last 4 days was tit for tat, responding with drones, missiles on each side, and it was continuing to escalate. But now that we have this agreement in place, there is a mood. People are very happy. There's a mood that things have calmed down. And so I see these ceasefire violations as temporary. They're temporary, and they do not mean that the situation.
I love that view. I love that view. Oh, well, is it a ceasefire? Is the ceasefire over? Well, they may have violated it, but that doesn't mean that it's over. Huh. Okay. If you say so. Here's the most recent video I have. This actually dropped during the stream 5 hours ago. Al Jazeera English. More explosions and violations reported after India, Pakistan agreed to the ceasefire. Huh. Weird. It's probably another one of those temporary violations.
Just hours after a ceasefire agreement was announced, projectiles in the night sky of Indian-administered Kashmir. India's foreign secretary is calling on Pakistan to stop what he calls violations and says India's armed forces have been given instructions to respond.
There have been repeated violations of the...
Is this the same thing?
Earlier, there were celebrations on the streets of Pakistan after US President Donald Trump announced an end to the fighting on his social media platform, Truth Social.
We found out via social media and Donald Trump's tweet. We are happy to see this. This is a good thing. Nobody wants war. No solution could be found with war. It is only through dialogue. Talks and dialogue are the only way to find a solution.
The fighting erupted after India accused Pakistan of being behind an attack on tourists that killed.
Al Jazeera, why are you clickbaiting me? You already put out a different video talking about these explosions. Literally like 10 hours before you put this one out. This should be illegal.
Illegal?
Hold on. Actually, maybe there was more.
26 people in Indian-administered Kashmir last month. But Islamabad has denied any involvement. India mounted attacks on several Pakistani locations, describing them as terrorist hideouts. Pakistan said the dozens who were killed were innocent civilians.
Wait for our response.
And retaliated by attacking Indian targets.
Okay, so got clickbaited by Al Jazeera. Thanks for that, AJ minus for that garbage. We already knew this. This is not new information. I don't know why you're reposting this sort of thing. It's very rude.
How rude.
It's incredibly rude. All right. All right. Oh boy, we're getting through these videos pretty good tonight. It was a very meager 96 videos that we had to get through, so it's not shocking that we're ending earlier than normal. We're not done, but we are getting close to the end. We're now up to the China portion.
China! I have to have my China.
Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from a few days ago. I think some people may have already seen this one, but not necessarily everyone. Donald Trump was asked. Now, of course, we've been talking about the talks that are going to be held in Switzerland. That are being held already. Were being held on Saturday and are supposed to be continued today on Sunday. Between the United States and China, talks that supposedly neither nation had called for, and it was just complete happenstance that U.S. and Chinese officials were going to be in Switzerland, so they're just going to hang out and sort of talk about skiing or something, I guess. But Donald Trump was asked about these talks and who it was that initiated them.
China said the U.S. initiated the trade talks this weekend and that its position hasn't changed. Are you still confident you can reach a deal with China?
They said we initiated?
Well, I think they ought to go back and study their files.
Better check the files.
I do think that. Go ahead. What do you?
Are you planning to ease chip export restrictions to some of these Gulf countries, and then also make announcements regarding?
We might be doing that, yeah.
And their nuclear program.
Here we go. China said that the U.S. Initiated talks. Donald Trump suggested that the Chinese check their files. Very wrong. Actually, it was them. So who knows? Who knows? Who knows who said it first? It's this idiotic game that we're playing. Who can save face by pretending like we don't want the deal?
Well, this morning, the world's two largest economies began holding high-stakes tariff talks. Meanwhile, the Fed left interest rates unchanged this week and warned of rising economic uncertainty. On Thursday, President Trump announced his first trade deal with the UK, but getting China, one of America's top suppliers of goods, to budge, well, that will be a huge undertaking. Willie James Inman is at the White House. Good morning, Willie James.
Good morning to you, Michelle. A high-level, in-person conversation between the U.S. and China kicks off this weekend in Switzerland as both economic superpowers engage in a trade war.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer are in Switzerland over the weekend to strike a potential trade deal with Chinese officials.
So I think we're going to come back with a fair deal for both China and us.
Most imported Chinese goods are subject to a 145% tariff. But on Friday, the president floated lowering the rate to 80%.
80 is much better.
The president still remains with his position that he is not going to unilaterally bring down tariffs on China. We need to see concessions from them as well. As for the 80% number, that was a number the president threw out there.
The White House says the frameworks of a deal with the United Kingdom announced earlier this week could serve as a template for negotiating hundreds of other deals with nations around the world.
So I think that as we move forward and remove, hopefully, uncertainty on China and get deals like the UK, then people understand what President Trump's trade policy has been all about.
An agreement with China remains a top priority for the Trump administration, amid concerns that a standoff with China will lead to higher costs and a possible economic downturn. Jonathan Aronson is an expert on international trade.
So we pushed the tariffs well over 100% in both directions. That's not sustainable. The president, the secretary of Treasury, the U.S. Trade Representative, and the Chinese representatives know that. So they want to get it back down, and this is a start, not an end.
The White House says deals with other nations are on the horizon.
Well, of course, even at 80%, no one's going to be buying stuff. Most people are not going to be buying things from China.
I have to have my China.
And one thing I heard earlier, and I don't have it in front of me right now. I can't even remember what video I saw it in. I'm always watching so many goddamn videos. Sometimes they slip through the cracks. But during a recent, White House press briefing, I think there was I can't remember what exactly the point of the briefing was, but Donald Trump suggested that 10%, every single country on the planet is going to have at the very least a 10% tariff. And I'm talking about, this is a recent comment. This was from a couple of days ago, I think. But that would be fucking devastating to the U.S. economy. And if that's what we are to expect, that is going to be real problematic for everybody. We got more on this U.S.-China discussion, the Swiss deal.
The US and China kicked off high-level trade negotiations in Switzerland on Saturday. It's a tentative first step towards diffusing a trade war between the world's two largest economies that has disrupted global markets. Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng resumed talks with US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Geneva after weeks of growing tensions. The trade dispute, combined with US President Donald Trump's decision last month to impose duties on dozens of other countries, has disrupted supply chains, unsettled financial markets, and stoked fears of a sharp global downturn. Earlier this week, President Trump suggested that an 80% tariff on Chinese goods seems right. That suggested for the first time a specific alternative to the 145% levies that he has imposed on Chinese imports.
Could be. I mean, we're going to see right now, you can't get any higher. It's at 145, so we know it's coming down.
Washington is seeking to reduce its trade deficit with Beijing and convince China to renounce what the US says is a mercantilist economic model and contribute more to global consumption. Beijing has pushed back against what it sees as external interference. It has also retaliated with 125%.
Yeah, and one thing I just want to point out while we're talking about all this is, you know, even if, say, you were willing to pay the 80% tariff, right? And you went on and you on the line, if you went on the internet. Sorry, I just watched that fucking weird movie. But the fact is, even if you were to go online and try and buy something from China right now, right? With the current tariffs, even if they went down to say 80%, right? You would still need essentially enough other people buying similar things to fill up an entire, not just an entire container, but like, you know, well, maybe just an entire, but my point is like to justify actually shipping this stuff from China to the United States. I don't know exactly the number for these ships, but you have to somewhere someone has to justify loading up all of those containers and loading them onto ships, and then filling up that ship with enough gas to get across the Pacific. And so even if you buy one thing, it's not going to come. That's not going to show up. You're going to probably be sitting there waiting, who knows how long, until an entire container ship fills up with people such as yourself willing to eat 145, 80%, whatever, 50% tariff, whatever it's going to be. And that's going to drastically cut down on the number of ships coming across from China to the United States, which is also going to, it's going to create another situation. Jesus Christ. Because it will also, if that's the case, I mean, there will be massive changes. I mean, you talk about, like, remember the supply chain problems back in COVID? It's going to be a lot of similar stuff like that, but for different reasons. Jesus Christ. All right. Got a few more stories on this. It's the big moment right now, right? It's over this weekend. This talk that no one asked for, supposedly. This happenstance talk that no one asked for, not China, not the US, that's supposedly
American and Chinese officials.
That is, you know, incredibly important, technically, for the future of the global economy.
American and Chinese officials are meeting in Switzerland today to de-escalate the ongoing trade war between the two countries. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Trade Representative Jamieson Greer are holding talks with the Chinese delegation. Prospects for a breakthrough appear dim, but there is hope that the two countries will scale back massive tariffs they've slapped on each other's goods. The dispute threatens to cut off bilateral trade and damage the global economy.
他们今天在瑞士进行的这个中美关系的这个贸易战，我个人认为呢，这个经过了这可能下来有大半个月的这个拉扯，美国在前几天的时候就已经释放出了
Sorry,
massive tariffs they've slapped on each other's goods. The dispute threatens to cut off bilateral unilateral trade and damage the global economy.
They are holding China-US trade war talks in Switzerland today. Personally, I think after dragging it out for nearly half a month, the US recently showed goodwill and sincerity by inviting China to negotiate on tariffs. China has not agreed so far. Sorry. China has not agreed so far, feeling that the US is acting like a child playing games, lacking genuine sincerity, like the US negotiating in the morning and changing stance in the afternoon. But this time the US seems to be showing real sincerity. I guess we'll see if that real sincerity that this random woman on the street seems to think. I mean, I'm not kidding. I mean, they labeled her as tourist. Yeah, I mean, very optimistic viewpoint from her. Should be fascinating to see if the United States decides to actually give China any amount of respect or walk back any of this stuff, even if behind closed doors. 80% though would be a fucking disaster. Yeah, goddamn trade apocalypse for the United States. Specifically US consumers.
Progress in the trade war between the U.S. and China. For the first time, negotiators from the two countries are meeting. It's happening in Geneva, Switzerland. They'll be back at it tomorrow. And when it comes to the trade war, West Coast ports are ground zero. CBS's Elise Preston is at the largest one there in Los Angeles. Elise. Progress in the trade war between the U.S. and China. For the first time, negotiators from the two countries are meeting. It's happening in Geneva, Switzerland. They'll be back at it tomorrow. And when it comes to the trade war, West Coast ports are ground zero. CBS's Elise Preston is at the largest one there in Los Angeles. Elise.
Jerika, the flow of goods from China into the U.S. has slowed dramatically. The drop-off in activity could mean job cuts, shortages, and tough choices for consumers. Normally bustling berths sit empty at the Port of Los Angeles. Facing 145% tariffs, cargo coming from China is estimated to be down more than a third, according to port officials. Less cargo means fewer jobs for dock workers, truck drivers, and others in the supply chain.
Us as truck drivers, we're moving less freight, and less freight means less money.
LA officials say the tariffs threaten $500 billion in revenue and put 2 million local workers at risk. While painful, some say the tariffs are a step in the right direction.
We believe this administration is doing a good job. It's just that it's going to take a little time.
You gotta be a fucking idiot. I am sorry. I am so sorry. But you have got to be a fucking idiot as a dock worker to think that the trade war is ever going to benefit you. This guy is no economist, clearly. Or as a truck driver even. It doesn't matter. Like, if we start... Man, it is fucking insane to think that that's going to ever help you. It's just so fucking stupid. Like, this trade war is literally never going to help you, because even if we wind up switching to U.S. production, a lot of that U.S. production is going to wind up going onto rails, right? A lot of it's going to go onto railroads rather than onto your truck, And certainly dock workers' jobs will just vanish if we stop importing things to the United States. Why would we need dock workers if we don't ship anything to the United States?
It's going to take a little time.
The slowdown at U.S. ports is likely to ripple through the economy, impacting transportation, warehousing, and other businesses. Consumers may eventually see less inventory on store shelves and higher prices. Experts say savvy shoppers who have been waiting to buy may want to purchase cars, appliances, electronic goods, and furniture before July 2nd. California's Governor Gavin Newsom is pushing back on Trump's tariffs. He's running an ad on Fox News saying the trade war is harming the state's economy.
These tariffs punish families and risk ending America's run.
All right, we don't need to hear from Gavin Newsom. That guy sucks. All right, this is the latest story on the trade war, on these negotiations. Second to last video as well. Great job, everyone, for making it this far.
Tonight, the U.S. and China holding high-level tariff negotiations. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Trade Representative Jamieson Greer both meeting with top Chinese officials in Switzerland. A source briefed on the talks, saying they went late into the night and will continue tomorrow. On Friday, President Trump sounding optimistic.
I think we're going to come back with a fair deal for both China and us.
And saying he would be willing to lower his 145% tariff on China, posting online, 80% tariff on China seems right. Alex King owns a restaurant in Virginia that uses ingredients and supplies from China. He is hoping a deal will come together quickly, as costs for food and packaging for him have already begun to rise.
Yeah, I'm definitely frustrated about it.
Not gonna lie, this guy's fucked.
Slightly disheartened that, I have little to no.
Not that Donald Trump cares, but guys like this who are running businesses that use Chinese products on the regular, that are culturally Chinese type of businesses, that's gonna Donald Trump's tariffs are just gonna ruin it, right? It's gonna, and the fact is, if the Chinese tariffs are higher than everyone else, it's gonna ruin it even faster, right? Because people would have other options to go other places. It would just be cheaper to go get a burrito than to get stir fry or whatever, and I mean, this dude's basically fucked because Donald Trump, there's no way that he's lowering it to anything sustainable anytime soon. I mean, it certainly doesn't. I'm not feeling super optimistic about it right now. I'm hearing a lot of almost non-talk. It's just like, we are speaking to the Chinese. We did not ask for it. They asked for it. We just happened to be in Switzerland. But we're gonna have a preliminary talk. This is gonna go on too long for a lot of people, I think. It's gonna go on for way too long.
Influence over, things that will decide the fate of my business and the fate of my livelihood.
Is this back and forth crippling to your business?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I've talked to 5 or 6 vendors for, bowls and lids. They don't want to, negotiate deals because they're worried that, the numbers won't make sense in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
China is among the top 3 trading partners for the U.S. Last year, more than $582 billion worth of goods traded between the two countries. But already, cargo ships are grinding to a halt, with once major exports of U.S. soybeans and pork to China now plunging. That comes as President Trump, who rolled out a framework of a new agreement with the UK this week, says more deals are on the way and that some tariffs could be permanent.
We have 4 or 5 other deals coming immediately. We have many deals coming down the line, and ultimately we're signing the rest of them in. But we always have a baseline of 10%.
That's where it was. They got this one too. I heard this during the actual press conference. Thank you, NBC, for getting that one in there. Baseline of 10%. You heard it just now. I'll play it again. Jesus Christ.
Deals coming immediately. We have many deals coming down the line, and ultimately we're just signing the rest of them in. But we always have a baseline of 10%.
We always have a baseline of 10%. This is basically guaranteeing massive inflation. If he doesn't back down off of this fucking idiotic plan of his, he's gonna have worse inflation numbers than Biden did. And Biden was dealing with COVID for the first, at least in a serious fashion, first year and a half or so of his term. Jesus Christ, we are fucked. We are so fucked. Jesus Christ. Alright, here's our last story of the night. No more tariff talk. Let's go to New Zealand, where nationwide protests have erupted over the government's recent pay equity rollback.
I know it's supporting a lot of people I know, teachers, nurses, people in low-paid healthcare positions, and it's a travesty. It's a real shock.
Stand up, fight back! Under attack! Stand up, fight back! Shame on you, Brooke! Shame on you!
All the hard work that's gone on for years in this country, and where I work, a pay equity claim for library assistants after 6 years, having to start again. It just... yeah, what a horrible, nasty government. And those tears then turn to a bit of anger, and that's why we're out today, to show this government that, no, we don't put up with this sort of behaviour from a democratically elected government. That's just completely wrong. My colleague just spoke, and she's been part of this claim the whole way, and she just spoke very eloquently around the work library assistants do, the value they bring to the community, and that their whole profession is undervalued simply because it's a female-dominated industry.
Our communities and our unions have been working towards equal pay for literally decades, and to have it swiped from underneath of us within 24 hours is just a real kick in the teeth for women, for Māori Pacifica. So today we're here in response to that decision from the government to change our Equal Pay Act. That's 33 claims that were underway. Some of them have been underway for years that are just off the table. The government has made it harder for people to take equal pay claims, which means that we have people in education, the public service, and our care and support sector who are not paid equally.
It is the pushback from the community to say, actually, we're not okay with this. Yeah. This is not the way to run a country. This is not a way to value people in our communities and people who do so much of the caring work.
I've had to, in recent times, had to have use of people who are care workers, hospice workers in a family situation, and they were such incredible people and are so poorly paid, and to see this now coming in that's going to delay further any benefit to them, I just think it's just appalling.
They really need to rethink their decision and listen to the people here today, because it's not fair.
Would you have a message for Brooke Van Velden or any member of the coalition government who supported these changes?
Don't be such hypocrites. Don't say that you value these people and that you are doing this for the good, when really it's blatantly obvious it's done for budgetary reasons only, and they're just sacrificing the lower paid and the vulnerable to balance their budget because they can't make it up because they dished out.
Yeah. unfortunately, New Zealand, under its currently very, very conservative government, is rolling back gender equity pledges. Basically, and along with that, canceling all of these, women's pay equity, implemented and under implementation goals and changes, and said, "Fuck that! Actually, women, you don't need to actually make as much as men. As much as we need to provide tax cuts to the rich."
Follow the rich white man.
So, yeah, that is a fascinating decision by New Zealand. I used to really think New Zealand had great government back when they had, liberal leadership under Jacinda. I thought New Zealand was really going in the right direction, but this seems like very much the wrong direction. Well, looks like we got through all of the videos here tonight, chat. Don't worry, we'll have a after stream. But first, we got this. Well, looks like we got through another one, chat. It was quite long and also arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen. What just happened? Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, and Daredevil. That's right, all these people you see here help produce the show that your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
tax proposal.
Mr. President,
Tax proposal.